All right, guys, we're back live. I apologize for that. I needed to try to do something to see if this would work. It should work on YouTube Shorts. Let's check it out a little bit. Do something to see if this would work. I don't think this is Shorts the way I was looking for it. Let me see. Check it out on YouTube. And let's see if that's what I was looking for. All right. That's what I was looking for. We're good. And we're on X. So I had to restart it. Screw it. That's what I had to do. But I'm glad we got it working. So we are now on YouTube Shorts. We are on X, I believe. I believe I did X. Let me see. I did X. Cool. All right. It's been a wild day, y'all. It's been a wild day. We are also on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Kick. I gotta make sure everything's looking good with Kick as well. Shouldn't be doing this live, but I needed to because that was the only way I was gonna figure this thing out. Let's see here. And then what we're going to cover today is we're going to cover some things going on with Trump's administration. I think we're going to do some research on that. We're going to look through and see kind of whether or not these people are qualified to do that job or not. We are also going to be doing potentially some debates, which would be pretty exciting stuff. Trump happens to fire the best administration in history of administrations. That means the cabinet picks are rigged. Yo, what's going on, Mark? Hey, dude, listening in? Bet. I know a lot of you guys right now are probably... hold on one second. I'm trying to change... I normally don't like doing this. I don't like making changes on the fly because it looks really just unprofessional, but I need to do that because right now I'm not able to control Kick stream through. Okay, so it looks like we are good with Kick. All right, cool. All right. So I'll give you guys kind of the rundown now that I got everything situated, now that I can chill out for a minute. We are taking a new approach with this stream. So I'll give everybody kind of a rundown and we'll go over this again and again and again until, enough people have heard this and it gets through there. So for anyone unaware, let me scoot over a little bit here. For anyone unaware, yo, what's going on, Ismaro? What's going on, buddy? So I ended up losing my job yesterday, which means that we are now going to be streaming full time, essentially. Okay, we're going to be streaming essentially Monday through Friday. I've still got to iron out the days, so don't hold me to it. But what we're going to be discussing today is we're going to go over the Trump administration picks. I want to look into those things. We're going to be looking at some stories that are breaking, just all those different things. You might watch some videos and things like that of that nature. But I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited. If you are on YouTube, we are now streaming on YouTube Shorts to give that a try and see how that goes. It already looks really great and really exciting. And if you disagree, you can see down here it says disagree, join the Discord. And you can certainly do that. I may have to give you the Discord link, but we'll work on it. Okay, we're working on it. And then we'll be doing that for the foreseeable future. As of right now, I hope that I'm not unemployed for too long. I'm hoping that it's just a couple of weeks, but we will be going through that. Who was being investigated? What are you talking? Oh, you're talking about good old Matt Gaetz. Yeah, we'll talk about Matt Gaetz. Got an opinion of him. Republicans lost their party. Yo, their party was lost a long time ago, to be fair. Republicans lost that party, and it is no longer the party of the GOP. It's no longer your grandfather's party as well. So that party is long gone. And quite frankly, Ronald Reagan would be ashamed of what the GOP has turned out to be. One of the reasons why I left. She also hired that. Yeah, she what was it? Laura, not Laura Loomer. Christy Nome. I think that's her name. Christy Nome. There it is. Yo, Wes, what's going on, buddy? So yeah, this is gonna be interesting, guys. I'm not used to doing long form content, but we're going to like 5 or 6 tonight. It's exciting. Hope you guys are excited. So we're gonna take it easy. We're gonna take it slow. I'm gonna chat with you guys. If you have any disagreements, feel free to jump in. We're just gonna kind of chill, bro. We're just gonna be really chilling. All right, so let's get into some of these administration picks. I want to go through these, and we're just going to do some research on them, who they are, their background, things like that. All right, neighborly sheet poster. I know. Chill out. Chill out. Okay, so let's go ahead. I had a few things lined up. I did not get them pulled up just yet. But let's go ahead and take a look since we're on the topic of the Trump administration. Am I the baddie here? Well, just I don't know. I don't like when you when we're talking about stuff like that. Let's go to Solo Web Source here. Oh, okay. Let's get the browser pulled up here. And should be this one right here. All right. So this is the Trump admin for what's been picked so far. Right now we have Pete Hegseth. We'll kind of get into this guy right here. He's one of the more unqualified people. He's a Fox News contributor. Yeah, you're good, Wes. So we can see Pete Hegseth, Fox News contributor. This is the one thing that we're seeing a lot throughout this entire cabinet is a ton of Fox News hosts. There's quite a few of them. So Pete Hegseth is the first one. Kristi Noem is the one that you guys in chat were just talking about. Mike Huckabee. Mike Huckabee is this picture's a little outdated because this man's looking rough, but he's our Israel ambassador. That's not it. There's a whole lot that goes on there. We'll dig into his background a little bit. William McKinley, I don't know too much about, but I believe I'll have to look into him a little more. John Ratcliffe, I recognize his name. And we'll get into him as well. We have Elon Musk, Vivek Ramsey, Tulsi Gabbard, which these guys here are really interesting. So they're part of the made-up Department of Government Efficiency, which to me is very interesting because they're not really held accountable to anybody. See, most of these people here are nominated, right? They're nominated officials, which means they're beholden to Congress, and Congress can upend them if they wanted to. The problem is that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramsey are essentially just advisors. And that's kind of a concern for me. Not a huge fan of this. But anyways, so we have that. RFK Jr. Yeah, it's pretty much just a fake position, Wes. That's exactly what it is. And that's kind of where I'm just like annoyed by it. And the really interesting thing is a lot of these guys have connections, or some of these guys have connections to Project 2025. And which really benefits Elon Musk. We saw with here you go. I think it's Chris Wright or the FCC. I think it was the FCC guy. This is a little outdated by a day. It's amazing a day can make. But we since had gotten the FCC guy get nominated, and he's extremely favorable to Starlink, which would certainly benefit Elon Musk. But then we have Brendan Carr. Oh, there it is. Brendan Carr. This is the guy right there. Brendan Carr is the guy that is extremely favorable to Elon Musk. He's got a lot of, in his Project 2025, he authored the FCC portion of Project 2025. Anyways, so you got Vivek Ramaswamy, Tulsi Gabbard, which is an interesting pick for Director of National Intel. Just so you guys know where we're at right now, Tulsi Gabbard and where is it? Where is he? Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz and Tulsi Gabbard will not be going through according to sources, will not be going through a FBI background check. They will actually be going through a private third-party background check. Tell me that's not kind of wild, isn't it? Then we have RFK Jr. as Secretary of Health and Human Services. So this is where we really start to get into this. Tulsi is a legit national security concern. Yeah, she's got some really questionable ties. We just listened to some of her. I watched somebody provide me a link to her takes on Ukraine and Russia. It's kind of concerning. And then we have, where is it? Then we have Doug Burgum, Secretary of Interior. I'm going to probably do a little more research on this guy here. Doug Collins is the Secretary of Veteran Affairs. Then we have Dan Scavino is the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, which I believe Dan Scavino was also on Fox. I could be wrong on that. Then we have Susie Wiles. This one, look, I'll give you guys who I think was probably the most qualified in here. I think given how Susie Wiles led the campaign for Donald Trump, I think this was an easy pick. I think Susie Wiles is perfectly fine. I've seen a lot of people ask me, they're like, oh, do you think everybody in this thing is unqualified? No, I think there's a few people that are qualified here. I disagree, though, with what they want to do. So if you look at like Brendan Carr, I believe, was part of the FCC, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't necessarily disagree with this. But people like, for example, RFK Jr., it makes 0.00000 cents. And for people to understand, the Secretary of Health and Human Services oversees the FDA. Okay, the FDA is a part of HHS. So this secretary would be overseeing that department. So kind of frightening when you think about it. Anyways, Mike Waltz, National Security Advisor. Lee Zeldin is the EPA administrator. This guy's pretty interesting as well. Yeah, exactly, neighborly. That's exactly it. Literally, yeah. This is probably one of the worst picks. I would say he's one of the worst picks, then maybe Pete Hegseth, and then definitely this guy here. This guy right now is leading totally with the worst pick. These guys, Stephen Miller and Tom Homan, these guys are going to be really interesting. These guys are going to be Stephen Miller, and this is one thing I think a lot of people don't understand is with Stephen Miller, he's kind of gone under the radar. Carr wants to regulate social media, though. Where's Carr? Oh, him? Yeah. So Aiko, we'll get into that because I actually read through that portion of Project 2025. I plan on going through that and discussing more about that. But these guys here, Stephen Miller and Tom Homan, they are very much are immigration people. These guys are going to be advising Trump heavily on immigration, and these are where you're going to see the mass deportation campaigns come out of. Wes, didn't they release Gates' report to the Ethics Committee this morning? I heard that they were going to. I do not know if they did. We'll get in. Let me look at that real quick. Let me see. Let's see if they did. X. I don't recommend getting your news from X, but it's also the most expedient. A lot of mainstream corporate media will be a little bit delayed on it. But the last I checked, they did not. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of infighting. This is the really interesting thing about Get Your News on Blue Sky. Yeah. So I want to mention that too, Aiko. There's been a shift. I've seen where, and I'm streaming on X, and I debated on whether or not I was going to stream on X, to be honest with you. There's been a move from X to Blue Sky. Blue Sky, last time I checked, is like #1 on the App Store right now, and it is insane. It's insane. They've gotten like 20 million users, and they're not bots. From what we can tell, they're not bots. Now, there are certainly some MAGA bots that have tried to come over there and wreak havoc, but it's funny because the left, and I'm spilling secrets, but it's no secret here. The left has definitely formed together. I'll just put it that way. It's been a mass exodus. Blue Sky is awesome, but they don't have the capability to stream to Blue Sky yet. So when that happens, I will migrate over there and stop streaming to X. But for now, we'll continue to stream on X. But anyways, where are we at? Oh, looking through here, I'll go ahead and go back to my web source here. Whew. So one thing about this is that we're seeing several different splits, right? You have a lot of people in the Republican Party who are like, don't release the report, don't release the report, even though they wanted to release the report for other places. So here now they're trying to hold on to it. Can you embed TikToks on X? Yes, I think so. Blue Sky? Yes, I think so. Let me pull that up real quick. I had it up. Let me see. Because I put on some of my TikToks for Blue Sky. Let's see. I think I had a TikTok on there. It was a while ago. I just wanted to kind of test it out and see how it would do. Let me see. Oh, you can't do it like that. If that's what you're talking about, Aiko. Here, let me show you all my show you all this. In this video. Oh, y'all can't see it. Oh, because I'm on the wrong window. Darn it. Get your stuff together, doghouse. Come on. There we go. Yeah, you can see TikTok, but it's like a video, basically. But you can't actually do that boomer moment. Yeah, I know. That's what happens, man. Look, something I gotta get used to, guys, is I'm used to streaming for like an hour and like shoving things through, but right now we're just going long form on it. Yeah, we'll have to use X for some things until alternatives get fleshed out. And that's the thing too, is Blue Sky really has a lot to work on. But this right here, man, we watched. I think we watched this on stream not too long ago. But we'll watch this TikTok. It's actually really interesting. This is one I put together. One thing I'll tell you guys, TikTok, man, I have to put together. I'll give you a little behind the scenes discussion here. I have to, when I make these TikToks, y'all don't understand. You can see this is a minute long TikTok. I want you to think about like the most detailed topic that you can think of and try to squeeze it into 1 minute. Okay. I don't have time on TikTok. Now you have the opportunity. You can certainly do a 10-minute long video if that is what you choose to do. But I don't want to make a 10-minute long video. I want to be short, snappy, to the point. In fact, what you'll see is on TikTok, a lot of the times they'll start to decline. Viewers will start to decline, or they won't see the end of it. So I want to try to get as much information in there as possible, as quickly as possible. So because people's attention span is like less than a minute, dude. It's long, it's short. People don't have a very quick attention span. Anyways, so let's watch this.
Bibles are coming back to a classroom near you in Oklahoma. Let's take a listen to what Ryan Walters had to say about these Bibles.
Today that Oklahoma is the first state to bring the Bible back to the classroom. Today we purchased over 500 Bibles that will be in the AP government classrooms across the state. Bible just like this. We have the Bible, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights.
This is also a shout out to my TikTok.
These Bibles will be coming to AP government classes in Oklahoma. But the more interesting thing to note is, let's take a look at that Bible that he was holding up. Does this Bible right here look familiar to you? Maybe the one that he was just holding.
And I'm starting to lean more into this. I don't know if this was Wes that talked about this. I know we're like pivoting 100 miles an hour from the current topic. We'll get back to the Trump admin picks. But this is a way I think that they're trying to work around getting Bible into classrooms, right? They're trying to use the AP government classes as saying, well, see, look, we have the Bill of Rights in this Bible. See, we have the Constitution. We have all these things in the Bible, but you still got the Bible, the core crux of it. And it turns out these Bibles were being bought at $60 a piece. Let's actually see if I can find that. Here's the consequence to that. AP classes using the Bible will be studying things that won't help boost AP scores. Exactly. Why do you think Trump administration is looking terrible? Because he's putting people in to put the hammer down on all the corruption because he's trying to improve American lives. Look, Kat, let me explain to you something real quick, okay? I'll show you real quick. Where is it? I had it up here. Oh, I don't have it here. Hold on. Here, let me get the pick up here. I'll show you. And the funny thing is when we talk about corruption, I'll show you what corruption looks like. So, first of all, tell me how RFK Jr., Kat, is qualified to be Secretary of Health and Human Services. You tell me that. This is why it's looking terrible. You tell me why Matt Gaetz, who has never tried, or at least tried a major case, is an attorney general. What qualifications does Matt Gaetz have? Please tell me what qualifications Pete Hegseth has. He served in the military. Great. I'm glad that makes him now a wonderful Secretary of Defense. Who else can we look at here? Lee Zeldin is probably a little bit more qualified than these guys, only a little bit. Who's the other one here? Mike Huckabee. Why is he a good Israel ambassador? That make a lot of sense. So yeah, you want to put down the hammer down on all corruption, but it seems like Trump is handing out positions based on loyalty. Interesting thing to note here, by the way, we don't really have any African Americans on this administration, by the way. So up its AP course start to plummeting, ban the AP test. Exactly. RFK Jr. And Samoa. Yeah. And that was a whole nother thing there, right? Was the measles issue. Huckabee's main value is that he'll. Yeah. Like that's the thing about me is these positions scream loyalty. But that in itself could be considered a form of corruption. Now, not legally, not saying it's a legal form of corruption, although you could argue if it's not illegal, then it might be a legal form. But no, I mean, that's the thing is these are not qualified positions, Kat. But anyways, none of these picks are merit picks, nearly none of them. Yeah, exactly. But anyways, so the Bible thing here, let's go back to this Bible. I wanted to show you guys this because this is really interesting. The guy was arguing that these are $60 a buck or a Bible. Let's see if I can scroll down here and find. Here we go. Let's watch this interaction take place.
The books you bought from what you raised in your Twitter handle, I just saw a link to that, was the Trump endorsed Bible. That's $60 a pop. There are many Bibles available that are less than half of that. Why are you using the Trump endorsed Bible? What do you say to critics who argue this is clear-cut political pandering right here?
What I would tell critics is we're going to teach American history in Oklahoma.
Doesn't answer the question.
So that includes the Bible, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution and Bill of Rights. They are all included in this Bible that we've purchased. The Bible will be back.
Okay, so I guess look, you know what, guys? If Muslims want to put the Quran in classrooms, all they have to do, guys, is they just have to put the Constitution in there. That's all they got to do, right? They just got to put that in there, and all right, we're good to go. Then that's what your argument is.
Back in every Oklahoma classroom. President Trump is bringing.
Why the Trump Bible, though? Why not a cheaper Bible where you could save a lot of money in taxpayer dollars?
I just told you. All of those documents are in this Bible that we purchased for our kids so that they could understand the full context of the founding.
A $60 Bible, guys. Let me tell you something. I've seen study Bibles for way less than this. Okay? You can get a Bible for like $5. You can get a little tiny constitutional piece of paper for maybe $2. This guy is 110% pandering. Exactly, Iko. The Bible's free online. To Alley Cat, what qualifications does Sam Brinton or Buttigieg have for their positions? Buttigieg was over, what was it, the Secretary of State? Let's see. Trying to remember his position. I didn't keep up much with the Joe Biden administration. Secretary of Transportation. Again, you want me to sit here and say that some people were unqualified for Joe Biden? Sure, but you still aren't answering the question of whether or not these people are qualified or not. It's just a way to deflect. So you can certainly tell me whether or not they are qualified or not. I'm not going to sit here and defend Joe Biden's administration. I have done it many times where I think that Joe Biden's administration had some flaws. But if you want to point out two people compared to what Donald Trump's, how many picks do we have here? I thought I had it pulled up here. Compared to Trump's entire cabinet, pretty much. These are majority. These are loyalty picks. We saw Kristi Noem, for example, Secretary of DHS. Where does that make sense? Where does Pete Hegseth make sense? None of these make sense. Qualification subjective. Then it's a non-statement. You're just saying something to say something. That's what it is. That's my issue. Is like when you sit here and you're like, well, what about Pete Buttigieg? Yeah, what about him? And you're like, oh, well, I'm just saying that qualification is subjective. Sure, that doesn't say anything. This is an opportunity for the yeah, right, exactly, Iko. We've seen how that works. Oof, it gets real bad. Like, it's one thing for me if you want to use the Bible to get into classrooms and just be honest with yourself, right? But this is what I feel is kind of disgusting, is that they're using the Constitution and all of our founding documents to push through getting Bibles in the classroom. It's a vehicle. And I think it's disgusting. I think the argument that they're going to make, because it's going to get challenged, it's going to make its way to the Supreme Court, they know what they're doing. They're trying to say, and as you saw, they're saying, well, they're putting the documents in there, so thus it fits into the AP curriculum, the AP government curriculum. Trump's appointed, I'm sure they're more than qualified. You're sure they're more than qualified to the jobs appointed them. You seem to be trapped in your delusion. Kat, I would encourage you to sit there and tell me which one of these people, how is Pete Hegseth? You tell me, how is Pete Hegseth? You're saying, well, I'm sure they are. Well, how is Pete Hegseth qualified? Or how is RFK Jr.? RFK Jr., who has a degree in, I believe, law, the law degree? What makes him qualified to be Secretary of HHS? These are terrible picks. You could the most qualified one that I can see right now, and again, this is the funny thing is that people will sit there and say, well, oh, you think all these picks. No, I think Susie Wiles, Chief of Staff, this makes sense to me. This makes sense. Who else? I think Brendan Carr. I think Brendan Carr has been part of the FCC before, if I'm not mistaken. I think Brendan Carr is in there as well. I think he makes sense in that position. Yeah, he's the commissioner of the federal. Well, is he currently the commissioner? Appointed the position by Donald Trump. Previously served as agencies. Yeah, so he was an aide to the FCC commissioner. So I don't see a problem with that. I think that feels fine. He's got the experience. Let's see. So no, I would encourage you. You sit there and you want to tell me that these people are unqualified, or you're saying that they are qualified. You're sure they're qualified, but how are you sure they're qualified? How? The only thing that's qualified about them is that they're loyal to Donald Trump. There's a few of them that are qualified. Like I said, that's fair. But some of these people are completely like shake hand cabinet kind of positions. And especially these guys, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramsey. My goodness. RFK Jr. was an environmental lawyer, and his most popular medical opinion over his career has gotten. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's terrible. Elise Stefanik, UN ambassador. That one's an interesting pick to me. I don't know how this makes sense. Will Scarf, I don't know much about this guy. Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz, y'all. So this is the current. I wanted to talk about this too. Where's Rubio? Have we gotten to Rubio? Right here. So let's talk about Rubio first. For anyone unaware, this has kind of gone under the radar because of the Matt Gaetz drama. Okay, but in fact, here's the funny thing. The way that this was released, a lot of these people got away from the news. And we saw this with the Madison Square Garden rally. Remember the Madison Square Garden rally where I know me and Wes watched it. And it was so interesting to me because the media picked up on that one joke about Puerto Rico and ignored everything else about that rally, which was super freaking terrifying. It makes Joe Biden's garbage comment look PG. Or G, actually, rated G. And so what we've seen is the way that I'm starting to think that the way that Donald Trump has released these picks, he's releasing these picks in a way to try to take away that media pressure. Maybe that's just me overthinking it, but I think that what he's done is he's released some of these more controversial picks early on so that when they get to the more recent ones like Matt Gaetz, it's able to take some of that media attention away from these other controversial picks. I think these two are probably the most controversial of them all, is Stephen Miller and Tom Homan. They voted for him, accept the consequences. Exactly, Draco. Accept the consequences. You. This is what you wanted. This is what you wanted. If you and I'll tell you what, these guys are going to definitely lead mass deportation programs. That's certainly in the plan. They have also been on record stating that anybody that has birthright citizenship will be a part of that. And they clearly make anybody who crossed the border illegally, period, end of discussion, no qualms about it. If you didn't cross through a port of entry legally, they want to deport you. That is what they said. So you can go back and look at that. Well, I didn't want this. Right. Well, I didn't want this. And that's the thing too, is they were saying that this is a referendum. This is what a mandate that America wanted. We can actually go look at that real quick. Let me go pull that up real quick. The MSNBC 2024 presidential elections. Let's take a look at the mandate that America wanted. 2024 presidential election. Come on. It's all about resources. Okay. So president. Oh, this is for California. Here we go. Look at this. So I'll be fair here. It is very narrow. But hold on one second. Here we go. You can see here, Donald Trump right now. Look at this. First of all, look at this margin, 48.2 to 49.9. You're talking about a 1.7% differential between these two. Second of all, you can look. Donald Trump has 49.9%. He does not have 51% of America's votes. Alley Cat, you've wanted to look at the Electoral College. That's fine, buddy. But you can look at these popular votes. And this is exactly what we were expecting to come out. A large majority of these votes that he carried from like here in Texas. Look at that. 6 million votes. If we look at Florida, for example, 6 million votes. That's where a large portion of his things. And you'll see what's interesting is as you drill down further and further into congressional seats, you'll see that kind of difference starts to fade. You'll see things like, for example, Michigan and Wisconsin, I think it was, where he took, okay, no, come on, stop playing with me now. You can look at right here. Wisconsin and Michigan, he barely took. I mean, look at that. By what, 0.8%? Michigan, he took by 1.5%. But if you go and look at the Senate, come on, you can see that Democrats won it. So if you want to call that a landslide, go right ahead. But that's certainly not a landslide. If you want to call a landslide by Electoral College, go ahead. It means nothing to me. When we're looking at how Kamala Harris performed, I think she performed phenomenally compared to at least Hillary Clinton. She underperformed Joe Biden, but we're still got California. California's at 96%, and I think we're pretty much close to our votes. We might still have a few that are outstanding. Illinois still counting. New York's in. So we're pretty much this is what we're going to have. And again, I don't think a 49.9% vote total means that this was a mandate by Americans to vote for Donald Trump. She lost 7 swing states. But did she, though? She did lose them. I will say that. I'm not going to sit here and say that she didn't. But did Democrats lose them? She didn't really. This is where I talk about. Look at Michigan, Wisconsin. Pennsylvania is still toss-up. These are not up yet. But if you look, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, these are all going to Democrats. If you look at the House is barely. I mean, look at this. 218 is what you're needing. House barely is showing a Republican win. And look at this. It's a flat even. Democrats flip 7 seats and Republicans flip 7 seats. Electoral College is the reality that states to pick presidents. I'm not sitting here saying it says otherwise, Alley Cat. I'm not saying that they don't pick presidents. Okay? But what I'm saying is in terms of a referendum by America, if that is what you're using, then I'm using it by the metric of popular vote. And it does not look like that a majority of Americans, based on this percentage, wanted this from Donald Trump. And in fact, you could argue that if you look at the Senate being split in the way that it has been, or if you look at the House being split in the way that it's being split in, what it looks like is Americans were kind of split between what they wanted. Apparently, Michigan and Wisconsin wanted a President Donald Trump, more than likely due to the economy. And what they wanted was they wanted their senators to be Democrat. So we had split ticket voting going on. That shows me a divided America that doesn't really want necessarily all of the radical per se policies that are coming in from Donald Trump, but they want to at least have a better economy because that's what their perception was under Donald Trump. I'm going to say perception. There's a whole lot of things that go into that. Donald Trump didn't say anything on his campaign tours, who he was going to pick for a reason, and now you know. Exactly, Draco. He wanted to hide them for a reason. Landslide aside, there's only 2 presidents that have had non-consecutive terms, an amazing feat. Trump won, and that's cool. I'm not going to sit here and say that it isn't interesting or that there's some kind of historical precedent there that he defeated, and that's fine. But I'm not going to sit here and say that it was a landslide. Oh, come on. Freaking pop-up ads. What fixes do the left want with elections? What do you mean? I don't know exactly what you're referring to. I would have to look because I don't think that that takes the assumption, the presumption that the election is not secure, which I'm not going to get into that. It is divided, but when it matters, Trump won. It's not Reagan type of loss where Reagan won everything. It's recoverable. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, This is good news for Democrats going into 2026, right? They just need to brush off their loss. I think Kamala Harris getting 74% or 74 million votes is pretty phenomenal. But anyways, we'll get back to these Trump admin picks. Let's go ahead and start. I want to show you guys. Let's I'm trying to think. I had a few. Oh, so I want to talk about this one. Troy Nels is an interesting fella. Okay, we're talking about loyalty picks real quick. I want to show you guys this one. SCOTUS is not recoverable, I don't think. I'd have to look and see what seats are available coming up in. Well, I would assume it's going to be everything that was. I'm going to assume it's everything that's grayed out. I mean, that makes the most sense, right? And if we're looking at that, we have, that one's going to be pretty tough. Damn it. Oregon might go blue. I don't know. Alito and Thomas will retire. Yeah, that's my concern. Oh, you're referring to that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if we go to war while Biden's still in present with Russia, Trump can't take office. I don't think that's the plan. If you think that's the plan, I wouldn't worry about that. I don't think Joe Biden does not want to hold on to office. I promise you, Joe Biden would rather be on a beach. Joe Biden would rather be on a beach right now than sitting there dealing with the war. Okay. And that's the thing that bothers me is like when people talk about Russia and Ukraine is Republicans are so pro Russia that Russia has lobbied how many missiles, how many of these things towards Ukraine. And now that Ukraine fires a few little missiles, everybody freaks out. Putin has talked big. That's all it is. Talk. Ali never has issues with corruption or anything else as long as it's under perceived capitalism. Yeah. All right. So let's take a look at this one from Troy Nels.
He's got a 10-pound brain. Elon's got a 10-pound brain, and we need to take advantage of that. If Donald Trump says tariffs work, period. Because Donald Trump is really never wrong. Think about it. He's never wrong.
He's wearing a Trump tie, by the way. It's okay. It's okay. This isn't the way it works. This isn't the way it works, but it's okay. That's what it is. I think we're just anti-war and less pro-Russia. I got to take this phone call, guys. I'll be right back, okay? I got to take this phone call. Let me mute my mic. Sorry, guys. That was work related. What we got here? Soul Scribe, what's going on, buddy? I'm not answering that. All right. Looking here. All right. Let's see here. I'm back. Well, a judge resigned for drunk. Oh, okay. So let's go ahead and look at the next things that we have going on here. This is here's some Marjorie Taylor Greene topics going on. Marjorie Taylor Greene said a tale of two presidents. Biden is committing an act of war without approval from Congress by authorizing Ukraine to use of long-range missiles into Russia. Trump is planning to declare a national emergency and use the U.S. military for this is the thing about Marjorie Taylor Greene to me is she goes on this rant, which is fine, but then she goes on and says and praises that Trump is planning to declare a national emergency and use the U.S. military for mass deportations to secure our border and protect America from the cartels. How can you sit there and mention this, which is it's okay ish, and then you're gonna go and just make a really insane statement? I've watched conservatives for the past 4 or 5 years mention how they need these because of the tyrannical government, and now how is using the U.S. military for mass deportations for people who are probably here legally? How is that not it? This is not okay. This is what you voted for, guys. It's just insane. We also have some pretty crazy things. But what I want to do is here's the one I want to watch. So let me get this pulled up. Yeah, the Posse Comitatus Act. And I've seen that ICAO, but the thing is that Donald Trump doesn't need the military. Let's be real here, okay? Donald Trump doesn't need the military. What Donald Trump can use is he can work in conjunction with states to then use the state's National Guard, or they can then use the DHS or whatever. There's plenty of ways outside of using the military to do this. And that's my concern here is it's people are focusing on the wrong angle here, which is fine, but this isn't how it's going to be done. They could go through and they can use local authorities even. But what you will see is you'll have different states saying, we're not going to be doing these mass deportations. And they're going to be standing up. We saw this a little bit with Virginia when they did something with the Second Amendment or something like that. And a sheriff in Virginia said, I'm not going to enforce this. And in fact, I'll deputize people. I remember that happening several years ago. This is something I want to talk about, and we'll get back to this right here, because I do want to go through each one of these guys today. It's 12:37. I'm streaming until about 5 or 6, so we're going to be going over quite a bit of these. How do you move 20 million people? There's a bandwidth issue. Are they going to use cattle car? Yeah, Aiko, they're going to be using buses. They're going to be using planes. They're going to be doing all sorts of things, and I don't approve of this, by the way. I'm talking about it as if it sounds like I do. I don't. We are going back to the 1940s with the Japanese. Private prisons are going to benefit the most from this. The problem is that they're going to be trying to deporting these people to countries that may not even take them. So how do you get around that? How do you send, I don't know, 5 million people to a country that's hey, we don't want them? What are you going to do? Drop them off at the doorstep? The only way to get around Posse Comitatus is to have them sworn in as temporary deputies to the U.S. Marshal Service. Then they can act within that authority. Yeah, and even then, I'm not really worried so much about that issue as much as them using state and local authorities to do it. That immigrants, who's going to do our crops? Who's going to do our fields? Nobody American is going to do it. I've seen the. Yeah. So here's the issue. The bigger issue with this is you pair the mass deportations with tariffs, guys. Y'all don't realize how much the prices of products are about to go through the roof. Okay, many companies are already preparing for these price hikes because you're going to have a shortage of labor. Okay, you're going to have to fill those labors with more expensive labor. And then, you're going to have tariffs through the roof being imported. It's going to be terrible. Deportation, federal authority, not state, local authority. That's why it would have to be Marshal Service. Well, that's the thing though, Wes. The question is I guess I could see that. Where, like, in other words, what you're saying is that state and local authorities could make the initial arrest, but then they would still need to have federal authorities to come and apprehend them. I think that's what would end up happening. Is what you would end up happening is state and local authorities to go through and serve the warrants, whatever it would be. I'm just assuming this is how this would be. They would end up doing some kind of a warrant or something like that. They would then end up doing a warrant seizure or a search or whatever, and going into these homes, taking these individuals into custody, and then in custody, they would then have to be handed over to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So that's kind of the other reason why when we see, for example, some of the crime statistics that we've seen going out. Exactly, Wes. Exactly. So this is the issue, is what you would end up having is, without having those officials to deport these people or detain these people, you would have a backlog in these prison systems, in these jails. And so what they would end up having to do is end up having to send some of these people off to a private facility, more than likely. And I don't know how that would work in terms of legality and things like that. But I wanted to talk about this video before I get too deep into the weeds of the mass deportations. Jon Stewart urges Democrats to ditch the rule following and take a page from the Republican playbook. Start exploiting loopholes. And we'll watch this video real quick.
Resistance to Trump's agenda don't seem to understand who they're dealing with.
Senator Elizabeth Warren accusing President-elect Donald Trump's transition team of breaking the law, as there are reports it missed a deadline to file a required ethics pledge.
Hear ye, Hitler missed a reporting deadline. The war is over. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Republicans are playing chess and the Democrats are in the nurse's office because they glued their balls to their thigh. That is what is happening. The election that we just had was a repudiation of the status quo.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about this, is that Republicans play by a whole different set of rules than Democrats do. That was kind of the gist of that video. It's hysterical to me. Yeah, Mark, you got a lot to say. And photo ops and make no impact, and then flex. Yeah. So let's dive into this. Let's start with Pete Hegseth. All right. Let's do some looking into Pete Hegseth's background and why we think Pete Hegseth may be a better person. Bro, no way you can say with a straight face that Trump admin looks bad. You a fool? Tell me why I'm a fool. I'll debate anyone on that. Why am I a fool? Which one of these do you think that every single one of these are qualified then? Do you think Pete Hegseth is? Do you think Matt Gaetz is? Do you think RFK Jr. is? At least those are the ones I'm most prominent, not most knowledgeable on, so to speak. But Vivek is not a great pick. Okay, then. So this looks pretty bad then. And even then, even Elon Musk and Vivek Ramsey in here creating, which I think is hilarious, that the Department of Government Efficiency, of course, is the meme going around, but it's true. You need 2 people in the Department of Government Efficiency. Hegseth is qualified. How is Hegseth qualified, Wes, dude? Vivek doesn't have an actual cabinet position, though. So, yeah, I mean, that's fair. But the idea is, did I put Trump cabinet looks bad, or did I put Trump's admin looks bad? I put Trump's administration is looking terrible. So that would hold. But yeah, this is like some weird made up department or whatever. Tulsi liberals wanted to vote for her. Is she not a great pick? Come debate me on Discord. Bro, hold on. Wait. So Tulsi is, so pick what? Bro, you're flying off at like 100 miles an hour. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to read your stuff. Why do you think Tulsi Gabbard is a better is the best candidate for director of national intel? To be fair, I haven't looked too much into it. Yeah, you're firing off like 5 chat. I haven't been able to follow up with it. Why do you think Tulsi Gabbard is a better pick? To be fair, I haven't looked all into Tulsi Gabbard's background, but I don't think her background fits from service level. You know, Vase? Okay. Come into Discord if you want. Let me go ahead and send you my Discord link. You have to send me your Discord. I mean, if you want to argue on Tulsi, that wasn't who I named, but we could certainly talk about Tulsi and talk about some of these other cabinet picks. Let's see. You drop. There's the Discord link. Feel free to jump in and we can talk about it then. I was always brought up to be a leader by experience. These people have no experience. All right, man. I'm going to get into the Doghouse Show live. You can jump in there. Let me go ahead and switch over my cam real quick. Just go into the debate room. Be able to accept the rules and stuff. All right, I think we're set up pretty good here, actually. Like I said, I'm not too familiar with Tulsi Gabbard. We can certainly break it down with what we can, with what we have. Meanwhile, I'll look these up real quick. Wait for him to come in there. Let's see. All right. Let's see. While we're at it, while we're waiting on him. Oh, there is. Monar's in here. Okay. I remember when Tulsi was running for Dem president, the leftists knew. I knew we're all like, she's going to be a Republican or Fox News host in a few years. Yeah, pretty much. She kind of had that vibe, right? All right, we're going to bring Manara in here, and we're going to talk about this stuff real quick. Oops. What's up, buddy?
Yo, can you hear me?
I sure can. How's your
What's
day
up,
going?
brother? How are you? Nice to have you here. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, right now, my current stance is just based on the surface level of what I've seen from all of these candidates. There's probably a few that I think are qualified, that I think would be fine. I think there's a few that, in terms of their policies, I'm not too favorable to, which would be like Stephen Miller and Tom Homan, for example. And then as far as Tulsi Gabbard goes, I have a few issues with her and Matt Gaetz. Would I sit here and say I'm an expert on Tulsi Gabbard's background? No. But I do think that based on seeing the fact that, for example, they're not doing an FBI background check on her, I think is pretty alarming, and considering that she's going to be the director of national intelligence. So what's your stance on Tulsi Gabbard, particularly that you like about her being the director of national intelligence, that you think would make her qualified for that position?
So I guess what we should hit on, and I'll talk about that a little bit, but I think to just clarify, I think what we should hit on is this difference between us that for some reason, even though in my opinion, a lot of these picks that Trump has announced are incredible in terms of public perception and opinion and acceptance. They are beloved by the people like Elon Musk. I'll give you an example, like Vivek. Tulsi, she was a champion. I'm surprised you're here talking about liberal values and trying to champion them, and you don't know the champion of the anti-war movement, which is Tulsi Gabbard, whatever you want to call her.
Right.
So my question is, you have to either be very uninformed for you to actually have the stance to say that this is a non-populist, bad, horrible administration, because this is literally basically what Bernie Sanders would have put in. Would have been a Bernie Sanders dream, this administration. You see what I mean? The people that voted for Bernie Sanders would have been dreaming for Tulsi Gabbard to be with a populist like Elon Musk.
Do you think he would have put in somebody like Stephen Miller and Tom Homan?
So Stephen Miller, the thing about these guys, he trusts them. So they're businessmen. They're going to get the job done. I don't care about their values, but what I'm trying to talk about, if you're going to act like you're a champion for anti-war voices, and you want those to be
what qualifications can you list out, like what kind of like policies, what kind of like experience?
Weird to me that, like, for example, any liberal in the world that would vote for Bernie was the same liberal that was going to vote for Tulsi Gabbard in 2020.
What?
This is do you not understand that she was she was able to beat Kamala, she was able to beat a lot,
but she wasn't able to beat Trump. But this is what I'm curious about. So here's what I want to ask. What policies specifically with Tulsi Gabbard, or what experience does she have to make her the prime person for the director of national intelligence? Do you have any?
The problem about Tulsi Gabbard is when you get into talking to her, you are very wrong if you believe that she's not qualified. She's been in the military for, I believe, over 20 years. She's fought in big wars. She's been in deep sea. She's already been accepted to take these big defense security. What do you call them when you go to meetings? Clearance meetings and information. So she's already
has she been? Because the last time I checked
into that world, she's very, very into that world.
Last time I checked, they haven't done
She
the
was a big Democrat. She actually had to retire from the Democratic Party because they screwed her. It's kind of like what Robert F. Kennedy did. And by the way, let's talk about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as well. Are you kidding me? You're gonna say that these people are
RFK
bad
Jr.?
people, horrible people? These
Yeah,
are the dream. This is a dream team.
you
Are
do.
you
You
kidding?
wait. Okay, I feel like you're messing with me here. So RFK Jr., you do know that he ended up going to, what was it? I forgot which country that was, but that small little island or whatever it was, and ended up they had like a mass pandemic of, what was it? Malaria or whatever. West CS Samoa. Thank you, Wes. Samoa. You do know about that one, right?
No, I don't know what you were talking about.
Okay, so of course, so RFK Jr. ended up, there was a breakout of was it measles? Yeah, measles in Samoa. And due to that, they ended up coming out with like some kind of vaccine or something like that. And RFK Jr. was staunchly against them, went out, did a campaign on it and everything. And it ended up bringing measles back. So, summary of that to Samoa. You're aware of that, right?
So what's the argument here? Can you clear
The argument is that he is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Again, just like Tulsi Gabbard, you're not able to give me really most of her qualifications other than that she served in the military.
Can I make an assumption, because it seems like you're making a lot of assumptions. Let's make an assumption that he was kind of he felt like he's the middleman. He's the only one standing between him and those vaccines, for example. And so he thought maybe he has a little bit more scrutiny, that he was placed upon him, more responsibility. So he chose, hey, can we put off? Because I feel like the testing that's already been done is not enough. And there might be
okay. Hold on. We're not. I don't want to.
Negative. Now, what if that's a possibility? Are you going to say that now is it could be a positive thing that he
but you haven't. You're not answering any of my main questions. The argument here is whether or not these people are qualified or not qualified.
Making a story,
and so, but
we're all making stories here.
Well, no, I'm asking you, what qualifications does RFK Jr. have to be Secretary of Health and Human Services?
What qualifications does the current secretary have?
Who's the current secretary? Who is the current Secretary of Health and Human Services?
A trans woman.
What's their name?
First trans woman to be a health secretary.
So, first of all, I believe you're talking about. Let me look this up. I'll show you. I'll give you her qualifications.
I bet you he has more qualifications. Let's actually challenge that. That's your argument. Your argument.
All right, we're not going to do this. Not doing this today. I'm not going to do this whole like misgendering crap and everything else. Not happening. Not today. So, anyways, I knew this is where I was going to go. You don't want to answer my question. When you're able to answer my questions, you can then come back. But I've been asking you, and you made the claim. Matter of fact, I can go back to the chat logs here. So Tulsi is horrible to pick. What a joke. Where is it here? Hegseth is qualified. Tulsi's liberal wanted to vote for her and everything else. You made the claim that they're qualified. And I asked you to provide a thing. Provide their qualifications. You're not provided those qualifications. So, how does he not understand? Personally, I don't think our Secretary of HHS should have a history of reviving disease from. Yeah, exactly. Manar, I'm gonna go into a few more things of these. All right, Manar, I'm gonna bring you in, but don't do it again. Don't do this whole misgendering crap just to try to prove a point and be like conservative. I'll bring you back in one time. Okay, we're not gonna go down this route of like trying to prove a point about like transgenderism and things like that. We're not gonna do that. We're not doing all this. But hold on one second. Let me pull up the Secretary of Health and Human Services real quick, so I can show you their qualifications because you still have not provided those. So one second. Well, yeah. So they got. All right, Manar, I brought you back in. Don't do that thing about the misidentifying, misgendering stuff. All that not going to happen. So first of all, the Secretary of Health and Human Services right now is Xavier Becerra. Rachel Levine is the Assistant Secretary for Health and Human Services. And so, first of all, Rachel Levine, we can look at their qualifications. Let's see. After being nominated. Okay, so look at this. After graduating from Harvard College, let me pull this up on the web so people can see this. After graduating from Harvard College and Tulane University School of Medicine Admiral Levine completed her training in pediatrics and adolescent medicine at the Mount Sinai Medical Center in New York City. As a physician, she focused on the intersection between mental and physical health, treating children, adolescents, and young adults. Admiral Levine was a professor of pediatrics and psychiatry at the Penn State College of Medicine. Her previous posts included... Are you speaking right now, Bernard? I couldn't hear you. Oh, okay. I saw the light lit up, so I wasn't sure you were speaking. In 2015, Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolf nominated Admiral Levine, blah, 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 blah. So basically, and look at this. As a member of the National Academy of Medicine and a fellow of the American Academy of Pediatrics, what qualifications matches this to RFK Jr.?
So the qualifications, they graduated from Harvard, did you say?
You completely... No. That's not the only qualification. Although that is a great qualification, it is not the one that makes you all of a sudden qualified.
If you want to start naming them, then I can start naming them. For example, RFK Jr. was one of the only people that was able to win major lawsuits against food companies that were poisoning our foods, like Monsanto, and he was one of the only people.
So do you think
he was established? He was actually very, very prestigious college graduate, very high in his class. I think it was Harvard or Preston.
So you're telling me that a lawyer who will hire, who, by the way, let's be very clear here, a lawyer has to then bring in, you know how lawsuits and things of that nature work, right? They end up hiring professionals to come in and give depositions as to certain topics. Okay. Or if they have a criminal case, they'll bring them in to usually provide their expert opinion on what may or may not have happened to that individual. So just because a lawyer won a lawsuit means nothing to their credibility
Yeah. I think there's something undermining here. I don't think you actually care about his qualifications because RFK Jr. is one of the most qualified people.
I don't think, respectfully, I don't think you do because you have not provided me what qualifications.
I mean, it's astounding to me that you don't even know anything about RFK Jr. He was a presidential candidate. Tulsi Gabbard was a presidential candidate. It sounds like this is the first time you've ever heard about them. You're going to tell me I'm uninformed about this. The thing is, I think you're either unserious or you're lying to the people because either
what am I lying about? I've brought you back in under good faith. These are populist
fix.
This is it. I'm gonna let you go, but I'm not gonna let you go very long.
The liberals. You liberals were championing these people.
Us liberals, we're not championing these people, to be very clear. Second of all, you have still not provided what qualifications.
He's the only person. Does the qualification matter when he's
the
only person?
Yes, it does. When you have RFK Jr.
Let me finish, please. Doesn't matter when he's...
First of all, this is my show. I will mute you. First of all, it does matter what their qualifications are. I don't want somebody put in place because they shook Donald Trump's hand and all of a sudden now gets a gift. I don't want that to be the Secretary of Health and Human Services. I would love to see that they are a doctor.
Sure, this is his job. He's been suing food corruptors and companies.
You do realize a lawyer is not a doctor, right? You do realize that, right?
He's a lawyer, but he's prestige. He has a big team. He's been doing this for years.
Okay.
My question. This is why you're either uninformed, which I'll give it to you.
How am I uninformed? You're the one who's not telling me.
I have a problem.
What am I lying about? Tell me what I'm lying about.
That you're acting like you're pissed about this administration, even though it's one of the best administrations that you can create in history.
You can't even name why it's the best administration other than it's a populist movement. That's all you're telling me.
Bro, do you understand that the liberals wanted Tulsi Gabbard to be president?
You keep going back to the same talking point. You still have not provided one single qualification that RFK Jr. other than he won lawsuits. That doesn't tell me nothing.
Qualifications. You don't care.
Yes, I do. When it comes to the Secretary of Health and Human Services, who then will influence the policies of what vaccines get administered to my children, absolutely, I care about what the Secretary of Health and Human Services qualifications are. I don't want them spouting off things that harm the children of America.
Well, what qualifications does Trump even have to be president? And he's done an amazing job, and the people wanted him again.
I don't.
The idea that qualifications.
If you're asking me that there's uneducated voters that voted for Donald Trump, absolutely. I'm not afraid to sit there and say that.
Okay, what indicator of qualification is enough for you? Because if it's college, he's prestige college. If it's work,
You're missing. No, I already said it.
in the
All right,
administration, and he knows their
let's reset.
policies.
Let's reset for a second. Let's reset for just a quick second.
What is enough
You pick.
qualifications for you? Because I'm not understanding this word.
It's very, very simple. It's very, very simple. Okay. First of all, I would say at bare minimum, bare minimum, they would have to graduated with a degree in medicine. That would be the bare minimum. Now, I would prefer to see that they were a practicing physician who has a lengthy record of maybe some medical journals, things of that nature. That would be preferable. I would love to see that. That would make them even more qualified, which Rachel Levine ended up having all of those qualifications. So far, all you've listed out to me with RFK Jr. is that he won a lawsuit. That's cool. Where did he graduate from? He graduated from Harvard or whatever the place he graduated from. Cool. That doesn't tell me what degree.
From Harvard and
what
then
was his degree in?
University of Virginia School of Law.
School of Law, not medicine.
And then he
right?
became an environmental defense lawyer, basically.
Got it. So he's not practiced medicine at all.
No, man, but Trump has never been a politician, and look at him, he became a president. So the idea that you have to have.
So we're just gonna gamble. You want to gamble? We're just going to gamble the health of our country then? Is that what you want to do?
It's clear as this guy is very informed about this. He's a health environmental lawyer. That means he's very informed about this law. He has a strong team behind him. He's graduated from a strong school. He's actually...
Do you not think there's other people out there that are more qualified?
Can I finish, please? He has a track record of fighting for the right issues and after the wrong companies. So this is amazing. Like, you can look at his track record, you can look at his schooling. I'm trying to understand what other qualification. Let's say he doesn't have a medical degree, but everything else is amazing. That's
no.
It.
I don't think we should have any. I already said. Bare minimum. They have to have a medical degree. If they don't have a medical degree, they should not be in the Secretary of Health and Human Services. No, not at all. They should at least be a minimum of a medical degree. Minimum. And that's really, really bare minimum. So the fact that he's a lawyer, he could be. Look, I'm going to steel man your position. You ready for this, Manar? I'm going to steel man your position. I think that RFK Jr. has a spot in this administration that is far better than the Secretary of Health and Human Services. You ready for this? I think he'd be far better in the EPA administration. That at least makes sense.
No. I think he's perfect here because, for example...
You think he's perfect here? You just told me he's an environmental lawyer.
Let me finish, please. A doctor is great at treating patient and at bedside manners and bedside.
Is RFK Jr. a doctor?
RFK Jr. is a lawyer, so he's better at and he has a track record of reading environmental law and studying it. That means
do you think he can read a medical chart?
Let me finish, please. He's going to be much better than a doctor at interpreting and reading these laws, and then he can maybe get consultations from doctors, but these doctors wouldn't understand anything that has to do with law and making law. You can't put a doctor there to make laws. I don't even think that the current person is actually a doctor, because you need to have actually some kind of ability to understand and read laws and have a degree in that.
Do you think if I handed RFK Jr. a medical chart that he'd be able to decipher what's going on with the patient?
I just don't understand. Do you understand what the position is? Like, why does he have to know that?
Yes, it's the Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Do you understand that you knowing how to read a chart doesn't mean you become a proficient at making laws and reading law? Maybe you need somebody that's actually a lawyer.
So we should put lawyers in
medical law to be.
Wait, a lawyer in medical law? I thought it was environmental services. Thought that was his profession.
Environmental law, health law, yeah.
Health law? Wait, hold on. I'm almost positive that's not true. And you told me I was lying. Let me double check. RFK Jr. health law. Let me see. Maybe I'm wrong. What's to know about RFK Jr.'s view on health policy? I don't see anything in here that suggests that. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see any of that. I know that he practiced environmental law.
Show us what you're looking at. Nobody knows what you're looking at.
All right, I'm searching it. Let me see. I'll pull it up here on solo source. Here, RFK Jr. Law practice.
I'm looking at his Wikipedia. It says here, environmental lawyer.
Okay then. Thank you. He's not a health lawyer. He's an environmental lawyer.
Yeah, but okay, so what?
So he's going to be in charge of the Secretary of Health and Human Services. What do you not understand? That word is in the second.
Let me finish, please. Okay, let me respond to you then. Let me respond to you. Can you just sit down, relax for a second?
I'm listening.
Let's regain the composure and understand what we're even trying to argue. We're trying to understand the qualifications of RFK Jr. to be able to create a new law, right? That
he is going to be heading the Secretary of Health and Human
the
Services.
health of the American people, and the health administration, basically. Okay. So if is it actually more necessary that he should be a doctor so he can actually write these new laws, or is it more necessary that he's actually understanding of the law? Because, for example, a doctor still needs a lawyer when he goes to the courtroom, even though he's a genius maybe in the surgery room. But when it comes to the courtroom, he still needs somebody to represent him that's more knowledgeable than him. So think about it like that. Think about it that the doctor is the consultant, and then RFK Jr. is so informed on it. He has such a strong track record. He's done it. He's won big lawsuits against major corruptors of food. So he understands the law. He understands how to win lawsuits. Think about it. He's the one leading the charge here, whereas the doctor is the consultant, because he needs a lawyer to speak on his behalf because he doesn't have full knowledge about the law. Or, he's great in the surgery room, but he's going to lose every ability to create a new bill or law because he doesn't understand what he's doing. You understand? Anyways, the doctor is going to have to find RFK Jr. to write him the laws. Do you understand me? So instead, why not just put him up there?
Because I'd rather switch that around. I'd rather have the doctor leading.
Actually, why? Okay, explain that a little bit.
Because I'd rather have a doctor who has practiced for several years leading the Secretary of Health and Human Services and then going to the lawyer to advise him of how they should write laws, not the other way around. Because the Secretary of the Health and Human Services should know health and human services. It's not hard. He doesn't know. He's a lawyer. Are you telling me? Let me put it this way. Would I rather have a lawyer come in and treat me or a doctor come in and treat me? It's very simple. I'd rather have a doctor come in and treat me, right?
Okay, would you rather a doctor in the courtroom when it comes to going to jail, or do you need a lawyer in the courtroom when it comes to...
I would rather... look, I already told you.
The thing about it is you're thinking about it as he's going to be the top doctor. No, he's going to be
the
top guy
creating
laws.
He's going to be the top doctor. That's what the Secretary of Health and Human Services is. He's the top dog.
It's about writing laws. Everyone has to have some kind of credential and ability.
So should we put a lawyer in at every single position across the? So you're telling me then we should have a lawyer for the energy secretary. We should have a lawyer for the press secretary. We should have a lawyer for the FCC chair. We should have a lawyer for the UN ambassador. A lawyer for the
That's basically your whole Senate. Literally everyone in the Senate is a lawyer.
No, not everyone in the Senate is a lawyer. And actually, no, and these are not even equivocal. I would sit there and say that the Secretary of Health and Human Services is far different than having congressional. The Secretary of Health and Human Services is going to be advising Donald Trump. They're going to be going to Congress and advocating for certain laws, sure, but that doesn't change the fact that I would rather have someone who's knowledgeable about the topic than going in and just sitting there and making up bullshit. Excuse my language, but that's what I'm saying.
Man, but in the Senate, you don't hire the doctor to go to become a senator. You hire the law professor
in Congress
is consulting the doctor to be in the Senate.
I understand, but are you telling me then that there's no other person that's more qualified than RFK Jr. in this entire country? Is that what you're telling me? Is
okay,
that
we're
out of options and the only option is to put the lawyer in there?
That wasn't the argument I was trying to clear. If that was the argument, I would have argued that something else. The argument was, does he have the qualifications? And you would have to be, excuse my language, I won't even say it. You would have to be something really, and you know what it is, because how else can you deny it? Because he has the qualifications. Look at his history, Harvard educated.
All right, so I think I see what we're arguing here. We're on different levels here. Okay, you're arguing. No, hold on, because this is where kind of Alley Cat was right. Okay, that qualifications are subjective, because you're arguing from the viewpoint that a lawyer is sufficient enough to head essentially any department for the Trump administration. You don't care whether or not they have the qualifications that they are going to be overseeing all those people within that department. You just care that they are going to be able to go to Congress and make these laws. And if that's your case, then so be it. But that is a terrible, terrible qualification. I would sit there and say that if you are Go ahead.
Can you remember what RFK? Do you remember that RFK Jr. was a presidential candidate who was actually ran and actually got votes and was actually pushed out of the debate? He actually had enough votes to get to the. He was popular. People wanted him. So all he's doing is he's enacting his policies. This is why I'm surprised that you're sad, because people that wanted change
Yes,
were gonna
because
vote for him.
the reason why is because when he is heading the Secretary of Health and Human Services and does not just advise Congress, but also changes departmental policy infecting the health of our children, the health of America, yes, I have a problem with him being the head of that department. He oversees the FDA, for example.
But it
So,
doesn't
yes.
matter. It doesn't make sense because we already explained your problem was qualification. We already defined
still
that he has enough qualification.
no,
Now we
he
have a
does not have
different problem.
qualifications.
Now we have to dive
He
into
does
that
not
a
have the
little bit. Are you
qualifications.
racist? Do you not like his voice?
Why would I be racist? First of all, never mind. Anyways, look, we're going in circles. I just don't think that RFK Jr. is qualified. I already told you what my qualifications would be. He should be at minimum.
Doctor, anything else?
I didn't say.
else?
Well, that's not what I said. That's not what I said, was it?
You just said a doctor. Literally,
I
that's
said
the only thing I can figure out.
I preferred, if you were listening, that I said that I would prefer them to be a doctor who had practiced for several years. That'd be preferential. But I said at bare minimum, bare minimum, they would have to have a medical degree, in which case RFK Jr. does not even cross my minimum threshold for that. That was what I said. Word for word, you can take it back, look at the VOD. That was exactly what I said. So,
okay. Anything else besides that degree?
Anything else besides that? I said that's the bare minimum. As far as what I would prefer, I already said that I wish they would have.
Can you give him some leeway? Can you just give him some leeway?
No,
bit,
no, not giving him leeway. I know you want to. I know you're gonna say pretty please, but I'm gonna say no.
Surprised, like, are you a brand new liberal? Like, were you ex-conservative?
No,
people were really happy about Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. Like you have to understand, there's a big shift in the Democratic Party. You saw it, right? Basically, Tulsi Gabbard was actually. I think she was the head.
If they took
head of the DNC, she was actually head of the DNC, and she resigned her
Hold
position
on.
because she saw that they were doing a lot of collusion. And so now she's a Republican. Can you believe that? And now she's actually in the Republican
She served
There's
as
a huge shift.
She served as vice chair of the Democrat National Committee from 2013 to 16, but then and then resigned from the position to endorse Bernie from the 2016 presidential nomination. In 2017, Gabbard expressed skepticism about some of the military actions against Syria. In her 2020 campaign, she highlighted broad opposition to military interventionism. In 2020, she, I believe, hold on.
She's an anti-war candidate.
Yes, I'm aware. I'm not saying
I'm surprised you're saying she's horrible. Like, that doesn't make sense. And you put her picture there next to these Stephen Miller. I don't know anything about Stephen Miller.
Well, don't you think we should? That's what first of all, that's what we were going to dive into, and we're still going to. We still got plenty of time. We're going to dive into all of these characters and some of their background and why I think they're wholly unqualified or wholly qualified. Admittedly, like I said, with Tulsi Gabbard, I still got a little bit more to look into. Most of these candidates I've looked into from a surface level position, not really so like deep dive into their history and everything else. And that's kind of one of the things I want to do over the next couple of days is start diving into some of these people. But specifically with RFK Jr., from what little research we've done so far, not really impressed by her. So, but anyways, but as far as Stephen Miller goes, yeah, I know enough about this guy, seen some of the rallies that he's done, seen some of his positions.
Stephen Miller. Since you're stronger at me there, let's go there.
Yeah. So what about him?
Like, I don't know. Why don't you like him? You're the one that's
why I don't like Stephen Miller is more so to do with the rhetoric and more so to do with some of the policy positions that he's going to be putting into the Trump administration. So when we look at Stephen Miller, he wants to do, for example, things like mass deportation. He does this thing where he's a little bit more on the abrasive side with that. Those are just a few of those things. Tom Homan echoed some of those sentiments from Stephen Miller. So that's where I would say is that I have an issue with. It's just that more so to do with the rhetoric, but as far as him being the White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, I would say it tracks that would be a good position for him. But again, my position isn't necessarily that every single one of these Trump admins are unqualified. The title of the stream is that the Trump administration is terrible. And that is why it's terrible because of the policy positions in which Stephen Miller advocates for.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Just before we dive into this, I want to know if you're actually consistent when the Biden administration was basically adding in people that you believe were not qualified, were you getting informed about that and yelling your name out loud, or is this something brand new that started like brand new? You just started streaming. I just
Yeah,
wanted to know.
no, I got you. So I'll give you a little bit of my background for everybody in chat and as well as you. This is a good spot to actually do this. I actually started streaming technically like 7 years ago, but that streaming was more video game focused, and then I shifted over to politics in 2019. I then ended up streaming for probably about a year or two from there on Twitch and things like that, and then I ended up taking a break. I'd come in intermittently on panels, things like that, and I've only recently, probably over the past 4 months, dove heavier into streaming, and now I'm unemployed, and so now I'm streaming essentially full time. But as far as my information on politics, I've been informed of politics for probably the past 5 years. As far as Biden's administration, hey, look, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. It's been freaking boring, and I'm glad we had some normalcy for 4 years. There's been some kind of crazy stuff that happened at the beginning with Trump and his followers, but after that, I didn't really pay too much attention to it, no, because I didn't really care too much about his administration. I think there were some things that he did that I was not in favor of. For example, I've mentioned this on stream before, but if you look at some of his legislation that he had in the American Rescue Plan, I think it was in January of 2021, I was not a big fan of that. I don't think that really was necessary. I think our economy was overheated at that time, but I'll give credit where credit's due. I think that he brought our economy back from the brink of disaster. So for that, I think I give him kudos. But again, the perception, and I'm going way off tangent from the Trump picks. I think the perception.
My question is, let me give you an example. Let's say, for example, like when Pete Buttigieg was announced the Secretary of Treasury, Transportation. Sorry.
Sure.
Did you have that same scrutiny and start calling that whole, or is this like another kind of, oh, I don't really like Trump, and look already, I was like, look how right I am already. This is bad.
I mean, I didn't really.
Are you under, like, do you know that Pete Buttigieg, for example, has no actual idea and or information or history or any qualifications to be the Secretary of Transportation? He was just thrown in there.
Well, so did you? Okay, so I'm pulling up Secretary Pete Buttigieg since we're on the topic of him. The secretary had this is right here. His focus as secretary is to deliver the world's leading transportation system for the American people and economy. The secretary has also focused on intervening to support American supply chains, dealing with shockwaves from the pandemic, including measures to help to cut the support. Where is it here? He also served for 7 years as an officer in the U.S.
Navy. That William Burns, for example, ex-CIA, and he's in the Biden administration, ex-CIA actual director. Indirectly in the Biden administration, affecting it. He's the cabinet. He's the director of Central Intelligence. Well, he is now the director of Central Intelligence, but basically they're all intertwined with one another. Do you understand that they're all like William Burns has a big history.
You shifted from Pete Buttigieg to William Burns.
I'm going through his cabinet one by one, and it seems like they're really not that qualified.
All right, well let's do this. I'm fine with doing this. I know we're pivoting a little bit away from the Trump administration, but I'm completely fine going into the Biden administration and seeing what they're qualified for. So William Burns is the director of CIA, early life, which CIA, I would say you probably have to have some kind of an intelligence background or maybe worked in the military at some point. I think that's pretty militaristic.
He was just ex-ambassador.
Well, hold on, I'm looking here. Early life and education. Look at this. He was born at Fort Liberty. He is the son of Cassidy and Burns, who was a United States Army Major General, Deputy Secretary. In addition, Burns attended Trinity High School in Pennsylvania. He was awarded a Marshall Scholarship to study at the University of Oxford, becoming a Marshall Scholar. Let's see, blah, 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 blah. Burns entered the Foreign Service in 1982 and served as Deputy Secretary of State from 2011 to 2014. He had served as Secretary of Political Affairs. He was Ambassador to Russia from 5 to 8, Secretary of Near Eastern Affairs from 1 to 5, and Ambassador to Jordan from 8 to 1. He had also been Executive Secretary of the State Department. Burns was nominated George Bush and confirmed by the Senate as a career ambassador, the highest rank in the U.S. Foreign Service.
It's just surprising to me. None of these people actually kind of, very few. Pete Buttigieg literally doesn't even have a single case of him being the director of.
Wait, so hold on. Wait, we're pivoting again. I'm still on William Burns. Okay. What qualifications do you think that William Burns doesn't have? What do you think? I mean, like, yeah, I would like to see if he had an intelligence background. He doesn't. That's fair. But at the same time, I'm looking at it here. It seems like he had done a ton of foreign service, which I think is also fair to have as well. So what qualifications do you think is lacking from William Burns to be this?
I was actually gonna say William Burns, literally a CIA officer, and it turns out he's the director. So that I was about to say.
Okay.
Look, in his administration, he has spooks, but turns out he's literally the director. So I already knew that he was actually a spook.
Yeah. I mean, look. So here's the thing: is
but,
when I'm
but anyways, you can't actually you can't actually deny that a lot of the people in this administration seem to have been kind of layovers or just
layovers?
Special interests. Yeah.
Special interest. Yeah. These. You talking about Biden or you talking about Trump?
Biden.
You give me an example.
Trump. These people are populist. Trump. These people are literally populist. Okay, let me give you an example. Miguel Cardona. His job was he was a Israeli teacher, a teacher of an Israeli elementary school. Then he became the principal, sorry, of that school.
Who are we talking about again? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What was that?
He's the director of education, Miguel Cardona.
Director of education.
Secretary of education. Secretary. Of education.
All right, hold on. Is this again Biden or where are we at here?
No, Biden. This is Biden. He just was a teacher in an Israeli school. Okay. And then he became a principal, and now he's the Secretary of Education. I'm sorry, are you kidding me? All his experience were teaching that single, conglomerate of students, and now he's the Secretary of Education for the whole education.
Yes, I think someone who taught education should be the Secretary of Education.
But this guy didn't teach in a public school or public setting. He's not like a public teacher that rose up the ranks. This guy's a special chartered school.
You're looking for every reason to criticize the Biden administration pick, and all you're doing is proving why they are qualified.
I'm just showing you that these people seem to have special interests, and I don't know. Did you have the same scrutiny when you saw them?
Hold on. At the beginning of his tenure, Secretary led the nation's effort to safely reopen schools. Percentage of schools open went from 45 to nearly. Secretary continues to highlight the urgency of the 4 pillars. Prior to becoming U.S. Secretary, here we go. Served as the Commissioner of Education in Connecticut. Oh, you left this part out. He was the Commissioner of Education in Connecticut, where he led safe school reopening efforts. Blah blah blah. Secretary controls approach to leadership in Connecticut. Has over 2 decades of experience as a public school educator. You just lied. It's right here, black and white. Secretary Cardona has over 2 decades of experience as a public school educator from Meriden, Connecticut, the same school system he attended as a child. He began his career as an elementary school teacher and went on to serve as an elementary school principal.
Well, on literally on his Wikipedia, it says Israeli school.
Well,
all I said was the Israeli school.
Well, the one I'm looking at here, it says a public school educator.
Show me the link.
Yeah, here, I'll put it in the chat. This is from the...
send it in the Discord chat. Because I literally just looked up his name on Wikipedia.
I'll put it right here. Send it in the chat.
Like, I'm not understanding, like, it seems like the Department of Education has been, the head of it in Trump, it was a teacher also. So you don't have an issue with that,
Trump was a teacher? Where at? Trump you?
No, the head that Trump put in. For the Department of Education for his cabinet, you don't have a problem with that, right? Because this is the same credentials, if not. The other guy has more.
I don't think he's named the Department of Education, has he? I don't think he has. No. Wait. I just caught you.
Secretary of Education.
Hold on. You said you're pretty. All right. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Trump, Department of Education. Let's see. Nominee.
Look at that. Cardona began his career as a 4th grade teacher at Israel Putnam Elementary School. I don't know if that's it probably seems like a very private school, Israel Putnam.
Well,
a school called Israel Putnam in America. Okay.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, there's schools named for like presidents and things like that as well. But those are, I mean, still. Let me see here. It doesn't say. He's not nominated anybody. You just made an affirmative claim saying that he did, that his Department of Education pick was qualified, but he hasn't picked his Department of Education secretary yet. Right now, we can look at some of the ones that, and we'll do this more for chat than anything. He says, who may be on the short list for education secretary? We'll start with
former education secretary.
Former education secretary. So Betsy DeVos. Yeah, I think Betsy DeVos might have been qualified, but I think she was let go, wasn't she?
So you don't have a problem with that.
I don't think Betsy DeVos was. I think, if I'm not mistaken, she was an educator, and I don't think she was terrible. But I think they.
So which specific person, or is it just Stephen Miller and everybody? Because you have a picture.
Okay,
of
so hold on.
everybody in there.
Yeah. So
and we went through RFK Jr. He's qualified. We went through. We're gonna go through everyone, and they're gonna have the same qualifications.
Well, hold on. Hold on. I've got a little bit of disagreement in chat right now with Wes saying that she was not qualified. I'm gonna look at her real quick. Let's see. Political activity.
All your guy was the principal. You don't think she was a principal of the school?
Oh, I don't know. That's why I'm looking at it right now. I don't think. I mean, I thought she was. That's why I said. DeVets is a chairwoman, probably held operating group. Oh, that's right. Here it is. So she was not. I am mistaken. She was not in education. Was educated at Holland Christian High School. Grew up as a member of the Christian Reformed Church in North America. She's a member of the Elder, blah, blah, blah. So she's been, she's pretty much been a career politician, from what I can tell. She's not actually been, right here. She's married to former Amway CEO Dick DeVos, her brother Eric Prince, a former U.S. Navy SEAL. Let's see. Is an American politician, philanthropist, philanthropist, and a former government official. So, who served as the Secretary of Education under Trump. So she doesn't even have any background in schooling. Her mom was a teacher, though, right?
What do you mean she doesn't have any background in schooling? She had almost 3 decades. Almost 28 years of education policy and inflicting education policy. You don't think she would start as a teacher? I'll get you some evidence.
Yeah, I'm looking here.
She was an in-school mentor for at-risk children. She was directly in public schools for 15 years.
Hold on, let me look at Betsy DeVos's background here. What's up, Haley? Welcome in. By the way, real quick, I want to take a moment here. Gromnock, Riptide, I've seen you guys in YouTube chat, and I appreciate it. Draco, I hope you're doing good at your job, buddy. I want to do a few shout-outs. Clan Spray, if you're still here, I hope you guys are still in YouTube chat. I appreciate everybody in here on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, make sure you hit that like, subscribe, notification bell. I will be doing this thing full-time for the next few weeks until I find a job. And this also is a good point for me to take a moment and shill. Real quick, I'm going to do a quick shilling session. Okay, I'm just going to put you on mute for a quick second. If you are following me on Twitch and you want to throw a few subs my way, feel free to. We're trying to hit a sub goal of 20 subs. We will be streaming again, like I said, for the next couple of weeks. But anyways, that was all I wanted to say. Now let's go back to this Betsy DeVos situation. So let me go. Let's see.
So, anyways, my basically my point I'm trying to get to is everybody that you're going to try to attack is going to have qualifications. Maybe, like you said a little bit earlier, let's agree to this. They're subjective qualifications. So maybe we'll never be able to agree. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day,
but the idea that they're not qualified and they're just randos and they're horrible is ridiculous.
No, hold on. Let's be very clear. I think, and I'll reiterate my position.
They're literally all populist. All.
Well, I don't disagree. They can be populist and still be unqualified. It doesn't mean anything. But
they're like trusted. Yeah, but I don't care. I don't know why you care about quality if you trust. Like, for example,
listen.
Let me give you an example. Okay, let me give you an example, Doug House, so you can understand from my perspective.
I think I do.
Junior, he's not a doctor. Okay, he's not qualified, but his whole life he's been fighting for environmental issues. Let's say the other guy against him is a doctor, and he's the one that was able to entice, come up with this formula of fluoride that was undetectable, and he's the one that put it in the water. Is it possible that even though he has those qualifications you're looking for, he's a doctor, that maybe he's a bad pick still because maybe his intentions are bad, maybe his track record is horrible, maybe he's a person that works against your actual agenda? So the idea that it's one thing that he has a degree in something should be your qualifications is
that's not what I said. You're putting words in my mouth again. That is not what I said. I said the bare minimum, the bare minimum that I wouldn't even prefer. And what's up, buddy? The bare minimum that I would prefer is that they have a medical degree. But if they don't, I'm not worried about it. I would prefer, or sorry, I'm overdoing things and my mind got sidetracked. I do hope they have a medical degree. My mind got sidetracked looking at trying to fix the scenes. I do hope they have a medical degree, and I hope on top of that medical degree that they have several years of physician practice, that they've actually practiced as a physician. Even more so, I hope that they've written in medical journals that they know what they're talking about. That is what I think is make a qualified candidate. And again, I've already given you a steel man here, and you've kind of ran away from it. And that is that I think RFK Jr. makes more sense to be the EPA administrator than he does to be the Secretary of Health and Human Services. It makes zero sense why he is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. It makes way more sense that he'd be the EPA administrator, and I think you would agree with that.
Can you get okay? Let's go there a little bit. Can you go a little bit more on that further? Why do you believe he doesn't have the qualifications necessary for the health, like head of the health administration, but you prefer him
EPA?
as, for example, a secretary or like a supporting role, or what else did you mention?
It was EPA administrator.
EPA, what's the difference? Like, so he's like part of one of the departments of the head of the health administration. Is that what you're saying? Like he's basically under the health administration. Is that like a department underneath it? Is that what the EPA is?
Yeah.
No,
so
can I actually answer this one? Because this is kind of why I jumped in here too.
You're good.
So the reason why he would be better at the EPA is the Environmental Protection Agency. And the reason that he would be better there is because while you are saying that a lawyer qualifies him to make laws, his experience with environmental law and with environmentalists would inform him on what those problems are. So I worked in healthcare for a long time, and if we put a lawyer in charge of our healthcare, then they have to go to somebody else and start figuring out the problems. The ideal would be that you put someone in charge of that department who has had that experience, and they go, from my 25 years working in healthcare, I can tell you that one of the major problems that we have is accessibility. And then they would find a lawyer who would help them write that law. Like, you're looking at it the wrong way around. Just because somebody is more familiar with the law doesn't mean they should head that department. It may be useful for them in heading that department. They might know more things about writing that law, but the law should come from a place of experience, not from a place of, oh, I'm a lawyer, so I don't know, I need to make some laws. Let me go ask my general practitioner what they think the problem with healthcare is. Like, no, you want someone who's been an administrator in healthcare for several decades and who knows what the problems are and who knows what they need to get done.
Not
to fix
as
it.
the head,
the lawyer
not
should
as
be
the
an
head
afterthought.
of the HHS. You don't need a doctor as the head of the HHS.
I feel like I'm being trolled here, man. Every time
this is ridiculous. It's like saying, "Oh, I want my doctor to also change my tires." Oh, because doctors are so informed about everything, so they must be amazing at changing tires. Like, okay, he's a doctor, I get it, but that doesn't mean he has to be the top of the food chain. He can't write laws. He can't read the law. He can't interpret procedures and certain you know what I mean, reinterpret certain precedents as fast as a lawyer would. This is ridiculous, that the idea that you want a doctor to be the head of your of a certain department just because he's a doctor and no actual law or actual track record in any practice of law or in implementing any law or winning anything that has to do with any law, when that's going to be his job. He's going to stop being a surgical doctor.
That's not going to be his job, though, actually. Yeah. There are so many aides that are involved in writing the laws and getting them to the House and the Senate, and those are the people who actually do.
So how was RFK Jr. such a successful?
Why are you so
let me respond to that.
No. Why do you always say, let me respond to that and let me finish talking, and you don't let other people finish talking?
Let me respond to that.
Like, that's like, just have a little grace, calm down a little bit, and we can get through this, buddy. All right. So look, they have aides for these things. They don't need to be able to write laws. When they have an idea, someone comes into the HHS and they say, hey, I've been working healthcare for 25 years, and these are the problems that I see. Their aides will go, okay, let's get you some lawyers who can start putting that into law for you. and you work with them to find out if that law is going to accomplish what you need.
If this is
Putting a
true,
lawyer in,
if this is
just
true, how was RFK able to win any lawsuits? Because he's not a lawyer and he doesn't really have any information about health procedures. So how
Because
is he
he
able to actually
hires
determine?
he
Oh,
hi-
no, wait a minute. If he's not a doctor, how is he actually able to
because
lead any of
I
these
can, I can tell you.
lawsuits and win?
I can tell you. It's real simple. This is why I go back to earlier. Lawyers are not expert. They're not medical experts, which is why they hire medical experts to advise them about
Okay.
how this would
We don't
they,
disagree.
no, hold on. What they sit there and say is they, like, let's say, for example, you have somebody that was like killed, okay, and they, I shouldn't have said that word on there, but oh well, dead. Anyways, you have someone that was, being charged with first degree murder. Okay. And they're going in and they're trying to get an expert's opinion. They will hire an advisor to come in, say, hey, this is what I think happened. And then they will bring in under testimony that particular expert, and they will ask certain questions. They're not supposed to be experts in the field of, forensic, whatever it is. That's why they hire those experts. The lawyer is just good at being able to get out those key pieces of information to feed to the jury to win those particular cases. And in some cases, it doesn't even really require a jury. It could just be a settlement that gets done before it even reaches there. So again, I think what's going on here is that you're looking up, not down, because fine, me and you may be able to agree that, okay, a lawyer is good to talk to Congress. Let's just hypothetically say I'm okay with saying that, right? But you're not looking at how the Secretary of Health and Human Services influences people from the top down. He's going to be making head policy decisions. He will be coordinated between Donald Trump and FDA. If there is a policy that the doctor may come in, for example, and we've seen this happen with a couple other people. Before I bring in DZ, I see you in the waiting room, DZ. I'll bring you in just a second. If we look at how Donald Trump has handled some of his advisors, that doctor may come. How do I know that the doctor's going to come to RFK Jr. and say, "Hey, look, RFK, I don't really think this is a good policy. I think we really need to have our children vaccinated and everything else." And then RFK Jr. goes, "Yeah, but my feelings," or Donald Trump or whatever, and he goes, "I don't like it," and then he kicks it down. Think about that. That's what I'm trying to say is, how do I have confidence that RFK Jr. will even know what he's talking about? If a doctor were to come in, this is why I go back to the medical chart thing, and the doctor says, hey, RFK, here's all the studies that I have. And what is RFK Jr. going to do? He's going to be drooling because he doesn't know what the hell he's reading. And that's kind of my issue. I'm going to bring in DZ while you're responding.
Well, he wants to respond too.
DZ, did you want to say anything, buddy? Oh, or are we talking about Wes?
I mean, sure. If you have some more people, I don't know. Are they all ganging up against me?
No, I'll be careful here. I'll be careful here, Manar. Real quick, because I do like to do this. I don't want to gang anybody up on you, Manar. I'll make sure to coordinate this. We're not ganging up on you or anything.
Just moderate it.
Yeah, I'll moderate it a little bit. Go ahead, DZ.
Hey, so I'm actually in healthcare right now. I've been in it for about 8 months now. And I get what Manar is saying, that a doctor, and a lawyer, what's the difference, right? Because neither of them are like that. But the difference is that you have to understand the system. And when they're talking about a doctor and a doctor's qualifications, they're also talking about the system that they're involved in and their experience in that system. So I don't know what your background is, Manar. I don't know what field that you're in, but if somebody from outside that field that doesn't know that system comes in, wants to make changes to it, they're not going to know really what they're doing or how it impacts everything. And it's going to take a long time to get ramped up. To ramp up in this field, I don't doubt that, a lawyer could do it, but it might take a year and a half, if not longer, of intense study to understand how everything works and everything plays together.
I have an amazing argument. I have an amazing argument to destroy everybody.
Doctor that does individual one-on-one consulting, and then putting them in charge of a massive department.
This is fucking hilarious.
All right, go ahead, go ahead, Manar.
The current head of the Health and Human Service, Xavier Becerra, is an American lawyer and a politician. He's actually does not have a degree in medicine, and he graduated from Stanford Law and Stanford University.
Sarah, hold on, wait, hold on, because that's not. I don't believe that was the case at all. Hold on, Where is it here? Let's see. Early career, working on
You
cases.
named him Xavier Bakar. I just named you named.
No,
him
I know.
for-
That's what I'm looking. I'm looking at right now. Let's see. Xavier Becerra, born in Sacramento, California. His father was born in U.S. Early career as a lawyer, working on cases. Administrative assistant. Decided to seek a seat in the California Senate. Yeah, yeah, but I don't look in here. Abortion rates.
What do you mean you don't? Wait.
No.
You take that back now, Wesley. You take it back.
No,
No.
wait. You're conflating two different things. Hold on, wait. What you're referring to is Xavier.
He was going to be announced.
Hold on. I'm gonna clear the record here. Who we were talking about earlier was Secretary Levine, which was the assistant to Xavier Becerra. Now, if you're asking me whether or not Xavier Becerra is a qualified member, based on what I have given, if I am being considerably fair here, I would say Xavier Becerra is probably underqualified. I'm not going to disagree with that. Now, am I going to sit here and say that Levine is underqualified? No, because I think Levine is more than qualified to be in the position that they're in.
That's fine, because she has a degree, right?
Yes.
Medicine degree. That's all she needs. Okay, that's okay. So all okay. So that's my claim. My claim is the leader should have the law, and then he can consult with a health administrator, a health professional. Then, because it's better to have a politician, a lawyer, a guy that's informed, has a track record in these things. So basically, all we have to come here to an agreement, Wesley, DZ, and you, Dog, and me. We just have to agree that potentially you're right. Maybe subjectively we might disagree on the qualifications of these people, but it seems to be that if when we try to oppose one another and put them, like put differences, like basically compare between each other, it seems to me that they are very similar in qualifications. So it's safe to say we're gonna have not a really big problem when it comes to the disqualifications of somebody.
But I want to make sure I'm very careful how I say this. Here's my issue. Just because I can sit here and disagree doesn't mean that for me he is underqualified. I would still sit there and say, and we can get past, even if you want to talk about the degree, we could say that some of his policy positions is also extremely concerning, but that's a whole nother can of worms. But what I'll tell you is this, okay? I don't think that he is qualified for that position, and I think he is far more qualified for a position in, say, the EPA administration, which you haven't really addressed. And that's kind of my issue. Is when you have RFK Jr., who has a very bad track record on human health and human services, it feels like he'd be in much better position to be the EPA administrator. Instead, we got Lee Zeldin as the EPA administrator. But anyways, I'm going to let Wes and DZ talk if they want to talk real quick.
Yeah, I just want to say I don't know if we're all in the same boat here, but like I'm not a Biden fan and I'm not a Biden stan by any means. So the gotcha of like, hey,
no,
Joe.
Let me finish.
Hey,
I asked him earlier.
All right, hold on. I don't know if I muted him on. Oh, I didn't do a server mute.
Okay, I'll let you finish that thought too after you get unmuted by.
He's unmuted. He's unmuted.
Okay, but I just want to finish my thought that like to me pointing out, and this may be different for DH and it may be different for DZ, but to me pointing out the faults in Joe Biden's administration comparatively is by no means an argument against or like for what Trump is doing, like or saying, oh yeah, he did it too. Because like I've always had a problem with how many lawyers are in Democratic administrations or people that they're just propping up until their next presidential run, like Pete Buttigieg, for example. I don't think he was the most qualified person, but I think they're propping him up for the 2028 run or the 2032 run.
Can I ask you then? I guess I'm going to have to ask you the same question I asked him just to understand your position on this. Were you as scrutinizing, since you're so scrutinizing right now, and you really care about the administration and their qualifications because you're up here and talking about it. Were you as caring during the Biden administration? Were you as scrutinizing? Did you actually raise your voice? Because I actually asked DH and he kind of conceded that he maybe wasn't as interested because he wasn't streaming that long, but now he's very interested. This is what he wants to do.
Well, hold on. You're mischaracterizing what I said. You're mischaracterizing. But
all I want to ask is, were you as scrutinizing basically to that? Sorry, I don't want to mischaracterize. Maybe you can explain a little bit. But my question here, let me finish it, is were you as scrutinizing of that people that were under this administration? Were you coming on streams and arguing against them? Or is this a brand new thing because, Trump is bad, and look, I told you so, guys.
So yeah, I'll let
okay.
Wes go. Wes go, because Wes is going to give you a pretty interesting answer that you're going to. Yeah, go ahead, Wes.
Yeah, for a long time, I've been at least as critical of the Democrats as I am of the Republicans, usually even more so of the Democrats, because they're the ones that I actually hope to do good. I don't expect any better from the Republicans, but I hope for better from the Democrats. So yeah, I absolutely criticized all of these Democrats. Now, you are right in that there is a little bit difference. It wasn't as dire then. I wasn't talking about, like, well, I don't talk about it much now. This is really like the only stream I show up on or talk politics about or anything like that. I'm pretty much over it. But I was less vocal then because I didn't think that even the worst Joe Biden picks could actually like kill people and hurt.
Well, be
country
careful what we're
long-term.
saying because we're on.
I'm
we're on
sorry.
YouTube. Yeah. Go ahead.
Would actually harm people's well-being. Or have long-term detrimental effects to the country. I figured it would be another 4 years of boring status quo, and it pretty much was. Not that much surprised or scared me or shocked me throughout his administration, and that's why I wasn't as vocal about it then as I am now. But when asked about it, I am absolutely, again, at least as critical of Democrats as I am of Republicans. So
Okay.
yes and no, Minar.
Okay, can I ask you then? Let's dive a little bit deeper into that. Then let's get to the bigger picture here, guys.
Well, let's
get to
remember
the real
this is
picture.
DH.
Well, yeah. This is my show, but
can I
hold
ask
on. No,
this
hey,
question just to, it's gonna be a little bit diverting.
before
Can you
no,
hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. Just hold on, Manar. Give me 1 second, okay? I want to pivot off of what Wes said, okay? I want to say this. Where I was is I'm very similar with Wes on this. First of all, it wasn't that I was streaming because Trump is a uniquely bad dude or whatever. Okay, that's not at all why I'm streaming. Why I picked up streaming was because I had more time. My kids were getting older. I'm able to do it now. It is a good time to stream if I'm being very open and honest, and it's not like I'm saying anything that's too much of a secret to anybody who's ever streamed. Is it a good time to stream during election year? Of course. Why? Because there's a ton to cover. But
there's so much money, bro. There's so
no.
much
Okay. This is something I want to address. This is a whole separate thing. I just want to address this real quick, and then we'll get right back to this. I have seen numerous people, friends as well. If you think I'm making a crap ton of money, I want you to look at this sub goal right here. Okay, I have 1 sub, and even then, I stream on TikTok. Guess what? I've made a whopping $2. Now, this is kind of my moment to shill to you guys. Okay, by the way, but. Yes, I have made a whopping $2.30 from streaming. Okay, I have not received a single freaking check, even though I've got
for having me on.
Yeah, no, not a problem, man.
Very generous guy, man.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Make sure you guys donate to him. Very generous guy.
Thank you. But this is the thing, right? Is like even with like Twitter, where I've got like 15 million impressions over the past 3 months, I have seen zero for those impressions. Okay, so anybody going around saying that Doghouse is getting that Democrat money, I would love to know where that Democrat money is because I haven't seen a damn penny of it. Okay, now, sorry, that was a semi-shill moment. Okay, but anyways.
So what I wanted to do is basically I wanted to dive a little bit deeper on why you guys were so scrutinizing of the Democratic Party. Maybe you even scrutinize it a little bit harder. But still, and I'm assuming you guys voted for Kamala. Maybe you guys can correct me here if I was
100%. And I voted for Kamala.
Why would you then vote Kamala? Because what policy is it that enticed you? If you believe if you actually had some kind of also issues, and it seems like the current administration that's being put is a populist administration that the liberals were dreaming of, having RFK Jr. leave the Democrats and joining Tulsi Gabbard leaving the Democrats, anti-war movement, joining a really prominent position. Elon Musk, beloved by the Gen Zers, and now coming and joining with Vivek into a established department. This is all something of a good news to the young people, good news to the liberals, should be good news to the anti-interventionist and anti-war movement. Why did you guys then vote, if this was the outcome, why vote for Kamala? If you knew she was doing bad and you were scrutinizing her and you didn't like it, why still vote for her? If this administration, it's horrible, maybe the qualifications are bad, but it seems to be very beloved by the younger and then I guess the newer into politics people.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bigger question here. I want to try to draw all this back because I want to try to make sure that today I'm able to cover some of these picks and go over this. And I don't want to get and I appreciate we're pivoting a little bit because I actually do want to kind of get now after like having dive into this. I may start doing the Trump admin picks here a little bit later. But yeah, as far as why I voted for Kamala, like, look, here's the reason why is one, I think that her policies were far more unifying than Donald Trump's. We can look at the child tax credit. I think that if you look at the deficit spending, she was going to spend far less on the deficit than Donald Trump would, and Donald Trump will. We can look at Donald Trump's tariff policy, which is absolutely atrocious. We can look at the fact that Donald Trump supports mass deportations, and given the fact of what, instead of providing actual meaningful solutions to immigration, we can look at some of the Republican behavior that is kind of tangential to Donald Trump, which handled with the natural disasters. Donald Trump is notorious for withholding natural disaster aid. So those are a couple of things. Kamala Harris, like I said, child tax credit. We can look at the small business tax credit. We can look at the fact of, like, if you want to get into abortion, which I really don't want to the stream. So, but I'm just saying, if you want to say that you support it, that's fine. But there was that. Or if you want to say you don't support it, that's fine. She supported that. We can look at all these different things. Yeah, let's not. So we can look at all these different areas where I felt like Kamala Harris was more for unifying America than Donald Trump was. But I think the reason why Donald Trump won, and I still stand by this time and time and time again, and I think this is backed by exit polling. I think this is backed by seeing the split ticket voting.
Because everyone's racist.
No, although that might be a part of it. But no, I think that the majority of the reason is that when people went to the polling booth, they looked at their wallet, realized they have less money in their wallet, and they feel that it was because of Joe Biden. And so what did they do? They tied Joe Biden to Kamala Harris, and they went and voted for Donald Trump as the president. And in some cases, and this is what we're seeing, is that they ended up voting for the Democrat for their state election because they felt that their state election had little to do with, thank you for that follow, One Dragon. But they felt that I lost my train of thought. They felt that the state had little to do with the actual, like, national economy, and so they voted for their state senator or whatever. Right? Don't overcomplicate it. The average voter is just going to, be very simple. If you overcomplicate it, you're not talking about the average voter. Right? The average voter looks at the wallet. So, but that's why I think Donald Trump won, and that's why I supported Kamala Harris, because I thought she was just overall better for the economy.
So
that's me to answer your question really quickly. I did not vote for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I don't think Wes would have. Wes is our yeah. So yeah.
So you did that out of basically protest, like, oh, I don't like this administration, I just won't vote, or what happened?
Yeah, pretty much. I've never liked the Democrats, and I thought that they gave me actually nothing to vote for this time, and I view a vote as transactional, and if you do not promise to do the things that I want you to do, then you have not earned my vote. I voted down ballot and everything. I voted in state and local things, and if you must know, I voted Democrat for most of them.
No.
But yeah, no, I did not vote for Kamala.
So to respond to that, I guess since you guys seem to be moderates and you guys seem to be very reasonable, I like being on the doghouse. Maybe let me on next time, please.
Buddy. Yeah, buddy.
But yeah, since you guys are so reasonable, let me just give you guys a couple of ideas here, because you brought up abortion, foreign policy, domestic policy, immigration, border. My question is, are you sure that you're speaking that Kamala is the one that was better on these? Because foreign policy wise, under the Biden administration, for example, there was two wars that started, and Gaza and Ukraine. And under the Trump administration, he was stopping warfare. He was actually getting a lot of heat against removing people from Syria. A lot of the actual liberals started calling him the supposed anti-interventionists started calling him, a traitor to the Kurds, as if we're supposed to be defending. Anyways, by the way, the Kurds are happy right now. They still own north of Syria with Turkey, with the help of Turkey. Don't worry about them, with the help of Daesh. And my question is, foreign policy, he's great. Everybody's ready to talk to him again. Everybody's opened their phone calls and are getting ready for this Trump administration. The domestic wise, it seems like he's a little bit stronger when it comes to funding the police and funding
Okay, so we're listing off a ton of things. Let's address it one by one.
Because you listed off a lot. You listed off so many policies.
No,
So
that's
my
fine.
question is, it seems like in the policies that you listed off, Trump actually does them a lot better, and his track record was a lot better. Immigration, his track record when stopping the border crossing was so much stronger than Kamala's or in Biden's. The track record of economy underneath Trump was so much stronger. If that's what you believe is the reason the American people have voted, then that's a big thing that you should be worried about, that you should be looking at. I'm surprised you're not looking at that. So my question is, how if these are the real reason that you were worried about, that you wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, why actually vote for her? It seems like Trump was so much better at all of these than her.
Well, okay, so first off, the foreign policy position. I think that if we're looking, and my foreign policy is very, very weak. Okay, I know enough to have a kind of a conversation, but if we're getting into the weeds about Israel and Palestine and all that, dude, I'm gonna be lost. But what I will say is this. We can look at, for example, in Russia and Ukraine, we saw the Donbass being, attacked or invaded under Trump. We can look at the fact that Donald Trump's foreign policy moving forward is very much not anti-war. In fact, it is very pro-war. We can look at the fact of his.
The Donbass was invaded by Ukraine.
Okay. I'm not going to get into the Donbass to Russia.
By Ukrainian military, yeah.
I'm not going to get into the whole what's what. I already told you. I'm just trying to cover a few of these. Or
things. Maybe you mentioned Crimea. Maybe it
was Crimea. But either one of them, there was Russian incursion on one of those areas, and there was a conflict in that region. But if we're looking at moving forward, it's very clear based on his relationships with Iran and based on his what's going on, Non-Fon? We got a party today, especially
Non-Fon is here. Let's go. Non-Fon, you need to talk to me after this, okay? I'm gonna get out of here, but you need to talk.
I'm not screaming or anything. I just wanted a clarification. What the fuck do you mean the Donbass was invaded by Ukraine? Do you mean after Russian had militants there?
Non-Fon came
my understanding was my understanding was in 2010 or 2014. They voted out. They voted their referendum.
In the Russian referendum.
Yeah. And so when they said no, everybody started getting attacked by Ukrainian military. Like military was stationed out, and they started,
Well, you're missing the part where Russia put troops in there, right?
Exactly.
But my understanding was the troops were there after multiple heats and
well, it was after Yanukovych fled. It was after Yanukovych scrapped the deal that Parliament already voted on for the EU.
And asking, and then later on, after many years, then he dropped in some Russians. That's my understanding.
Well, they held referendums after Russia had already been funding separatist groups in there, and I think they did actually have. Well, they definitely had troops in Crimea. I think they did actually have troops in some of the Donbass as well, but they were funding separatist groups there. But I don't think you would ever accept it.
That's true. Separatists, yeah.
Yeah, and then just like on the Israel thing, like I know you're pretty pro-Palestinian. We fought about this before, but like you. Don't you think some of the things Trump did, like
things that we were about to say?
Look at all the other areas.
I'm just saying, like,
Georgia.
It seems like we should be able to agree that Trump is way more pro-Israel, and like he shouldn't.
Okay. Listen. My understanding is when the Michiganders stood up and gave him Michigan, the Arab Michiganders, literally that's what they call themselves, not me. They call it the Arab Michiganders, stood up and gave him the Arabic and Muslim vote in Michigan. That mayor, the Arabic Muslim mayor, stood up and said, we talked to Trump. He's for peace. He's going to stop the war and stop the bloodshed. So that means my understanding is he gave them a promise, and from what I've seen, every time he gives this promise behind doors, for example, he had one conversation with Tulsi, and now she's in the administration. Had a conversation with RFK. He left the Democratic Party and had now.
Hold on, wait. You're hitting 100 points again, real quick.
No. All I'm saying is when he does these promises, seems like he's actually delivering on them. So if he promised to the Michiganders,
hold on,
stop the war,
He also promised that if Kamala Harris won, Israel would be gone in 2 years, and like Kamala Harris said that she was in favor of like a ceasefire, like all of these.
That's what I was going to try to get to, was when I hadn't gotten there yet until Non-Fon popped in, but I keep saying Non-Fon. I'm sorry, Non-Fon. When he popped in, is that when we look at like Kamala Harris's policies, she had a more driven policy, which was essentially a two-state solution. Now, look, I'm not going to get into the merits of whether or not it's a good or bad policy per se, but it clearly looked like a more reasonable position than Donald Trump saying, I don't recognize Palestine and Israel can do whatever it wants to do. And it's important to note when you mentioned that the Michigan Arab community, they had to send a letter to Donald Trump saying, hey, remember those promises you made? Because they then I believe this was after he put in place Mike Huckabee for the ambassadorship. I might be wrong on that. But anyways, they sent it and it says, I'll let everybody read, I'll put it in chat, but it was a letter said, where is it?
The Arab Michiganders, you said, sent the letter?
Yeah, it was the Minute America Chamber of Commerce. I believe this was the same one. It says it's been over a week since Donald Trump won the 24 presidential election. Middle East he also won over the city of Dearborn, which has the largest Arab American population in the nation. Trump got 50-42, blah, blah, blah. Letter was sent to Trump last week on behalf of the Lebanese American community. Read the letter below. Urging the president-elect to fulfill his promise to end the war in the Middle East. We want to make sure that what was said during the campaign and leading up to the election, that President-elect Trump remains true to those commitments. So they're obviously a little bit concerned that that's not going to happen. Right now, we're looking for a response to the letter as well as moderating some of the cabinet selections. I think the most troubling amongst them has been the former governor of Arkansas, Mike Huckabee, who's gone on record as not acknowledging or recognizing that Palestinians exist.
Yeah, but can we all come to a determination and agreement that the war started underneath the same administration you guys are acting like is better on Israel?
Wait. I find this whole thing extremely interesting because I am extremely pro-Palestine, and that is like, if you could call me a single issue voter.
Also, I want to be very careful because I don't know, with all the drama that's been going on with Twitch, I have no idea where the TOS stands in terms of this conversation, by the way. So Wes, before you go on to it, I want to make sure we're clear. I don't know where this conversation goes, so I want to be very careful with how deep we go into it.
I do know
okay,
how the Twitch TOS, so I'll give everyone a heads up. If we're going to have any conversation about this, we are allowed to talk about the concept of Zionism. We are not allowed to use Zionist to attack somebody.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
You could say that somebody is a self-proclaimed Zionist, but even that is getting close to the line. But you absolutely cannot use it as an insult. But you can talk about the concept of Zionism as much as.
All right, appreciate our TOS advisor. So go ahead, continue.
So we can say the Z word.
Yeah, the Z.
Let's just try to avoid it just to be safe. I don't know if it's going to flag anything, and I don't want to.
We can just say the Z word.
Just say the Z word. That's fine.
We might not even have to.
We may not need it. We may not need it. So let's just avoid it. Just go ahead, Wes.
Go ahead. No, I just find it really interesting hearing all this because I absolutely saw, as far as the future of the Palestinian people, Donald Trump being the far more dangerous choice. I saw Kamala as obviously being willing to commit to the status quo and continue on with the Biden policies. She only expressed a little bit of desire for a ceasefire, but never said the word like arms embargo or anything like that. So she wasn't actively pro-Palestinian by any means. But I also want to point out that when we talk about Dearborn, Michigan, which I believe you said like the Arab Michiganders or whatever, that's basically Dearborn, Michigan. And yes, Trump did win Dearborn, Michigan this year, but what you really need to look at is how.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
But what you really need to look at is how Kamala lost Dearborn, Michigan, because Dearborn, Michigan has been an extremely like D+15 district. Like the Democrats normally absolutely wipe in that district. So it's not so much that Donald Trump was able to convince the Middle Easterners and like Northern Africans, like the MENA group in that community, so much as Kamala failed to even give them any type of reassurance. So I don't like I don't like framing it in the sense that like, oh, Donald Trump won over Dearborn, Michigan. He didn't. He like Kamala just lost Dearborn, Michigan. They were a
the point is, if you guys are going to try to claim that the Trump administration is more war hawkish than the previous administration, the Biden administration, then there's no evidence for that. That's the claim here, and I don't think anyone would refute that. There's no evidence that the Trump administration is more war hawkish than the previous Biden administration. It seems to me that the Biden administration was extreme, didn't allow any diplomatic talks. It seems like the Trump administration is much more open. Already, Russia is getting ready to receive some, after the inauguration, but there are already talks about receiving ambassadors of Trump and starting the negotiations against with Zelensky. So all I'm saying is, show me the evidence that the Kamala Harris and the Biden administration were less war hawkish than the Trump administration. Then I will believe you they're non-fun. But right now, it seems like the best thing, I'll give it to you. They're equal when it comes to Israel, but in everywhere else, seems like the Democratic administration was much more war hawkish. There's evidence that Trump was trying to pull away from wars and stop wars. Yeah, he did do drone strikes, but the Democrats have been notorious for those. And the idea that
he doesn't understand foreign policy. Like, Trump doesn't understand what he's doing and how that impacts him.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
Oh, can you hear me?
Very low.
It's a little low, yeah.
I have no idea how on this thing.
It's like you're far away from your mic.
Just turn them up on your end since we're
just turn it up.
Okay, go ahead.
That better?
No,
hey, real quick, not to derail the conversation, I just got a notification that the NFL has no issue with the Trump dance celebrations amid recent trends. But don't forget that on September 17th, Kaepernick was fined by the NFL for using inappropriate language on the field. And October 9th, he was fined $10,000 by the NFL for appearing at a post-game press conference wearing headphones from Beats by Dr. Dre, while the league's headphone sponsor was Bose. So, anyways, just wanted to point out the fun.
You should stream.
I will later tonight. I can't right now, but
okay.
Yeah, I'm on the Socrates. What's going on, buddy? I wanted to address some people in chat.
Because I need to talk to you. I want to know how the Democrats are gonna. What's the shift for the Democrats? How are you guys gonna come back? Because it seems to be like the Democratic Party is under a very big demise. There's a calamity happening. You guys lost, like you were talking about Michigan being D plus 15.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get some people to meet up December 17th at the North Carolina State Capitol to sign 14 more people to sign some
this guy's a Fed, bro.
Yo, that's the thing is like, so I think what Nanfan's saying is exactly it, right? Is continue to do the grassroots. I think that Kamala was in a very precarious situation. She was dealing with the perception issue that Donald Trump capitalized on. We can look at the fact that Kamala Harris didn't really lean too heavily into the online social media sphere where, or did I say Donald Trump? Kamala Harris didn't lean too much into the social media sphere, whereas Donald Trump did. And so that's been rumored that that's probably part of the issue that she was combating. And I think that, again, I think for her, if there's anything to change going into 2026, especially with midterms, I would say that they really need to focus hard on the working class and what policies that Trump will implement in the first 2 years, which I predict are going to be pretty abhorrent, is capitalize on those policies. I think Bernie Sanders harped on this a little bit, which is make a core issue. That's the one thing Donald Trump was. They were able to kind of cohesively make a very simple message. Who was the enemy? Why are they the issue? And that was the culture war. The culture war was never even mentioned by Donald Trump. The culture war was never mentioned by Kamala Harris, but they were able to capitalize on that. Do I think that's why Kamala Harris lost? No, not particularly, but it was enough to rally the MAGA base.
Yeah, but what's the forward? What's the movement forward? Are we gonna ditch these virtue signaling definitions? Are we gonna change our foreign policy? Are we gonna change the border policy? What's our stance on immigration? Are we gonna start switching when it comes to the homelessness and theft issues? Like, that's my question here. What's the Democratic Party's solution to try to re-grab a lot of the majority they lost, which is the minorities, the young people, even women, like liberal, a lot of liberal and like kind of millennial women and men are voting Republican now.
I'm just going to jump in here real quick to say that if any one of us had the answer to that question, we would be hired by the DNC because.
Well, I have the answer. I can give it to you right now.
I mean, we all think we have the answer.
Right.
Trust me, the entire
it just
Democratic
seems-
establishment is running around like
Okay, let me give
chickens
you an
with their
example
heads
here.
cut off right now,
Wesley, let me
trying
give
to
you an-
figure out why we lost.
Let me give you an example of why I believe what I believe, and I believe I have the correct answer. And I won't give you the answer till I give you this example. Here's the example. CNN and MSNBC and the biggest shows on them lost about up to 50% of their viewership, even more on some channels like Joanne Reed and other Rachel Maddow and others. Whereas the same time that lefty news was losing, or whatever was perceived as lefty or biased media, the same time, even though it was perceived as right-wing biased media, it seems that Fox News was raising its viewership and going up, and it's actually gained up to 25, 30, and now the statistics are maybe showing up to 40% of increase of viewership within that same period. The same period, CNN lost 50% of its viewership, or 40%. Fox News gained 30 to 40% of viewership. So there's evidence to show that there's a shift in who is watching and what. So my question is, this evidence is the reason I believe that my solution is the correct solution, because there's a reason they left and stopped watching CNN and went to watch Fox News. And you need to actually watch both channels to understand that reason. And I know the reason. I watched it. And ask me if you want to know it. And I'll give you the solution for the Democrats.
Yeah. The idea that, like,
because you have to explain that shift. What was the shift? Why would they shift from CNN to Fox News?
Okay.
What was
let
thing
the
that was
host
happening?
respond.
Yes. So thank you, Wes. So here's the thing. When we look at Fox News gaining viewers, first of all, you have to understand their demographics. Their demographics are typically going to be older people. Okay. When you look at the Democrats, did I say Democrats? Whatever. Republicans are going to be typically older. So Fox News is going to attract a more older audience. Democrats, however, are going to be a little bit more younger, just statistically speaking, which means they're probably going to be more online than they are going to be watching cable news. And in fact, we're seeing that even right now with what's going on with the whole Joe Scarborough incident. People are flocking away from going and watching MSNBC. It doesn't mean that there is somehow an increase that the cable news going up means nothing in the way, and it doesn't even show a shift per se. So that's the thing I'm worried. Jumped out. No, that's the thing is, like, just because they increased in viewership doesn't mean anything, right? What if there was a person that was sitting at their channel that was a MAGA viewer and they just turned in? We don't know what those demographics were, but I can tell you, generally speaking, they're going to be a little bit older. Yeah. So that doesn't mean anything.
I am interested in what you think the reason is, Minar, but I think you're looking at it a little bit backwards, because we shouldn't be saying, like, do you know the reason? I mean, okay, the result of more people watching Fox News is not the point necessarily. Like,
no, because,
go ahead. Tell me why.
Other than that, it would like, for example, you could claim that all of cable news viewership is going down, but that's not true because Fox News is going up. You could claim all biased media is going down, but that's not true because Fox News is going up. You can claim all authoritarian media is going down, not true because Fox News is going. So every time you try to claim this general definition on the media sphere, or whatever you perceive as to be this authoritarian, cable news networks, seems to be that Fox News is defying the odds and going against the trend. What happened? You have to be able to answer that. There's something happening. You cannot just say older people were watching and now they died off and their younger people inherited their TV. It's something bigger than that.
Yeah. It's called the election. So if you look, which is pretty,
why were they not watching CNN? Were they not covering the election as well?
I don't know what statistic you're using, but the article I saw was that Fox News Channel is most watched network in all of television during historic election week. We can look at Fox News Channel commands highest share of cable news audience in network history and notches top 100 cable news telecasts. And again, I would say that if we're looking at here, okay, so it shows all the different shows. But again, none of this doesn't show to me that it's because of the election. It's because the election was right around the corner. So of course they did it historic. And I think there's also a bigger trend here at play too, which is that politics has become more ingrained into our culture. Instead, it used to not be a part of our culture. We can look at, like I just said, about the, for example, holy cow, Mark. I'll try to read this shortly. when we look at what our culture is, I mean, just look at the fact that like we had that UFC event where the guy did the Donald Trump shimmy with the giving Donald Trump the belt. We can look at the touchdowns where they're doing the touchdown celebrations and stuff. Politics has now become a part of our culture, which means more people's eyes are going to be tuned in to the television and tuned into politics. That's the way. That's why there's an increase in viewership, or at least I would say with a pretty educated guess based on these factors. So I don't think it means that. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I don't think what you said was actually an answer to the question. You said that we need, and I'm talking to Minar here. You said that we need to be actually asking why that viewership changed, and I thought that you had an answer to that you were sure. So what is that answer? Because I think I know why it is.
All right, you tell me why you think, and I'll tell you if you're right or wrong, or you really want to know. Okay, I'll tell you what happened.
No. I was just laughing at the framing of you tell me whether I'm right or wrong. Like
because I want to see if you guys are genuine.
We're probably going to disagree, and that's okay.
But you're not going to tell me whether I'm right in your analysis. That's all. Before you hear my analysis on what happened, I want to just hear your genuine analysis. I want to see how deep you guys cover this before I give you what I believe is happening. That's all I want to know. So why you believe, give me an explanation. I don't agree with the edge about this old people description. Give me a better explanation why Fox News is defying all odds and is growing in viewership at the same time CNN and all these other media conglomerates are dropping down. Give me your description and I'll give you mine. I just want to know how you look into your analysis. That's all.
Okay. Material conditions, inflation, and grievance politics. So you've got something going on that is actually happening all around the world right now, where as inflation rises, which it's done globally, not just here, keep in mind, incumbents are getting a lot more pushback because they're seen as the ones who caused this problem. So a lot of people are looking for a different answer. So you look at the material conditions.
Why is Fox News not included in that group?
No, they are.
Yeah, but Fox News did not decline viewership; it increased.
I know. That's what I'm explaining. I'm here. Let me finish.
Oh, so you're talking about the coverage of inflation was different? What is the difference?
Well, okay, so everybody feels inflation, right? And then you can turn into the Democratic news station that is going to give you a 3-paragraph explanation on why it's actually not that bad. And we actually have some policies in place that are going to help fix it. And after this next election, we're going to do that. They give you this like 5-paragraph explanation on why it's actually not that bad, which doesn't do anything for an American that cannot afford their milk. But when you actually have somebody who goes out there and says, no, I know the reason, and it's immigration, then it's very easy for someone to use grievance politics like that and be like, you know what? That actually makes more sense than all of that bullshit the Democrats just told me. So that's why incumbent presidents and incumbent leaders were less popular this year and in the last couple years because inflation is rising. So they're looking for something new. And grievance politics works really well for that. Kamala Harris also led into that and ran a horrible campaign, in my opinion, because she went on to the anti-immigration things. So that made it so that everybody who was listening to Kamala Harris and thought she was right, all of a sudden she goes, and we have a major problem with immigration and I need to do more at the border. And they go, wait, so Donald Trump was right 10 years ago? So why would I vote for you if Donald Trump had it right 10 years ago? Maybe I should go listen to Donald Trump. Maybe I should go check out Fox News, because all of these things compounded made people feel like Donald Trump was the option for change and the option to get out of inflation and crushing food prices.
So I think that's why. Can I sum it up and you tell me if it's wrong? Can I sum it up that basically you believe that there's the difference was that, for example, Fox News was biased towards Trump, whereas the other side was against it? Is that what you're... Sorry, go ahead.
He's just stepping away for a second, but I did miss what you were saying when he was talking.
Yeah.
Could you repeat that?
So to sum it up, are you trying to say, for example, the reason there's this shift happens because one side was pro-Trump and the other was not? Just to sum it up, kind of. And then the people were like, well, look, everybody that was telling me no, not to be with Trump, look, it turns out that I should have been with Trump.
I would say it's probably more anti-incumbent. than necessarily
But
pro-Trump.
that
I think
actually doesn't make sense, Wesley. If you understand anything about policy, the incumbent party is always a stronger party. What are you talking about?
it should be, but no, if you know any, I mean, it's insulting
If
to
you're
say that to
worse,
me, but look around the world. There is like the incumbent
you're
is
saying
usually
they
the
were
most.
worse when their policies were worse than the basically to sum up, because you're trying to use different words than what I would use. I
Okay.
would use the words that that party, the Biden administration, was worse in their policy, in at least interpretation and implementation, that were supposed to help the people. They were very bad and worse than the other party at implementing these policies. That's what you're trying to say here. This is how you should be saying it.
I mean, this, okay, so yes, that would be what I consider the public perception. But like DH said earlier, you have to realize that people like us are politics freaks, and we know way more than the average voter does. The average voter just looks at their wallet and makes a decision based on vibes. So, like, I'm not trying to talk about what you and me would have done in this position, because you and me seem to be more into politics than most people. Most people, like I said, vote based on material conditions. Is their life better off than it was when other guy was in charge? And when you have a global inflation rate that's pretty high, then incumbents all around the world faced this problem. It was not just a Joe Biden problem.
Yeah, but you're not answering the question. Maybe you're answering the question differently. Maybe you're answering a different question. My question is that shift, the reason, the specific actual thing that happened between the legacy media, the shift between Fox News and CNN, the people leaving Fox CNN, not trusting anymore, but still watching Fox News, and even though they left CNN. What happened? Is it possible that they believed that CNN, MSNBC, the legacy media was gaslighting them, lying to them, BSing them the whole time, whereas at least at Fox News you could actually hear the full story without biased, opinionated journalism?
Sure, that could be some of those people. I mean, like when we're talking about this many people changing what media they consume, there's going to be a swath of every potential
Well,
reason.
what percentage is my reason? What percentage is yours? Because I would say my reason is 95% of the reason why people stopped listening to CNN is because every time they turned on the channel, they're being called names ad hominem against. They're being racially profiled against. They're being stigmatized, scrutinized, attacked, belittled. There be like, so my question is is it true, like is my position actually the true position, that that's the reason, or is it that people were just feeling a little bit more inflation? It seems to be that my position is actually the more evidence that it's truer, because it seems that the people still listen to Fox News, and they shouldn't if they were all affected by inflation or something, or if they don't have time and they're working the double job, or if they've died off. You know what I mean? So no, it seems like no. What's happening is they're still listening to Fox News, just that they choose not to see CNN anymore because they believe maybe that there's potential that CNN was lying to them this whole time, gaslighting them, scrutinizing them, shaming them, and they're done with that guilt trip. They're over it. It's like leaving the house and never coming back when you're 18.
Yeah, personally, I think you're way off on that.
Okay,
I
why?
think that
Describe why. Because I feel like I'm a genius. I'm an absolute genius.
I just don't think that's how the majority of people think. And I think that if they do believe that, then it's most likely after a certain amount of, I don't want to call it conditioning. That sounds very strong, but like after watching a certain amount of Fox News, right? So, like, most people don't just stop watching CNN immediately because they like realize themselves and they're like, oh, they've been lying to me for so long, right? Somebody tells them that they're being lied to, which is like, you know, Donald Trump with his fake news stuff all the time. It takes something like that for people to actually like start to believe that, and start to believe that they've been lied to for that long. And then if you start watching Fox News, then you almost have to believe those things, because Fox News lies enough that like if you if you didn't believe that MSNBC was lying to you, then you would be in a serious like moral predicament trying to figure out. So like for them, you have to be being lied to by the other ones. There can only be one actual true source of knowledge. So they kind of push that ideology that furthers that belief that like, oh, CNN and MSNBC lied to you. So while I do think that there's probably a good amount of people that stopped watching CNN and then MSNBC, started watching Fox, and then came to believe that CNN and MSNBC have been lying to you all that time and gaslighting you, I think that is definitely a non-zero number. You're right. There are those people. But I don't think that that's where the majority comes from, and I don't think that that's truly their opinion until they actually start watching something like Fox News or OAN or Breitbart or whatever. Like, I think that opinion comes after they check out the opposition. Does that make sense? And how wrong do you think I am?
Man, it just doesn't make sense to me. Why would they overthink it that deeply? I don't think that they would be like that. I think they would be. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me that if it's so much over, then why you haven't described enough why the other party was chosen over like the other conglomerate, the other news channel was chosen. It just seems to be. I don't know. I don't believe you've given me enough of an information or description to agree with you, to be honest with you. But it's okay. Maybe we can agree to disagree.
Yeah, I think what we're gonna. What I was gonna say, what I think we're gonna do is I want to kind of get back. It's been great having a debate with you guys, but I want to get back to kind of the core, back to the news cycle kind of thing, and I want to kind of cover a few things about this. Y'all are more than welcome to stay into the debate room and kind of chat about it, but I also don't want to like completely hijack this entire stream.
All right, Doug,
just this.
send me down. Let me talk to the guy for another 10 minutes, and then I'm gonna do. I'll get out, or maybe if you want me back, that's fine. But let me back in some other time, okay?
Okay, sounds good, buddy. I appreciate you coming on. All right.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
your
time.
Not a problem. All right, Wes.
Pull people down and stuff.
Yeah, go ahead. Do that. All right, guys. So there is that. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect for now. We are now back, and we're going to go ahead and cover this. I know watching a debate is pretty interesting, but we've gotten so far away from these nominations. So I want to get back to these nominations and kind of do some more research on this. I know I got to find it now. Oh, here we go. I know that we were talking about these, but we've gotten so far away from it. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to back out of a few of these things here. All right, so there we go. Let's go ahead. We're going to dive back into these picks. So first and foremost, we have Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense. And he's been in some controversy as well. Trump doing the Abraham Accords started weakening. Okay, you're talking about. I've seen you guys, Wes and Mark, going back and forth on those two. Pete Hegseth has gotten into some hot water over some allegations, but they are allegations and only allegations. We could look at, let's go ahead and look at Pete Hegseth's background and see what it is that makes him a allegedly great pick. Let's go through and look at this Wikipedia here. Now, Wikipedia is to be taken very lightly. So for reference, a lot of our Secretary of Defenses have been generals, typically speaking. What's going on, Miss Mandy? Welcome in, welcome in. You just came in right after the debate. We had like a ton of people come in, and we were talking about the election and things like that. But anyways, hope you've been good. I hope you're feeling better too. I want to mention to everybody here who's coming in for the first time, and Miss Mandy, this is for you as well. My stream schedule has gotten a little bit crazy. I will be streaming now essentially Monday through Friday. It will include Wednesdays. I ended up losing my job. It was a really drama-filled thing. And so now I am a full-time streamer for, however long. We're probably going to be starting streams around 11 o'clock, give or take. And then we're going to be streaming until probably about around about 5 o'clock, 4 or 5 o'clock. Yo, what's going on, Shindrick? Hegseth is a perfect example of what I think Trump is trying to do by not appointing a general admiral, disrupt the in-place system machine. Yeah, no, it's okay, Mandy. Well, the thing about Hegseth is this. First and foremost, the most obvious thing is that he is a Fox News host. Okay, this is something we're going to see time and time again. Is Trump is nominating a lot of people that have Fox News ties. So I voted for. Okay, well, look, if you voted for Trump, that's perfectly fine. I think that, I think that Trump. I think the people who voted for Trump are in two different buckets. There's 2016 to 2020 Trump, but then there is 2020 to 2024 Trump. And if you supported 2016 to 2020 Trump and a lot of the things that he was, my parents, and I find that a lot of people who support Trump kind of fall in that 2016 to 2020 Trump supporter. 2020 2024 is a little bit more the kind of roundabout one. Yo, what's going on, Soha? All right, so let's go ahead and get back into this. So Pete Hegseth, he is a Fox News host. Looks like he is a Fox and Friends. Where is it? Weekend co-host of Fox and Friends from 2017 to 2024. He was previously the executive director of Vets for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America. It's not his main job. What is his main job then, Wes? I'm looking through here right now. I'm sure we'll find out in a minute. He was born in Minneapolis, went on to receive his Bachelor of Arts in Politics at Princeton University in 2003. Princeton Troy Magazine, and played basketball for the Tigers under Coach John Thompson. And their team made the NCAA tournament in 2001. 2013, he received a Master of Public Policy. Wow. So he graduated. He graduated in 2003. And in 2013, he ended up getting his master's degree. That's interesting. After graduating from Princeton in 2003, Hegseth joined Bear Stearns as an equity capital market analyst. He was also commissioned as an infantry officer in the Minnesota National Guard. His unit was called to Guantanamo Bay Naval Base under the operational control of the 3rd Battalion, where he served as an infantry platoon leader. He was awarded the Army Commendation Medal. Returning from Cuba, Hegseth volunteered to serve in Baghdad and Samarra, Iraq, where he served first as an infantry platoon leader. So I don't know a whole lot about military, okay, but I do know this. If you are a platoon leader, what rank is the civil military operations officer? I don't know where that falls. Infantry platoon. I think a platoon is one of the smaller ones, right? He's a veterans advocate. He has 2 side jobs. He is currently a reservist and Fox News host, but he's primarily works for veterans advocacy. Yeah, but that's kind of vague, isn't it, Wes? Like working for veterans advocacy. Like, I mean, it's kind of like, it's kind of always your persona. Voted Trump myself as well as whole family and most friends this election. Really proved the left has lost too much support to recover as the way the party is now. Wait, voted Trump myself as well as my whole family. And most friends this election really proved the left has lost too much support. No, I don't think the left has lost too much support. Okay, whoa. There we go. What do you mean no, Miss Minnie? He is retired with over 20 years in the military. Well, 20 years. Well, hold on. Return to active. Hold on. So hold on. We're walk through this. You're getting ahead. Let's walk through this path together, Wes. Okay, we're getting ahead of it here. After graduating from Princeton in 2003, Bear Stearns, where he served as an infantry platoon leader. So I want to know this. Where is the platoon? Where is like a platoon leader in terms of like hierarchy? Let me see here. Here we go. Is usually a junior officer such as a second or first lieutenant or an equivalent rank. Is generally the smallest unit to be commanded by a commissioned officer, known as a platoon leader. So he's not even really like, at this point he wasn't that one. The position out of rank. That could be it then. Right below battalion leader, there are positions, your rank, and your pay grade. Okay. Because see, that's the thing. I'm clearly not in the military, right? Again, I'm not Don't listen, guys. Y'all chatter vicious. Y'all like, no, it's not that. Look, I'm learning. We're learning together, okay? Look, I already told y'all guys. I'm not saying that Pete Hegseth, I'm diving into this stuff, okay? All right. Y'all coming after me. I'm learning. Let me learn. Y'all attacking me. Platoon leader is in the yard. It says here, a platoon in the United States Army is generally the smallest unit. It's commanded by a commissioned officer known as a platoon leader. Currently, a first or second lieutenant, the senior most non-commissioned officer assists the platoon leader's platoon sergeant. Currently, sergeant first class. Okay. So, seems like it's a smaller. Let's see, platoon size comparison. There we go. This picture might be good. Oh, that's not it. 3 or 4 squads make up a platoon which has 20 to 50 soldiers and is commanded by a lieutenant. So, okay, so basically he looked like he was a lieutenant. We were sitting here looking into the Donald Trump's picks and how are they no bueno, correct? Yeah, it's hyper. That's what we're doing. We're kind of looking into each one of these picks right here. We're starting with Pete Hegseth, and we're going to go through this. Civil level? Gotcha, Miss Maddie. Yeah, we're going to get there, I'm sure. Right now, we're just kind of working through, and I'm trying to understand some of these terminologies about his background. Because I think that how he served, I think, is a big determination of whether or not he's a good qualifier, right? Biden's picks to see how well they did and what experience they have. We went through that literally for the past like 2 hours with the other guy about Biden's picks. And they were actually, I had deemed them pretty qualified based on their background. There was one that I didn't really find too peculiar with, and that was the Secretary of Health and Human Services. I didn't really find that pick to be too qualified, but the assistant deputy or the deputy, whatever it was, assistant secretary of health, I found them to be pretty qualified. As high as you can go before your job becomes political. I'm getting there. We're getting there. Let's start early. Return to active duty, heads to return to active duty, and he was awarded the Bronze Star Medal, Combat Infantry Badge, and his second. Isn't the Combat Infantryman Badge just a? Oh, this is right here. The badges awarded infantrymen and special forces soldiers in the rank of colonel and below who fought in active ground combat will assign. Okay, so basically, if you fight in combat, then you receive that medal. Which I've seen this be touted, by the way. I've seen this be touted quite a bit. Was that he was awarded the Bronze Star Medal, Combat Infantryman Badge, and a second Army Commendation Medal. Bronze Star Medal, though, for either heroic achievement, heroic service, meritorious achievement, or meritorious service in combat zone. So I'm not sure. I think Bronze Star is pretty high up there. He has 2 Bronze Stars. We might be getting to that in a minute. Twice. He was awarded it twice. Okay. Probably going to get to that. Returned to active duty in 2012 as a captain. He deployed to Afghanistan with the Minnesota Army National Guard. This is interesting. The Minnesota Army National Guard, which was also, I believe, the same National Guard that Tim Walz served in, actually, way prior to this. His awards. Oh, right here. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Wes. I didn't see that. Bronze Star Medal twice. Okay. I'm curious to see what those are about, but that's commendable. And I want to make it clear, like, I'm not saying that Hegseth's like career in the military is bad per se, right? I commend anybody who went and served in the military. So none of that is to mean that he is terrible per se on the face of that, right? But we're going through and we're going to continue looking through this. He deployed to Afghanistan, the Minnesota National Guard, and acted as a senior counterinsurgency instructor at the Counterinsurgency Training Center in Kabul. In 2014, Hegseth was promoted to the rank of major and left active duty to be assigned to the Army Individual Ready Reserve. Okay, and then this is where things get kind of more political. In 2019, Hegseth rejoined the National Guard after 5 years in the Individual Ready Reserve. In 2020, Hegseth volunteered as one of up to 25 as a National Guard troop authorized by the Pentagon to be put on active duty to protect the inauguration of Joe Biden on January 20th, but was one of 12 soldiers removed from that mission. Hegseth attributed his removal from the assignment to this is the controversy. So this is one of the controversy, guys, if y'all are unaware, right here, is this right here. Hegseth attributed his removal from the assignment at the January 20th inauguration or whatever due to this cross tattoo. This is it right here. And that he does have a tattoo on his chest. And this was a big controversy because it is this is painting it as a Christian symbol. I haven't looked into the background as to whether or not it is a symbol of other things, but That caused him some controversy there. Like, subscribe, stay home. Yep. Thank you, Miss Mandy. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah. If you do like this stream, make sure you hit that like and subscribe notification bell. Hexathet is National Guard superiors determined his tattoos were connected to extremism. There it is. Hexathet also been reported by a fellow guardsman in his unit as a potential. Yes, this is it right here. This is all of the. This is part of the controversy. Hexath chose to leave active duty as a result of this, and his last day in uniform was March 31st of 2021. So technically, this is where I think you were getting at, Wes, where he served 20 something years, right? Because it looks like here. He served from presumably 2000 and where is it? 4? Oh, years of service. Okay, so he served from 2003 to 2014, so it's 11 years, and then he served 2 years here. So he didn't serve 20 years. So his rank was major, his position was platoon leader, his pay grade was 04, and generally made 7 to 8K a month. Yeah, is a major, to me, is a major someone that's commendable? Sure. Is it somebody who should be leading the entire military? I don't think so. Well, let's take a look at what we have right now and let's see what tradition has been, because I think that's kind of a big part of it. Do I think he's qualified? Maybe. I'll give him a maybe. I'll upgrade him from like a wholly unqualified. But do I think that here's the question too, right? You can split this hair a little bit. Do I think that he was nominated because of his military service? I don't know. Is it 20? Is my math not mathing? No, look, he served from 2003 to 2014 to 2019 to 2021. That's like 12 years, Mandy. So I don't know if it was 20 years. I mean, you could, if you want to say, because, yeah, you see, he returned to active duty in 2012. Left active duty to be assigned to the Army Individual Ready Reserve. Oh, okay. So he was in the Army Individual. So, yeah, they're normally 4-star generals. And that's kind of the issue I have here, right? Is that he wasn't a general. Yeah, no, you're good, Miss Mandy. If that's my issue is like there is some kind of a qualification that generals are typically the ones that are in charge of this, probably because of the fact that a major is not. Let's go to military ranks real quick. Just so you know, he was a G7, GS12 pay grade. Generals are GS14, G15. Yeah, but pay grade. That's why I'm trying to see what the actual. Hold on one second. See, I got to make sure because I don't need any. The problem is I don't have ad protection on. That's if any of y'all are wondering why I keep flipping back and forth between single cam and web, is because I'm trying to make sure that no advertisements come up and they're like specialized to my location or anything like that. Let's see. Army. What was he in? He was in the National Guard. I don't think he ever got out of the National Guard, did he? He was always in the National Guard? Oh, the Army. Okay, let's look up the Army ranks. Yeah, Army ranks. Here we go. Okay. So Sergeant Major is the largest one there, but then you have warrant officers. Wait, hold on. Am I not reading this right? Hold on. Army ranks in order. Here we go. Okay, this is a good list here. All right, and I see the ranks you're talking about. All right, so right here, this is what he retired as a major, and you have lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, general, and then general of the army. And so he was. This is the pay grade, I think, right? Yeah, pay grade. And you were saying that he was a GS12 or 14. It don't look like it was GS12 or 14. It looked like he would have been, if this is the way I'm looking at it, 04. I'm an Army brat. Yeah, my family, my grandfather was in the Army, but my parents didn't serve. My dad would never have been able to serve. Yeah, so it looks like he still had quite a bit of ways to go. But it was like you said, I think, Wes, you were correct in that he was a major right before things started to get a little bit more political up here. Who is serving? Who is our current Secretary of Defense. Lloyd Austin, that's right. And Lloyd Austin he's got an extensive military career. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. He's got to compare precedent to now. Oh, let me go ahead and change it to solo source. This dude's got, Lloyd Austin is like insane. This dude's got like a freaking track record to no end. Secretary of Defense. Where was it here? General Austin in 2016. So he was a general. Didn't say which one though, but I'm sure he was up there. Oops. 23 and a half years Army. They basically kicked him out because he refused promotion to officer too many times. Yeah. So that's my thing is when I'm looking at this is like compare Pete Hegseth to this. So let's do this. I'll give you all my final opinion on Pete Hegseth. I think Pete Hegseth is a interesting character I think that he was nominated this position more on the fact that this is just my bias coming out, and that's perfectly fine with that. I don't think that Donald Trump really went into his military career. I don't think that his military career really stands out to anything extraordinary other than the Bronze Stars. That's commendable for sure. But other than that, it just seems like, I'm going to say this in the most polite way that I can. It seems like a very basic military career. Commendable, understandable. I think he more was, again, like the guest before us said, he's a populist. He is somebody who is a Fox News host, and I think that's why he got the position. I don't think it really was more on the military track record, at least compared to previous generals. Next up is Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem. So Kristi Noem's an interesting character as well. Let's go ahead and take a look. I'll show y'all some interesting things about Kristi Noem. If y'all remember, I'm gonna look up. Let's see. Here we go. This is the most infamous one that went around. So this is recent at Trump's rally. At this rally, real quick, West Dude said he is qualified. He has the experience, but not to the point where his job became political, which could cause problems as he will be in a higher position than those that did choose him to become political. The thing is, though, is I would like to see him have more experience as those as a general, or over here, this right here, Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel, Brigadier General, Major General, Army Chief of Staff, and General. I'd love to see him up here. I don't like the fact that he retired just as a major. Like you said, it's right before you go political. I don't think this inherently makes him unqualified per se. I think he's qualified in the sense that I think he is qualified. Oh man, I left this darn thing. Hold on. Where's my graph? Let me open image, new tab. There we go. I think he is qualified in the sense, like I said, that he has some military background. That is nice. Remember what I told you when we were talking about our Secretary of Health and Human Services? There's a bare minimum. I think he crosses that threshold, but I still think that he got picked because he was a Fox News host. I don't think I would say that he is a qualified person, but that's fine. I think there are some questionable characteristics of him and stuff like that, but he's not one of the worst. I think there's some more people we'll get down here. This guy especially, but let's keep going down this line. So next up is Kristi Noem. Whew. We're gonna be doing this for a while, guys. We may not get through all of them today, but we're still. It's about 3:00 my time. So Kristi Noem. Let's go through Kristi Noem. I just had it up. So this is the one that we remember when Donald Trump's audio, or there in this rally, there was two people that ended up passing out, and instead of ending the rally, they ended up just going through with this dance party. It was super, super awkward, but this is one of them. So that was Kristi Noem there. This was one of them. I'm trying to see. Yeah, this is the awkward dance party thing. This is when he was supposed to be doing a town hall, which was funny as well. Let's see. Let's see. What's some other things about Kristi Noem? Who she is in charge of the Secretary of DHS, Department of Homeland Security. I'm going to keep doing what we've been doing. I want to go back to the previous. Who is our current secretary? It's Mayorkas, isn't it? DHS. I think it's Mayorkas. Yes. So we got to do a compare and contrast because some of these departments I'm a little less knowledgeable on. The Department of Homeland Security, for example, here. Let's take a look at what Mayorkas has compared to Kristi Noem, which I think is pretty much self-explanatory. Mayorkas has been a total disaster. How so, Wes? Let's see. Okay, so currently we have Mayorkas. His background is... Okay, this is the order of secession. Okay, wait, I need to go up here. Maybe that's what I need to do. Here we go. Alejandro Mayorkas. American attorney and government official who's the seventh, born in Havana, Cuba. Shortly after the Cuban Revolution, his family fled to Florida after settled in there. After law school, Mayorkas worked as an assistant United States attorney and as United States attorney for the Central District of California in Los Angeles. Member of the presidential transition team for Barack Obama, leading the team responsible for U.S. Department of Justice Criminal Division. He was appointed by President Obama as the Director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. Okay, so this is important right here. He was appointed by President Obama as the Director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. So this is when we start to get some of that immigration stuff. As USCIS Director, Mayorkas implemented the deferred action, so the DACA process. In 60 days, he led U.S. government efforts to rescue orphan children following the January 2010 earthquake in Haiti. I wonder if he was one of the ones and led the advancement of crime victims unit for the first time, made it possible. I wonder if he was one of the ones that ended up issuing the temporary protection status. So if anybody's unaware, the temporary protection status is what Donald Trump tried to revoke, which the temporary protection status allowed people from that earthquake to come to America, essentially. And Donald Trump tried to revoke it, and then he was forced to extend it, and then Joe Biden extended it as well. Anyways, on November 20th, 2020, Mayorkas was nominated as president. Oh, this skipped okay, this is the summary here. I think this makes sense, right? Because if you're Secretary of Homeland Security, you kind of have to have a little bit of that law enforcement background. Makes a little bit of sense. Immigration would be preferred, clearly. United States Attorney, private law practice, Director of U.S. Citizenship. This is where I think he's uniquely qualified right here, is that he served already under this position essentially before, or in a different, similar position. Let's see. Okay. It was school stuff. 2009, Mayorkas was appointed by President Obama, so we already know about all that. This is the Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security. Confirmed as the Deputy Secretary in December, following a party line Senate vote. Mayorkas' confirmation made him the first foreign-born person ever to run the department. That's pretty interesting. Confirmed by voice vote. Is that what it said? I thought it said party line. Oh. Okay. It did say that? I didn't see that. Oh, here it is. I didn't see that. Okay. But I sent it by voice vote. That's interesting. I don't know what the difference is on that one, Wes. What the difference is between a voice and a thing like that. And then the Secretary of Homeland Security. So he's got a pretty good tenure. He's worked as a lawyer. He ended up serving once already as the Director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration, but even prior to that, he was, a lawyer. Let's see, participated in efforts in executive clemency for narcotics trafficker. On his last day, Mayorkas oversaw the prosecution of high-profile cases, including. So he had some ties to working in California and dealing with that a little bit. Oh. That's funny, Wes. Let's see. Okay. So now we're going to compare this to Kristi Noem. Let's look at Kristi Noem, boys. Is Kristi Noem going to be qualified? Our gun toting. Let's see. Kristi Noem. She is the presumptive nominee for that. Born to blah, blah, blah. I really don't care about this early life stuff, so to speak. Subsequently took classes in the Watertown Mount Marty College online. I find that funny that they say online classes, but okay. Attended a bachelor's degree with a major in political science from South Dakota. So she has a political science degree, not unheard of from attorneys. While serving as a U.S. representative. She obtained it while serving as a U.S. representative. That's interesting. So essentially, she didn't have her bachelor's degree. She didn't have her bachelor's degree while she was while she was serving as a representative. Nothing wrong with that. I just thought it was really interesting. She got her political science degree while in office. The biggest thing MGT has done is shut down a lot of voice votes in the House, enforcing roll call votes for things. It shuts down laws from getting passed by 20 to 40 people in the House. I gotcha. Anyways, Washington Post dubbed her Capitol Hill's most powerful intern for receiving college intern credits from. So this is not looking good. Oh, this is not looking good at all. 2006, and I'm on a seat as a Republican in the South Dakota House of Representatives, representing the 6th District. 4 years from 2007 to 2010. She was an assistant majority leader during her second term. Oh, no. She served as the vice chair for the Agricultural Land Assessment Advisory Task Force. She ran for South Dakota. Listen, Wes, I know, man, but the thing is that take away the appeal to authority, she doesn't look qualified just off of what I'm reading. No, it's not. It doesn't look good at all, bro. It doesn't look good at all. This looks terrible. I mean, I'm reading through this really quickly, but like, to the House Republican leadership, making her the second woman, the member of the House. Oh my goodness. Look, I'm just saying she figured out how to get her. Never mind. Look, I don't like criticizing people's looks, okay? But I'm just saying she looks better now than she did then. Let's just be honest. Yeah. We can agree. That's why I say I think lots of these appointments are as disruptors. I don't even have to read through most of this. Energy and environment. Noma said that the U.S. need all the above energy approach. That includes renewables like wind and ethanol. I mean, I can respect the energy. Here's foreign affairs. Noam served on the House Armed Services Committee, so she served for 2 years, where she worked on the 2014 National Defense Authorization Act, so the NDA, which I believe that one was pretty hotly contested as well, Wes, right? Here's this one. This is where it matters, right? Immigration and refugees. This is where it matters. Looks terrible. Noam supported President Donald Trump's 2017 executive order that suspended the U.S. refugee program for 120 days and banned all travel to U.S. by nationals of 7. She supported this. Oh my God, this is so bad. She says she supported a temporary ban on accepting refugees but did not address whether she supports other order, which led to the detention of legal residents such as green card holders. This is what she has to stand on? This is so bad. Does she support it? What are you referring to? Are you referring to the NDA? This is bad. Here, you know what? I need to be taking notes. I need to be taking notes on these so that if I get this brought up in a debate and we're talking about some of these qualifications, I need some notes because I need to be able to refresh this stuff pretty quickly. I'm going to pull a Destiny here, okay? I'm pulling a Destiny. I want to take notes on this. And I'm probably going to be doing this all the wrong ways, but that's okay. So let's do Kristi Noem. We haven't gotten too far in. We're only 2 in. Kristi Noem. Career politician. Supported the Muslim ban. Let's see. The Muslim ban, the first one that was blocked by the Supreme Court, is the same one Obama did when something happened. I don't know about that one. Let's see. Did Obama implement that? I mean, I don't care one way or the other, but I mean, we'll look. I don't think it was that. I don't see anything about that one. Here it is. Why did y'all have me going to the wrong thing? Obama signed the Visa Waiver Program Improvement and Travel Prevention Act as part of an omnibus spending bill. Legislation restricted access to the waiver program, which allows citizens. I'm not liking what I am on. I am on the worst website. It was like some kind of Marxist website or something. I was like, what the hell am I on? But I needed the information. Come on. There we go. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's the same thing. I don't think it would have been cleaner. What's this? What is it? The Visa Waiver Program. All right, I'm gonna look this one up real quick. No, this isn't the same thing. This is the complete opposite. This is the complete opposite from what I'm looking at. Looks like VWP permits citizens of certain countries to travel to the United States for business or tourism for stays of up to 90 days. Oh, wait, here it is. Here it is. On December 18th, this program was initiated, became law. The act, among other things, established new eligibility requirements for travel under the VWP. These new eligibility requirements do not bear. These eligibility requirements do not bar travel to the United States. Instead, a traveler who does not meet the requirements must obtain a visa for travel to the United States, which generally includes an in-person interview at a U.S. embassy or consulate. So that's exactly what it was. This wasn't the same thing. This was like the one that Donald Trump did was just a blanket one. If it's from these countries, we're not letting you in. Right here, I'm looking at the executive order. I'll pull it up here. Protect the nation from foreign, blah, blah, blah. Label the Muslim ban. Critics alike. The signing that provoked widespread condemnation. Where is it? Here it is. Part of a series, executive lowered the number of refugees to be admitted to the United States in 2017 to 50,000, suspended the U.S. refugee admissions program for 100 days, suspended completely the entry of Syrian refugees indefinitely, directed some cabinet secretaries to suspend entry of those whose countries do not meet adjudication standards under U.S. immigration law for 90 days, and included exceptions on a case-by-case basis. DHS listed these countries as blah, 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 was also included until it was dropped. So basically, yeah, it just blanket banned. This one here that that Obama signed was, it doesn't bar travel. It just, you have to, person who does not meet these requirements must obtain a visa for travel. So you just have to, you can still obtain a visa essentially. Those other ones you would not have been able to obtain a visa. So anyways, let's go back to Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem, not a good choice. I deem her unqualified. I do not think she is qualified for this position. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to make a list of what I believe to be qualified and unqualified picks. And I will go ahead and throw her into the unqualified category. I will then put, I'll go ahead and put Matt Gaetz in. I'll do a solid on this one. I think this will be kind of my hot take on this. I would say Pete Hegseth and Barely. I'll put him on the qualified category. Retired. Oops. Pete Hegseth, retired as a major, commendable accolades, appointed likely due to Fox News connections. That's my little injection there. Okay, so then that's that. Oops. And next up, we've got Mike Huckabee. Mike Huckabee is an interesting one. This one's an Israel ambassador. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. I want to dig a little deeper into Kristi Noem's immigration stances. I'm going to go on to Twitter here real quick. Immigration stances. Oh, it's going to be so hard. Okay, well, Yeah. In terms of policy, this isn't going to look great. One thing to know about Kristi Noem, she accepted a private donation to send National Guard troops to the border and relied on anti-immigration rhetoric. What's this one? Only American citizens should vote in American elections. Joe Biden disagrees. Now we know why the borders are. Kamala Harris. Where, I'm not going to spend too much time on her. We'll move on to the next one, but I do want to dig a little bit more than just simply Wikipedia, to be fair. Mike Huckabee. I could spend hours on Mike Huckabee, but I don't think I want to. Let's go ahead and do our typical route. The Israel ambassador. Who's our current Israeli ambassador? Let's see. U.S. Israel. Oops. Ambassador. Right now it's Jack Lew. That's right. Jack Lew. His family is Jewish. Well, I would say that's a good start. I would say it's a good start. If you're going to be the ambassador to Israel, that would probably be a good start. His father was a lawyer and rare book dealer who came to the United States from Poland as a child. Damn, that's pretty wild. Worked as an aid rep how old is this guy? This man was born August 1950. Okay, so he's not terribly old. Maybe I feel young, I guess. He was born last year. Oh, was he? Okay. Let's see. Early life and education. Lew practiced as an attorney for 5 years as a partner. So another lawyer, which is fine. I think ambassador is a pretty low bar in terms of, qualifications. There are some things, the nice to haves here. Obviously, one of them would be to be Jewish if you're going to be ambassador to Israel. Having some kind of connection to that region would certainly be a great start. Lew served as special assistant to the president. So this is the Clinton administration. Responsible for policy development and drafting the National Service Initiative. And what we're doing right now is we're going through and we're comparing and contrasting. I think it's important to understand what precedent has been set. What are the qualifications that Jack Lew was nominated for versus our current one. Plus, this helps me as well because I know a lot of people are like, well, what about Biden's nominees? And it's like, okay, well, let's look into it. Let's see. Lew served as deputy director of OMB. There, Lew was chief operating officer responsible for day-to-day management of a staff of 500. Wow. He had cross-cutting responsibilities to coordinate Clinton administration efforts on budget and appropriation. So a lot of really just member of the cabinet, member of the economic team. He advised the president on a broad range of domestic and international policies. He represented the administration in budget negotiations with Congress, served as a member of the National Security Council. That could be pretty worthwhile. Between Clinton and Obama, 10 years after leaving public office in the Clinton administration, Lew served as an executive vice president for operations at New York University. He was a clinical professor of public administration in Wagner School of Public Service. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Deputy Secretary of State. As Deputy Secretary of State for Management, Lew was a State Department Chief Operating Officer and was primarily responsible for resources. Secretary during that period. State Department, okay. Budget Director. Okay. William Daley. Lew was seen as supporter and top negotiator for a grand bargain deal between President Obama and House Speaker John Boehner to avoid a fiscal cliff. He was the Secretary of Treasury. Man, this dude is like stacked with secretary. That is wild. Lew received an honorary doctorate of humane letters from Georgetown University. Mr. Robot. Okay. Ambassador to Israel. It says on October 25th. Look, if I'm being fair, Wes, that does look like what it is. What I'm wanting to see, though, is his connections to Israel. He served. I mean, we're at the point now in the administration. He has some kind of connections. I would believe, because there's some we're missing here. Let me look up something real quick. Jack Lew Israel ties. Let's see. Let's do like 2013. Just something here. Here we go. Fast facts. Let's see. Domestic policy. Do we have anything Israel related? Okay. No. Okay. I don't doubt that he had some kind of accomplishments with Israel, working in the office with the president and things like that, right? I don't doubt that he had some kind of a connection to Israel. Let's see, who's Jack Lew? Clinton administration. Under former Mr. Lew had a series of crucial positions, chief of staff. Mr. Lew observed. Okay, so here's this. Okay. So it says, as an Orthodox Jew, Mr. Lew observed Shabbat while working in the White House and spoke openly about how his colleagues, including the presidents, were respectful of his lifestyle. After leaving the White House in 2017, Mr. Lew became a managing partner at private equity firm Lindsay Goldberg, LLC, and a visiting professor of international. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. I'm like, there's got to be something in here that this man did something. And a visiting professor of international and public affairs at Columbia University, which is pretty respectful. Despite a career of high-profile jobs that could have easily brought with it public spotlight, Mr. Lew said it would. Oh, I can't see what I'm looking at. Mr. Lew said it would be to a relatively low-key person. Okay, so I need to see. Jack assumes that he is going to work to make at least one letter legible in order not to debase our currency. Let's see. So it looks interesting. Looks interesting to me. Now let's take a look at who is it? Mike Huckabee. I don't know where Mike Huckabee is going to come into this. Mike Huckabee is, anybody who's unaware, he is, I believe, what was it, the former governor? And also he, where is it? He was a, where is it? No, he was a pastor. He was a lieutenant governor of Arkansas and the governor of Arkansas from 96 to 2007. Let's see. I don't know if any of these really are going to give me what I'm looking for. See, Mike, I know I don't really want to get into too much of his policies here or his governorship. I think this one's a Fox News hire personally. 2008 presidential election campaign. Huckabee announced his run for the White House on Meet the Press. This was 2008. Huckabee finished third place behind John McCain in first place, and Mitt Romney finished second, with Huckabee receiving one more delegate. Okay, Huckabee finished in third place, so losing presidential run sounds great. Vice presidential candidate speculation. Let's see. Praise Huckabee and stated he is a rising star in the Republican Party. Man, like I said, to me, I understand that Jack Lew was not like anything wild, but there were some connections that looks like that he had with international policy. Reports emerged in the summer of 2016 that Huckabee, who currently lives in Florida, there's a governor race. This is another thing that's really interesting to me, by the way. Okay. One thing I've noticed is that a lot of Trump's picks have ties to Florida. as well as like if you look at Rick Scott was somebody that they wanted to be in the Senate leadership. They wanted Rick Scott to be in the Senate leadership, and he's from Florida. There's a lot of people that are from Florida that Donald Trump has been putting in place. It's just really interesting. It's probably because he's gotten to know them over the past few years. It's certainly possible. But I mean, even then, right? Like, to me, what I like to see, I probably should preface this, is that I would like to see when it comes to these candidates is that they actually have some kind of a knowledge on the topic, right? And with Mike Huckabee, there is an element, right? Which fine, we could sit there and say by that measure, you could say that a lawyer would be great at all these positions because they're great for negotiating. And I would understand, and I would probably agree to that to some element. But the problem is that it'd be like this. It'd be like taking somebody who's an attorney for, say, tax law and throwing them into criminal law, right? Two different areas of law, right? And they would have to go in and look at it and everything else. So it's not, I would like them to have some kind of subject matter expert on that, or to some degree, right? It doesn't have to be like a philosophical scholar or anything like that. But I think if I were picking, look, Wes, you know, that's my hot topic. Okay. The IRS is doing fine. Okay. The IRS does have a law enforcement division for anyone who's unaware. Okay. And that law enforcement division is the one who oversees, like tax fraud and things like that. And they are the ones that will carry around firearms. So yeah, Wes. So the second Trump administration. Oh, this is it right here. Following the 2016 U.S. presidential election, Huckabee met with President-elect of the United States, Donald Trump. Which was interesting because Sarah Huckabee Sanders ended up getting a position in the White House. Very interesting how that worked out. Fox News in 2008, Fox News announced it was hiring Huckabee as a political commentator and regular contributor to their 2008 American presidential election coverage and filled in for Paul Harvey. A few months later, he signed a deal with ABC beginning in 2009. So again, this goes back to where I think that here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put Mike Huckabee in the unqualified category. And one of those is lack of international affairs. We can look at the facts that I think this is a Fox News hire. I think the only qualification he has is that he was a governor, and that maybe you could say that. Oh, here we go. We can look at this right here. Race relations, free trade, conceiving children, role of climate change, military immigration, gun control, fiscal. Here we go. Okay, here we go. This is an interesting one. Huckabee is a strong supporter of Israel, opposing. A lot of these have everyone going, WTF, that person for that position. I just get flashbacks to The Dark Knight where the Joker says he's an agent of chaos, not planes. Yeah, but this isn't it, right? Like, you could put people in play. I don't like this at all. Huckabee is a strong supporter of Israel, opposing Palestinian statehood and rejecting Palestinian identity. Huckabee has also condoned West Bank settlements, which are under international law. In 2008, Huckabee argued that there is no such thing as oh man. This is the thing about it. This is what I was talking about with that guy, is that you can't sit there and tell me that Trump started no new wars. When you appoint someone like Mike Huckabee, you're inviting new wars or the continuation of those wars. I don't like this. I'm going to copy this. This is going to go down to my notes. Hopefully I don't delete my notes. Let me actually save my notes before I forget. Let's do show notes. And then this is going to be qualified picks. Qualified candidates. What the heck? Okay. I'll go to the source. So Tiberius, actually, it's a good point. We got a lot of people coming here. Not typical. That's fine. We'll go to the source. This is CNN. Oh, of course, it's CNN. Real quick, I'm going to take a moment here. I want to speak to everybody here. And I got to watch it here because these ads are popping up and they are extremely crazy. So let me let you guys know what's going on. So anybody who's wondering why Doghouse, why are you streaming in the middle of the day? Tiberius, I haven't told you, but just so you guys know, I have lost my job. So I am now a full-time streamer for the foreseeable future until my position gets put in place. So I lost, they got rid of my position. So I came in on a Monday. They're like, hey, can we talk to you? I'm like, yeah, what's going on? They're like, oh, we no longer are going to need this position. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, does this have anything to do with my work performance? And they're like, no, we just don't need this position anymore. I'm like, okay, that works. That sounds great. So guys, if you want to support your boy, drop the like, comment, drop a follow for me. And if you're really feeling frisky, look, we're trying to hit the sub goal. Okay. These being a lib isn't as crazy as cracked up to be. But anyways, let's get back into this. The quote that we were pulling up here for Wes. Let's see. The quote is no such thing. Let's see. So the full context. This was in 2008. Yeah, so I'm trying to be very careful in how I state this. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try and make sure here something. Let's see. So right here. You can see that it said basically there really is no such thing as, I need to be careful about saying this because people get really upset. There's really no such thing as a Palestinian. How could be said at a 2008 campaign stop in Massachusetts while speaking to two Orthodox Jewish men? There's not. In response to a question from one of the men about the possibility of a Palestinian state existing outside of Israel, Huckabee said he believed this was the preferable option. You have Arabs and Persians. Huckabee continued, and there's such complexity in that, but there's really no such thing. That's been a political tool to try and force land away from Israel. So it is what you read, Wes. There's no doubt about it. That is what we read. All right. So Mike Huckabee on our unqualified list and a Fox News hire. Now we are on to William McGinley. Exactly, Wes. Thank you. Yeah, that's bad. That's pretty bad. I'm glad we recognize that. I'm glad we recognize that. So now we're going to go on to William McGinley. Okay, McKinley, I think is his name. He is the White House counsel. I'm not entirely worried about the White House counsel. I think this is going to be more of an advisory kind of position. I'm not terribly concerned about it, but I will take a look at him real quick. He's not really going to be an appointed thing. Is Mike Huck, is ambassadorships appointed? I have to look again. But I don't think the White House counsel is appointed. Could be wrong. Is White House counsel appointed? It is an appointee. Make sure that dude doesn't visit the train station. Yeah. Let's see. White House counsel is senior staff appointee of the President of the United States, whose role is to advise the President on all legal issues concerned. So he's appointed. And he is William McGinley. Let's see. William Goodness gracious, I can't spell his name to save my life. McGinley. Let's check him out. Bill, is that it? Yes. Receives Bachelor of Arts, University of California. I mean, this one's not going to be too crazy as long as he's a lawyer, right? I mean, that's not going to be too crazy. Was counsel of the Convention Rules Committee. So he was part of the RNC. Let's see. By the Donald Trump campaign in 2016. He was expected to act as a campaign advisor during the legal selection battles and on potential challenges. After the election, McGinley was appointed White House cabinet secretary and began work on January 17. He resigned in 2019 and subsequently joined the Vogel Group, which I feel like I've heard this name before. McGinley joined the RSC election integrity team headed by Christina Bobb, serving as outside counsel. In November 2024, McGinley was selected to serve as White House counsel to President Trump. Nothing fancy. Do I think he's qualified? He's a lawyer. I'll put him in there. I'll put him in there. It's not anything too crazy. I definitely think there's a loyalty side to that, but the qualification on that one's just gonna be like lawyer. Y'all didn't see what I was looking at, but you don't need to. John Ratcliffe. All right, now we're getting into the meat and potatoes of this. John Ratcliffe is the CIA director. Let's take a look at our John Ratcliffe here. Who's our current CIA director right now? CIA director of the Central Intelligence Agency. It is William Burns. This is the guy we were just talking about a couple of hours ago. So William McKinley worked. Oh wait. William McKinley. William Burns. American diplomat and director of CIA during the Biden administration. Let's see. He has a career in U.S. Foreign Service. He served as the Deputy Secretary of State. He was part of a bunch of political affairs. Leaked diplomatic cable that Burns signed as ambassador to Russia. Provided detailed evidence account. Lavish wedding organized. Let's see. Even larger written by his colleagues. So he led a lot of crazy stuff. Burns told Financial Times cable had been largely written. Burns and Jake Sullivan led. I understand that, Wes, but the problem is, y'all, you can't see what I'm looking at. I understand that, but the problem is with this, okay? You can have loyal people that are not yes men, and that's my issue. These are leading me to believe there are going to be a lot of yes men in this cabinet, and I don't want that either. I don't want an advisor, there's a difference between an advisor and a cheerleader. An advisor tells you, "Hey, I don't think this is a good move," and you go, "Okay, I respect your opinion." And then you got, they're a liar. No, they're that too. You can be a yes man and still be a liar. But the thing about it is that having these people that are so loyal to Trump that they're afraid to even sit there and say no is a concern of mine. I understand that loyalty is a big issue here. Of course, I get that. I would expect that. But blind loyalty is a concern. And a lot of these strike me with like a little bit of blind loyalty. Yet, and the people he left in Joint Chief admitted after he left, and they admitted they lied to him and did not execute his orders correctly. I did expect something like this. Yeah. So basically, Burns has got a lot of all these foreign policy or foreign affairs kind of tie into it. Now let's get into John Ratcliffe, and let's see what John Ratcliffe looks like. Go ahead and switch this over to solo web source. John Ratcliffe. American politician and attorney who served as the director of national intelligence from 2020 to 2021. He previously served as the U.S. Rep for Texas 4th District from 15 to 20. Conservative, one of the most conservative members. That's interesting. Announced on July 28, 2019, that he intended to nominate Ratcliffe to replace Dan Coates as Director of National Intelligence. So he actually did have a role for a little bit as Director of National Intelligence. Drew after Republican senators raised concerns about him. Former intelligence officials said he might politicize intelligence. The media revealed Ratcliffe's embellishments. His prosecutorial experience in these cases. On February 28, 2020. Hold on one second. All right. On February 28th, Trump announced that he would again nominate Ratcliffe to be Director of National Intelligence, and after Senate approval, he resigned from the House and was sworn in on May 26th. Concerns that Ratcliffe would politicize the DNI Ratcliffe pledged to be apolitical. However, during his tenure as DNI, Ratcliffe was guarded as using the position to score political points for Trump. Ratcliffe made public assertions that had contradicted the intelligence community's own assessments and sidelined career officials in the intelligence community. What is this? This is the New York Times. I'm gonna have to, before I go in there and click on it. Okay, of course, I got to ad block. Oops. I can't get into it. And I'm really more coming this from a biographical standpoint and his knowledge and things like that. If he did counteract his own agency and assertions, then yeah, that wouldn't be a good thing. Let's see. Born whatever. Oh. Yeah, did that have to do with Ratcliffe? It might come up here in a minute. Yeah, I think it's going to come up here in a minute. Appointed Ratcliffe to be the chief of blah, 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 and national security for the Eastern District of Texas within the U.S. Department of Justice. In May 2007, Ratcliffe was named intern U.S. attorney for the district. Ratcliffe returned to private law practice. Ratcliffe also misrepresented his involvement in this dude is mired in controversy. Ratcliffe's campaign website said that as a federal prosecutor, Ratcliffe personally managed dozens of international and domestic investigations and put blank in prison. There is, however, no evidence Ratcliffe ever prosecuted a case. Oof. Yeah, I know. Hold on one second. I'm still reading through this here. Ratcliffe also misrepresented involvement in the U.S. v. Holy Land Foundation terror financing case, claiming. Let's see. Claiming there are individuals that currently sit in prison because I prosecuted them for funneling money. ABC News reported that there was no evidence of public court records involved in the case and that former officials and attorneys involved in the case could not recall that Ratcliffe was involved. Oh, this looks bad. Ratcliffe's official House of Representatives biography says that while working as prosecutor for this reminds me of a lot of like Republicans who like got crazy about Tim Walz's service record. This is kind of like not to that grandiose, but it's a little bit of like one of those embellishment things. Working as a prosecutor for the Eastern District, he arrested 300 illegal aliens in a single day. I don't even need to read the rest. There's no way. Washington Post noted in a story about how Ratcliffe embellished his records that Ratcliffe played a supporting role in an effort to bust illegal immigrants. His office arrested only 45 individuals suspected of being illegal immigrants, including 2 turned out to be American citizens. Oh, no. Oh, no. What is this story? That's the Washington Post, of course. Can't get into it. On that case, he probably had a minor role. Even... You can't say he probably did. We don't. I mean, I don't want to dig. I don't think it's that serious to dig into, but taking it at its face value. I don't, unless you can, if you can find it, I'll read it, but I'm not going to go through and like dig for finding out what role he may or may not have played in it. But on its face, from what I'm looking at, it sounds pretty bad. Even if you had a minor role, if you embellished that he had a bigger role in it, then that's pretty bad. But yeah, this one here, that's yikesy. A supporting role in an effort to bust illegal immigrants, and that office only had 45 dead and 2 who turned to be American citizens. Immigration enforcement dispute that Ratcliffe played a central role in that raid. Yeah, there you go. I mean, this is kind of the recurring theme with this guy is that every time there's like some kind of big case, he tries to make it sound like he had a big hand in it, and he didn't. We're barely there, guys. I mean, where are we? Where are we at? We're at like 2004, 2009. Ratcliffe became a partner with former Attorney General John Ashcroft. 12 part of transition team for Mitt Romney. That's interesting. This is actually really interesting because established before that year's general election by Republican. This is so interesting to me is that he was part of the transition team for Mitt Romney. Keep in mind, Mitt Romney supported Kamala, didn't he? I'm almost certain he did. And so I think it's very interesting to me that Donald Trump's bringing in this guy who worked with him. But given how his record shows just from this little paragraph we've seen. U.S. House of Representatives. In late 2013, Ratcliffe announced that he would run in the Republican primary against 17 terms. My gosh. 17 terms, y'all. That's like, what is that? The House? Yeah. 34. Oh my gosh. Hall, at 91, Hall was the oldest member of Congress and the oldest person ever to serve. What does that say, man? That the only way that you can like run on this is that you have to run against a 91-year-old. Oh my goodness. Ratcliffe finished. He finished second against the 91-year-old. Ratcliffe finished second with 29% of the vote behind Hall's 45% because Hall came up short. Was required for the Ratcliffe was endorsed by the Tea Party. Ratcliffe defeated Hall with 50%. Okay. I was like, oh. He beat. So Ratcliffe, okay. My man. Ratcliffe finished second on the primary, or it was okay. So it was a regular vote. He lost massively, and then he was then on the runoff endorsed. Yeah, he was endorsed by the NRA, the Tea Party, Senate Conservative Fund. So like he had to have a lot of backing. And then look at that. This is a huge one right here. Former Congressman Ron Paul, Michelle Bachmann, and Mike Huckabee. Then he won and defeated Hall with 53% of the vote. The first time in 20 years that a sitting Republican congressman in Texas has been ousted in a primary. Ratcliffe was one of 4 candidates to defeat a sitting incumbent U.S. representative in a primary election in 2014. Man. You still lost the first time around, bro. You needed all these people to come out. And think about this. This was in 2014. So Mike Huckabee was still a very big influence here. That's not something. 53%. That's still pretty low for a 91. Ratcliffe ran unopposed with a Cook partisan voting index of R plus 25. Dang. Primaries go a little different. Yeah, I guess. It is the 5th most Republican district in Texas and is tied for 13th in the nation. That's insane. March 2016, Ratcliffe easily defeated 2 challengers in the Republican primary, getting 68% of the vote. This is all U.S. House of Representatives. 2018, on November 6, 2018, Ratcliffe won re-election to a 3rd term. So a Democrat challenger. Okay, this is the problem I have. Is like when you're in a Republican district this heavy of a Republican district, Democrats don't have a chance, like at all. It's ridiculous. When Ratcliffe took office on January 3rd, 2015, he became only the 5th person to represent the 4th district since its creation in 1903. Let's see. Dang. All but one of his predecessors had held the seat for at least 25 years. Ratcliffe's first term in Washington proves that freshman lawmakers can be players of consequence in Congress. Ratcliffe questioned then FBI Director James Comey about whether the FBI's decision not to recommend criminal charge against came before or after Clinton was interviewed. So this is where, okay. Now we're getting into Trump territory. Okay, this is Ratcliffe. And at a September 16 hearing of the House Judiciary Committee, Ratcliffe questioned then FBI Director James Comey about whether the FBI's decision not to recommend criminal charges against Hillary Clinton in connection with the email controversy came before or after Clinton was interviewed by investigators. Comey responded that the final decision had been made after the interviews. Ratcliffe subsequently suggested the FBI had predetermined the result of the investigation. But wait, Comey responded that the final decision had been made after the interviews, but Ratcliffe suggested that the FBI had predetermined the result of the investigation. So once again, kind of bending things here a little bit. Is this CNN? This is Fox News. Okay, let me go ahead and switch this over real quick. Give me 1 second. Let's take a look at this. Let's find out what this is about.
Our God calls us.
Negative, Ghostwriter. Let's see. What was the exact quote? Oops. Oh, here we go. Open link in new tab. Predetermine the result. Here we go. Let's see. So this Wikipedia might be a little bit wrong. So hold on one second. It's saying that Graham said there are two issues he wants to discuss. The first is whether Comey had predetermined the result of the email investigation before the Clinton interview. The second concerns Comey's claim. So it sounds like Graham may have been the one to suggest this. Graham might have been the one to suggest whether or not it was a predetermined result. Yeah, I don't think they got that. Well, let me see. They have another footnote on this one. Oops. Go back up. This one's archived. See, I don't know. Asked what he thinks to be the appropriate forum in which Comey would clarify matters. Ratcliffe told Fox News that what's most important is getting to the truth, but this should be done in the most transparent way possible. Waiting for this coming. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, I don't think he said that. Okay. So then in that case, I'll let him pass on that one. No, you're good, Wes. I appreciate you, buddy, for coming in. Ratcliffe was a member of the Republican Study Committee in the Congressional Next Gen 911 caucus. Let's see. March. Gross negligence charge against Hillary Clinton regarding her handling. However, the June 2018 DOJ Inspector General report. Huh. Wes, what's on, buddy? Yeah. Let's see. What other things? Director of National Intelligence. President Donald Trump announced on July 28, 2019 that he intended to nominate Ratcliffe to replace Dan Coates. I like how they say it right out of the gate. Ratcliffe has little experience in national security or national intelligence, is reported to have demonstrated little engagement on the matter as a congressman. Trump's intent to nominate Ratcliffe became controversial when he was found to have misrepresented his role in prosecuting those kinds of cases. Let's see. Ratcliffe criticized the FBI and the special counsel investigation as biased against Trump. Ratcliffe also alleged that Russian interference may have helped Trump's candidate more than Trump. American intelligence agencies, the Senate Intelligence Committee, and Robert Mueller have maintained that Russia interference helped Trump. Unqualified and too partisan to serve in such a role, which is historically considered relatively nonpartisan. So here we go. We're finally getting into the meat and potatoes of this. However, Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman Richard Burns, Senator John Cornyn expressed confidence in him. Democrat senators, including Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and Ron Wyden, a member of the Intelligence Committee, said that Ratcliffe's only qualification for the office appeared to be blind loyalty to Trump. Oh, that sucks. Noting that he's promoted some of the Trump conspiracy theories about Russia and has called for prosecution of Trump's political enemies. Oh, really? Interesting. That was probably Clinton. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. 1 second. All right. So then some of Trump's conspiracy theories. On August 2nd, 2019, Trump said in a tweet that he was withdrawing Ratcliffe's name from nomination. 1 second. Claiming the mainstream media scrutiny of Ratcliffe. Confirmed by the Senate by a vote of 49 to 44. He was sworn in on May 26th. In November of 2020, Trump privately offered the job of U.S. Attorney General Ratcliffe, who turned down the job. On October 21st, in at least 4 states, emails warned that emails using Ratcliffe announced that evening that the emails using a spoofed return address had been sent by Iran, known to have obtained American voter registration data, possibly from publicly available information. A spokesman for Iran denied the allegation. His announcement, Ratcliffe said that the Iran's intent had been made to intimidate voters, incite social unrest, and damage Trump. So, okay. Here's some of his political positions. We don't need to read through this. So here's my take on this guy here, on John Ratcliffe. I'm going to put him as unqualified. And the reason why is it does not seem like he has an intelligence background from what I can tell. It does look like he has a law degree. So let me put this on here. Lack of intelligence background. He is mired in controversy. And he seems to have a loyal to Trump attitude, which is, again, the running theme in all of these guys, right? All right. We've made it, boys. We are now on to the infamous Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. So here's the thing about these guys. I'm not going to cover them. Why might I not cover them? Is because of a couple of things, but we will cover them. Actually, let me correct that. We will cover them, but I want you to know something. These guys are not appointed. The Department of Government Efficiency doesn't exist. This is just a made-up position. And first and foremost, we have Vivek Ramaswamy, and we're going to watch a few clips. Let's go ahead and see if we can find a few clips of Vivek on what he would do to make government more efficient. I don't know. Wes can always advise me if I'm allowed to cover full ones, but there was one that he did with Lex Friedman, but I don't know if I'm able to cover that on YouTube or anything like that. Let's see. Vivek Ramaswamy, efficiency, and let's check out some media here. Yeah, so there's this right here.
If your social security number ends in an odd number, you're out.
There we go. We'll watch this one.
Oh, if it ends in an even number, you're in. There's a 50% cut right there. Of those who remain, if your social security number starts in an even number, you're in. And if it starts with an odd number, you're out. Boom. That's a 75% reduction. Then literally stochastically. Okay. If your social...
All right, so let's be clear here. There has been some suggestion that this was in fact a thought experiment about how to cut down on employees. Okay, but the issue with this is that this is still a really, 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 really dumb way to handle this. Okay, you shouldn't sit there and fire people based on social security number. I get the idea that you don't, hold on one second. Making bad thoughts is just as damning. Yeah, it either way you slice this, it just looks so bad. And I've wanted to watch this, but I don't know what I'm allowed to watch. And for that reason, I'm not going to watch the entire Lex Friedman podcast, but we will go through some of Vivek's government efficiency.
What's holding back energy dominance in this country is that administrative state. Look at the regulations coming out of the department.
First of all, we are already being very energy dominant. We're extremely energy dominant. Let me show you guys this real quick. Oil production, Fred. Always go to Fred, boys. Fred. Here we go. Oops. Crude oil production. Here we go. That's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for. I know it ain't that hard. All right, let's do crude oil. Oh my gosh. Just give me the chart. Bruh. Is it really this crazy? Price of oil. I'm not looking for price of oil. I swear I had this thing pulled up like 2 seconds ago. Oh my goodness. Industrial production, mining, oil and gas extraction. I don't know if this is it. Don't think that is it. Well, anyways, he's flat out wrong. I can't pull it up, and I don't want to sit there for 15 minutes trying to find this damn thing. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to find it. I don't know. I have the chart, and I'm looking for it like crazy, and I don't know why I can't find it. How much oil produced in U.S. chart? I see why. Because I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking for Fred. It's not under Fred. It's the EIA. Duh. All right. So here you go. We are already pretty energy dominant. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. I don't know why it's doing this. There you go. You can see right here where we are at peak records. We are back. Back. Why wouldn't you be able to comment it? Watch it and comment. You're commenting on it. It's politically relevant. Yeah. Let me see how long it is. I'm not going to watch like a 3-hour long Lex Friedman. I'm not going to watch like a 3-hour long Lex Friedman thing. But it might be worth it if it's with Vivek. How long is it?
The way I would do it?
Oh my goodness gracious. That is a 2-hour long video. But you know what? Let's do this. Let's take a moment. We're going to take a break away from the Trump admin takes. We're going to pick up tomorrow on that, but I'm going to continue. I don't think I'm getting off. We're going to switch and we're going to watch a video. Yeah, it's like 2 hours and 40 minutes. We're going to switch to another video and we're going to do some React Andy content. How does that sound? We're going to do some React Andy content. We'll go over more of these admin guys tomorrow, but let's go ahead and go over to YouTube. And we're going to watch some Piers Morgan. This one looks really interesting. We'll see how this goes. All right.
I think Kamala ran basically.
Let's see. Okay. Oh, this is a good one. You're going to like this one. Let's go ahead and go to Solo Web Source here. Let's watch us some React Andy content.
Basically the platonic ideal of a non-woke Democratic campaign.
What's the future of the Democrats? Who would you like to see run the party now?
Jon Stewart. Honestly, a controversial, charismatic celebrity.
Won by a landslide, and what should happen next? Here's just a snapshot of views from the masterminds who were wrong about, well, almost everything.
I'm skipping over some of this.
Souffle. And just in the end play into his hands.
Well, I think they thought, based on the numbers, that this was going to be an effective form of attack, and I think it.
I guess I got to go back to the monologue because it kind of covers some of the stuff. All right, let's go to the monologue.
Here's just a snapshot of views from the masterminds who were wrong about, well, almost everything.
It is time for the Democrats to say, okay, and you and I have talked about this before. A lot of Hispanic voters have problems with black candidates.
Right.
A lot
and
of
with other Hispanics. You've got some that don't like each other.
The working class of this country is angry, and they have a reason to be angry.
I don't respect him saying that the Democrats.
I love it. It's awesome. Yeah, the thing about it, Wes, is like.
Democratic Party has abandoned the working class families. That's where we are.
Elon Musk is, I don't know how many hundreds of billions he has. He has been the director of misinformation.
And this idea that like, oh no, the economy is actually good or crime is actually down, or this is all just Fox News. Like, shut the fuck up with that. Like, talk to some people who live near you.
I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed.
I got bad news for you. They don't have a monopoly on stupid. You wear Queers for Palestine t-shirts. And masks 2 years after the pandemic ended. And you can't define woman, I mean person who menstruates.
Exactly. Whatever the prescription should ultimately be, the diagnosis is surely crystal clear. Trump has made commanding inroads with working class voters, black voters, Latino voters, urban voters, and young voters. It's a veritable rainbow coalition of disaffected people who Democrats have traditionally relied upon and more recently taken for granted. So what drove them away? Was it government-funded operations to transgender illegal aliens? Was it prioritized?
This never got brought up in the campaign. Like, Kamala Harris never addressed this whatsoever. Like, she was very much against, like, she didn't talk about it. It was not part of her campaign. The one who obsesses time and time again. It's always the conservatives that obsess about this trans issue shit. Sorry.
SNL and 60 Minutes over Joe Rogan and Theo Von? Was it the warm embrace of Liz Cheney and a hawkish, even conservative stance on the wars in Israel and Ukraine? Was it gaslighting America into believing Joe Biden was so sharp he could slice concrete and meant ousting him for simply dreadful?
Joe Biden was not sharp as concrete but he was definitely. And here's the thing too: is it's funny to me because the argument is that Joe Biden is not really the greatest because guess what? He's old. Well, guess what? Donald Trump is now the same age that Joe Biden was when Joe Biden took office. And there's plenty of evidence out there to suggest that Donald Trump is certainly not near as sharp as he used to be. Go up like 15%. All right. Should be a little bit better. I have to watch it because like the output that's coming to my headphones is like louder than what you guys are hearing. And then the libs obsess over it and blame progressive for them. Exactly.
Candidate in Kamala Harris. Maybe it was all of the above, delivered with a customary liberal serving of supreme self-confidence and the firm belief that everyone who disagrees with them is a moron or a bigot. But joining me for an uncensored battle for the heart and soul of the Democratic Party, the host and founder of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, presidential historian and pollster professor.
I've had some conversations with Cenk in Twitter. Okay, me and Cenk have had some going back and forth, but it was very minimal. Okay, I'm not gonna upsell that.
Professor Alan Lichtman, Democrat influencer Harry Sissom, and author of.
I've been trying to get. I've been trying to do more better on Twitter or TikTok. And, maybe I'll reach out to Harry or something. That'd be pretty fun.
New prize for these eyes, a senior political analyst at Fox News, Juan Williams. Well, welcome to all of you. Juan, in particular, a long time since I've spoken to you. Great to have you. I think making your debut on Uncensored. So thank you very much. This is blue on blue, chaps, so you can rip into each other to your heart's content, and hopefully out of it, we may get some form of consensus over certain ways that the Democrats could go. Juan, let me start with you. When you look at the election, and you look at the thumping win Trump got, and who he won it with, do you think this whole campaign by the Democrats to portray him as racist, sexist, transphobic, Islamophobic, a Nazi, blah, 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 blah. Did they just over-egg the devilment souffle and just in the end play into his hands?
No, they should. You know what? That idea that the wordplay is what turned off voters from Kamala Harris is laughable. It's just laughable. And I know Pierce Morgan goes on and on about this, but this is the problem is that Donald Trump is allowed to say all that he's allowed to say. We could point out several different instances in which Donald Trump has said far worse things. And yet his MAGA supporters will just sit there and seal clap. Yeah, like all excited about it. Like, spare me this pearl clutching over the rhetoric that was stated about from Kamala Harris's base. Spare me.
Well, I think they thought, based on the numbers, that this was going to be an effective form of attack, and I think it was for the base of the party. But I think that there were a lot of people who were attracted to other parts of Trump, and I think the whole macho man thing.
You can't play by our rules, and we can't play by yours. What do you mean you can't play by ours? Y'all play by all sorts of rules.
It worked. You know, you were talking about a rainbow coalition. No, it wasn't a rainbow coalition. But I think that you saw white men still go big for Trump. You saw the Latino men, and I think that's the big story of the election. Latino men suddenly went towards Trump, and there were some black men. I think it was a male thing, and I think, again, the idea that he said
I do have a feeling that this is part of what happened. I do believe that there is an element to which men just could not accept a woman president. Am I going to go as far to say that those people are sexist? No. But would I sit there and say that they can't bring themselves to vote for a feminine figure? Probably. There's probably an element in there. I'm sure of it.
Offensive, vulgar things about women. The fact that he is, and says he wants to be an authoritarian. That's all true. But I think a lot of the men said, you know what, we like it.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I mean, Professor Lichtman, you correctly forecast the result of 9 of the past 10 US presidential elections, but not this one. Like most pollsters, I have to say, very, very few people predicted a big win, other than I might, if I may be so modest, I did. I went on Fox News 10 days before with Brian Kilby and said, I think he's going to win big. But actually, most people thought it would be incredibly tight and it could go either way and so on. But it wasn't.
But Hillary won the popular vote and she was a horrible candidate too. Yes, but it's important to understand, Wes, too. Look how much that popular vote was. Kamala Harris did much better than Hillary Clinton in terms of the popular vote. Joe Biden got even more than Hillary Clinton and even more than Kamala Harris. So I don't know. I think America will vote for a woman, just not Kamala. I don't. The thing is this is why I go back to our narratives here. Okay, first of all, let me crank up this lighting a little bit. This goes back to my entire point with you guys, is that I think when it comes to why Kamala lost, there is a potential base of about 80 million people, at least based on what we saw from Joe Biden. There are at least 80 million Democrats that voted for Joe Biden. Kamala Harris was only able to get 76, I think is where we're at right now, or 74 even. It might have been 74. Hillary Clinton ended up getting 69 million. So it's important to understand that they need to tap more into the Democrat base. They only won over about 5% of Republican voters. That's it, 5%. Imagine how much they could tap into. They still left a lot on the table for Democrats. This is why I said, stop capitulating to the right. And I'm sure they're going to get into this on this panel, but stop getting into it. Just start focusing on leftist causes. Like Bernie said, fine. That's one thing the right does, is that Kamala ran a campaign to just kind of feeding into the right. But as far as like masculine and feminine, I do think that there is an element where Joe Biden did better than both Kamala and Hillary. Some people may look at feminine characters as somebody who is just less strong. Now, I'm just saying, it's going to be like, we actually should capitulate. Yeah, I know. I've seen that all over freaking Twitter, Wes. It's been very frustrating. Cenk wants to continue to cater to the right and be this like, we can't keep playing. This is why we lost and everything else. Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Not at all. Why do you think Trump is so difficult to poll, which is clearly the conclusion I would draw from this?
Well, you know, I am forthrightly willing to admit I missed this election. I still think I actually had 10 out of 10 before. I think I was right about 2000, but we're not here to litigate that. I still think.
This is Lichtman, and I think Lichtman had a, let's see, what was Lichtman's poll? Oh, goodness, where is it? What was his final result? Let's see. Pretty gone for at least a few years now. Yeah. What was Lichtman's poll final? Alan Lichtman, who was convinced Kamala would win, realizes he was wrong. Did he just flat out say that they were going to win? Oh, here we go. Makes 2024 election pick. Okay, let's see. There's a 13 keys. So there's 13 keys. So I don't think he actually gave like a percentage. I think he just said, hey, this is who I think is going to win. Okay. I don't see it. I think he was just announcing it and he got it wrong. All right. Anyways.
It's a pretty good record. Now, I think two things are operating here. Number one, I was incredibly critical at the time of the spineless, cowardly Democrats openly and viciously trashing their elected president and their elected nominee right out there in the open. I have never seen that before, and I've studied American politics since the founding, and that tainted any nominee. And they're now taking no responsibility for that. They're blaming everybody else. Until they look in the mirror, the Democratic Party is going to be in trouble. Secondly, why did my keys miss? Because my keys are based upon the proposition that a pragmatic, rational electorate decides whether or not the White House party is governed well enough.
True. Look, so anybody who's unaware, I had better suited headphones. These are rough. His keys are 1, party mandate, 2, contest, 3, incumbency, 4, third party, 5, short-term economy, 6, long-term economy, 7 is policy change, 8 is social unrest, 9 is scandal, 10 is foreign and military failure, 11 is foreign and military success, 12 is incumbent charisma, and 13 is challenger charisma.
To get 4 more years. That was exploded this time by a new wave of disinformation that we've never seen before. In addition to the usual sources of disinformation, we had a huge change this time. A 300 billionaire, a guy who's richer than most countries of the world, who
That's
controls
insane.
X, spreading vast disinformation.
And he only made more money too after Donald Trump won.
According to reports, billions upon billions of viewers saw his disinformation. People have a completely distorted view of the economy.
What was the disinformation?
Okay, inflation is going up.
Let me pin you down on that, though.
This is the thing about me is Pierce Morgan will sit here and go, I'm not taking one side or the other, and then like watch how hard he goes, because as soon as he said disinformation, Pierce went nuts.
You say Elon Musk was spreading disinformation. Like what?
Yes. He is spreading vast disinformation that's sunk in. Even people who think their own financial situation is pretty good think inflation is going up when it's been cut by 75%, that unemployment
but it's still
is
inflation.
a near high when
it's still inflation,
near
Professor.
a low.
On that point, see, it's interesting. You would say that's disinformation, but the point is that inflation is still not zero. Therefore, prices are still going up.
Inflation isn't zero. So, he's not wrong. Inflation is still high. What?
Up. Therefore, people...
The only way you get inflation to zero is with a recession.
Yeah, but here's my...
Bingo! Bingo! We have a winner. There it is. That's it. And if you go below zero...
point.
Obviously.
Here's my point. Yeah, but here's my point. Democrats
but
kept
here's my
telling the
point.
American people rather arrogantly, I thought, the economy's in really good shape. Meanwhile,
because it is,
inflation still exists. In other words, prices have continued to go up and up and up, albeit...
Hey, guess what, guys? Did you know that a gallon of gas in 1999 used to be like 99 cents a gallon, and now it's almost $3? Oh my gosh, why is it not going down? Because, guys, prices go up. It's the same kind of conservative argument that they sit there and say, oh, well, it's cumulative. So, you see every year it goes up and up. Yeah, exactly, which means then that they can't bring it down. Not even Donald Trump would be able to bring down inflation without a recession, like Lichtman said.
Not at the same rate they were going up, but if it wasn't zero, and it wasn't, it was like 2.5% or whatever by the end.
Which is the ideal percentage. And what was it at 9%, the peak? Yeah, that's what it was. It was at 9% at its peak. And Pierce doesn't want to acknowledge that it's come down to 2% year over year.
That is still inflation. So it's not disinformation to say
the only
Americans
way
are
you
still
get it
suffering
to
inflation.
zero is a recession, is deflation. That's ridiculous.
Yep.
Inflation has been cut by 80%, but it's not just inflation that people are wrong about.
But do you accept
It's
inflation
every
means prices are
aspect
still
of the
going
economy.
up? Do you accept prices were still going up?
Prices always go up.
Right, so
They
that's the
always
point.
do, unless
But
you have a
it's not
recession.
That's not disinformation,
That's
then,
ridiculous.
is it? By Elon Musk,
And
that
it's
isn't
disinformation about every other aspect of the economy as well. Disinformation about undocumented immigrants, like they're their blood.
Yep. What about Haiti? Remember Haiti? Springfield? Yep. Remember that one?
Thirsty killers. They are the most law-abiding segment of our society. According to numerous studies, including by the Libertarian Cato Institute, they commit crimes, including violent crimes, less than half of that of Native Americans. And they don't drain our economy. They are the mainstay of the agricultural, construction, personal service, hospitality industries. Studies show you will drive the economy into a recession if you go through large-scale deportation of immigrants, and you will sweep huge numbers of U.S. citizens because all the databases used to identify undocumented immigrants are fundamentally flawed. You can't have a pragmatic electorate under these conditions, and the mainstream media is utterly feeble. It spends 20 times more time.
Here comes Cenk. Here comes Cenk. Go on, Cenk.
meaningless polls within the margin of error than it does telling truth to power and indicating the consequences of this election.
Okay, but it is
it's
okay.
being taken over by billionaires.
Okay, I'm going to come to Cenk. I mean, Cenk, you know, the biggest deporter in American presidential history was Barack
Is Obama. Yeah,
deported over
he constantly goes to this. Well, Barack Obama was the biggest deporter in chief.
3 million people. This idea that Trump is going to become.
There's a difference between stopping someone at the border and deporting them versus going to their house, knocking down their door, and taking them out in handcuffs and taking them onto a plane and sending them off to the country. This idea that you could just simply, like the idea that Obama's is the same as Trump's idea of a mass deportation program is silly.
There's some outlier in terms of mass deportation. The great mass deporter was actually a Democrat president, Obama, by a long way, by the way. So this idea of like disinformation, I think some of it was disinformation, but it's, you know, I think the idea that this election was only won through right-wing disinformation, I'm afraid, I view that as a total delusion by the Democrats. Again.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm sorry, but I totally disagree with Juan and Professor Lichtman. Don't blame the voters. I think, look, we could get into this discussion, but Juan, I think you're blaming the voters. I think that's a terrible idea. And look, I debated Professor Lichtman before. I told him his theories about the keys were absurd. I was right. He was wrong. I said he'd lose his keys.
No, you were
couldn't
not
find
right,
them
and
before
I
the
was
election.
not wrong. And that's a cheap shot, and I won't stand for it.
Well, who won, brother?
You should not be
Who
taking
won?
cheap
Who
shots.
won?
Ooh, boy. They're going too fast. What are they?
Me.
Who
You
won?
want to make your
You
point,
live
make your
in a
point.
total
Don't make
world
it
of
personal.
denial.
I read your own followers' comments, and they all trashed you, every one of them, and supported me.
Yeah,
so quiet with your personal
Yeah,
attacks.
come find out again.
Make whatever
Okay.
point you want.
Yeah.
Don't
Look,
make.
Cenk is like upset. And I follow him on Twitter, and I can guarantee you I have seen a lot of his followers going, Cenk, what are you doing? Like he's going on this like arc where he's like appealing to the right. And he's sitting here saying, yeah, no, my followers love me. That's not what I've seen in the comments.
Make it
You don't
personal.
know anything. You don't know
You
anything.
attacked me
You
personally.
You're so deluded.
Oh, right. I've only been a professor for 51 years.
On this program,
published
I've never been
13
able
books.
to finish a
How
thought.
many books have you published? No, because you're personally
Yeah.
attacking me again. Say whatever you want, but I'm not going to
Okay,
stand
but
for
brother,
personal
you got
attacks.
it.
Oh yeah, TYT is just done now. For now, his followers that love him have gone down the right wing pipeline with him. Yeah, and I think a lot of that might. You know what? I wonder if that has a lot to do with the Anna Kasparian. Didn't Anna Kasparian go over to the right on some of those things?
Wrong.
Say
You were
whatever you want.
preposterously and stupidly wrong. So, okay, all right. Can I just
Don't
finish
call
a
me
goddamn thought
stupid.
ever on this show?
No, not if you're
Okay,
personally
well,
I
you proved
admitted
it.
I was wrong. I don't need you to call me stupid.
Okay.
This is so funny though, watching these two people. No, you don't call me stupid. Nah, you don't call me stupid. Oh man.
I say it's
What kind
great
of
to see
nonsense
you
is that?
Democrats
Yeah, I
all
know.
getting
Who
along
taught
so
you
well.
manners?
It's lovely to
You
see a
need one. Can I
post-election
finish a
harmony as you all
goddamn
come
point?
together
We're
again.
just
Hey,
one
Alan.
right now.
Hey, Alan, you deserve a tall glass of shut up juice, so can you just shut up for a second and let someone who knows what
Not
they're
if
doing.
you're
so
gonna
right,
personally
Pierce.
attack
You're
me.
so right.
So-
We're so
Make
unified
any
right now.
point you
Today.
want.
So-
I will not sit here and stand
So-
for personal attacks, for blasphemy against me. You don't need to do that. You don't boost your
Blasphemy
own ego
against you?
by
Who the hell are
attacking
you?
me
Are you
like that.
Jesus
Just
Christ?
make your
You
point.
This is what this reminds me of. Okay, Alan Lichtman is so old that he views this as if he was talking to Cenk on the street. Cenk is the older guy that is very familiar with political panels. Okay, so he's sitting there talking to Alan Lichtman through a screen and doing the keyboard warrior, and Alan Lichtman's taking everything as if he was in the street. That's exactly what's going on right here.
Loser. Okay, can I just give the correct answer for once? Okay, here we go. So, guys, you're blaming disinformation. There was disinformation. There was the cats and the dogs nonsense. The points you're making about undocumented immigrants, I agree with, Alan, okay? But that didn't cost the election. The main disinformation was about how the election was going to be rigged. And it wasn't rigged. It was dumb. They won easily. There was no need for that disinformation. You guys are missing the whole point. The people who are at fault are not other people. It is the candidate, Kamala Harris, the previous candidate, Joe Biden, Democratic Party, Democratic leadership. You guys don't want to admit that they're the problem. They're the cancer in the Democratic.
No. The fact is, it's not even that. Cenk's wrong on this. It has nothing to do with the leadership and the Democratic Party. Okay? It has everything to do with the you think he's right? I don't think that the Democrat leadership is necessarily inherently the ones that are wrong here, right? I think that if you look at it, all the Democrats, and I believe Nancy Pelosi was even one of the delegates for California, all supported Kamala Harris. Well, maybe that's a referendum then saying, hey, they did that. Yeah, maybe. I'll leave that open.
Party. So you blindly lash out at the voters, at information, at social media, and you want to shut down anyone who disagrees with you. That's not the correct answer.
Shuts down anybody who disagrees with you. Depends. Because here's the thing, is I think the problem is that the right is capitulating too far. So that's my issue. Did all guys talk about Trump's policies to box up the... No, not yet, Mark. But this is the issue is that sitting there and capitulating to the right, you're only gaining 5% of the vote. So that's my whole thing is like, no, shut them down then. Shut those conversations down. We see what's going on right now, for example, with everybody migrating over to Blue Sky instead of X. So exactly. Oh, no, not gaining 5%. No, I don't think that we should cater to those 5%. You know what I mean? We already had 4%, possibly.
There are three wings.
Oh, there you go. It was 1% gain, but it was like 6% that Joe Biden got in 2020. So they lost 1% from there, gained 1% in terms of what we already had. So, but that's what I'm saying though, is like, I'm not saying move further left. What I'm saying is stop trying to like cater to the right, because when you do that, you're losing more from the left than you are gaining from the right. That's what I'm trying to say.
Of the Democratic Party. There's the establishment wing that the great majority, almost everyone on television supports and kisses the ass of and does propaganda for. That wing has led to disaster. They lost to Donald Trump twice, nearly lost to him 3 times. And then the other wing is called the progressive wing, but those are two different sets of people. In the progressive, so-called progressive wing, what you have is the identitarian left, the people who do what the right wing would call woke politics and identity politics, and that is disastrous. That's what the trans ad was at the end, and it cost us. The most popular...
Wait, what? Hold on, I want to rewind this a second here.
Called woke politics and identity politics, and that is disastrous. That's what the trans ad was at the end, and it cost us. The most...
Woke politics cost us? No, it didn't. Kamala Harris... I don't think, like I said, Kamala Harris may have put out one ad that I can think of, if that. So he's just wrong here. It had nothing to do with that. It had everything, almost everything to do with the economy. And now, in terms of woke politics, Donald Trump did a really good job at creating a boogeyman, and the Democrats failed to address it. That was the problem. Democrats did not address the woke culture thing. They ignored it. And so what did it do? It allowed Donald Trump to get away with that narrative that woke culture is still pervasive.
The most popular part of the Democratic Party is the populist left. That is the Bernie Sanders 2016 campaign. That part says, let's do super popular economic proposals like paid family leave, higher minimum wage, universal health care, public option. Let's do all of these things. And the establishment goes, no, our corporations don't want that. Our donors don't want that. So we'll just do.
Okay, this is fair. What he's saying, is it's kind of weird because it feels like he's talking out of both sides of his mouth a little bit. But it sounds like he's saying that the corporate Dems are trying to appeal to the moderate, which I would agree with him on this.
Identity politics. And maybe identity politics will unite the left. But it didn't. Identity politics.
What happened to the number one exit poll answer, threat to democracy? Turns out the Dems lost because they were seen as undemocratic. Shut up. It wasn't because of that, Blizza. Blizza, they the one that they had was economy, immigration, and I think in some instances it was a threat to democracy. But it didn't really say which way or another those answers leaned.
Politics led to disaster. It was a poison within the Democratic Party, used ironically by...
And to be fair, Democrats did take 46% of the vote or something like that. So it was like 30%, I think, that would have said that it was that number one issue. So even then, that's reasonable to assume that all 30% of those were for Democrats and they all voted for Kamala. So
by the establishment Democrats because they didn't want to talk about popular proposals that we have because their donors hate those proposals.
Okay, let me bring in Harry. Now, Harry, you tweeted or posted on X on November the 6th. Kamala Harris's speech was amazing, graceful, strong, hit the right tone. She's a fantastic leader and a great role model. No idea how she lost to Trump.
Damn, I'm worried that somebody's going to drive up my bring up my tweets. One day I'm going to go on Piers Morgan. One day I'm calling it now. I'm going to go on Piers Morgan, and I'm waiting for him to call me out on some of my tweets.
You're a bright young guy, Harry. I've interviewed you several times. Right? You know why she lost, and that speech, in a way, to me, was the perfect.
Never underestimate people like Journey who think Kamala's. Yeah.
Illustration. She basically said nothing. She talked about billions of stars and the moonlight and shining lights and all that. There was nothing there. There was no meat on the bone. No.
There was certainly a lot of meat there. She had a ton of policies, but you just didn't want to look into them.
Substance. And that was her problem throughout the whole campaign. She had 100 days to show America, here's how I'm going to fix all your problems. Instead, she did the Hillary Clinton playbook. After promising us joy and sunshine, immediately pivoted to Trump's a Nazi. They're all fascists. They're all disgusting. And by the way, here are all my rich, famous entertainment friends who are all going to surround themselves on me on stages. Didn't work for Hillary.
Keep in mind, Donald Trump had Hulk Hogan, Kid Rock, just to name a few celebrities. I believe we even had, and here's the funny thing about this too, that I think is actually the most hysterical, that I think is often overlooked. Elon Musk is a celebrity in and of himself. This is the thing that like the right wants to sit there and say, look at Kamala touting this. Why do you think? Yeah, exactly. Elon Musk is probably one of the biggest celebrities. I don't know how else to kind of say that. And you can look at some of these people as well on who else was it? You had Greenwood, not Greenwood. There was an artist that came out to one of Mar-a-Lago's recently and ended up singing the national anthem. I forgot, or Proud to Be American. Anyways, he came out there and he sang that. So Trump had plenty of celebrities. This isn't anything unique to Kamala. And most of the people that came there for Kamala's rallies did not come there for the entertainers. They came there for Kamala, despite what MAGA wants to say. I think it was Lee Greenwood, yeah.
Work for Kamala. And at some point, young guys like you who are the future of the Democrat Party, you've got to wake up and smell the cappuccino. You need a candidate that can resonate. I mean, Chenk's right. The Democrat candidate who has most resonated with the public was Bernie Sanders, right? You'd have done better with him running in this election. But you guys don't see it that way, do you?
Well, I think that since the election happened and sitting with it for a couple weeks, I know why Kamala Harris lost. You know, I think that what I said was premature. And I think it's a combination of what all the gentlemen around me are saying. I think it's like a middle ground in life, which I think is off.
I don't know if I would agree. I don't know if returning to progressivism is the route. I think you find a happy medium between progressivism and liberalism. I think that's where you have to look. I don't think you really go the way of like, this is just me kind of throwing feels out there, but I don't think you should go to the middle on this. Certainly. That's what Kamala did, is she ran as close to the middle as she could, where she was so much in the middle that she was almost like dipping one foot into the right. Yeah, I don't agree that they should go full progressive. But they definitely should go towards the left a little more. Well, probably a lot more.
In the case, which is, I think Professor Lichtman is right that it was a lot of disinformation pushed by a lot of bad actors in the right wing. But I think that Cenk and the gentleman beside me
hang on, Harry. There was disinformation from the left as well. When you keep calling him a Nazi,
but Piers, it's not the same.
Hang on.
It's not.
This is certainly not the same. You can't sit there and say because we called Trump this, that this is somehow disinformation, as if it's the same as when Donald Trump or J.D. Vance goes up to Springfield and says they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. That's not the same. That's not the same at all.
Finish my point. When you keep calling Donald Trump a Nazi and a fascist and all these things, and his supporters Nazi sympathizers.
Yeah, that's Harry. Kyle Kulinski comes up at the very end of this tail end of this conversation right here. I don't know how much of this we're going to cover, but you know what? Oh, Mika joins? Oh, no, never mind. This is different. We might, I don't know how much of this we're going to cover, if we're just going to cover the panel or not, but we'll just watch through it. Got time.
All
that is total disinformation because he hasn't murdered 12 million people and he's not going to.
Well,
and by the way, you all know that. So the disinformation is on both sides.
I disagree. I disagree with calling Donald Trump a Nazi or calling him Hitler. But I want to be clear that it was his own former advisors who called him that. And likened him to Hitler.
Let's go.
Kamala Harris never got on the stage and said, "Oh yeah, Trump's Hitler now."
Yep.
She just alluded to the fact and brought up the fact that his own former advisor.
Yeah, Harry Sison, for anyone who's unaware, is a famous TikToker. He is part of the younger group. There is a Jubilee. Here, I got I do follow him on TikTok. One thing that I try to do is I try to go through each platform and make sure that I have a let me see here. I'm trying to find it here. Yeah, right. There you go, Wes. Yeah, it's something. So I'm trying to find his name. I think it's Parker. I think that's his name. I don't know how to find my following. Oh, following right here. So he does TikTok lives, a lot of them. He does it with his friend Parker and Dean. Dean is the one that made its rounds on Jubilee. So Dean is on Jubilee, and he's the one that sat down with like 50 Trump supporters and debated them and things like that. They're kind of like the Gen Z. They're the Gen Z political, like up and coming people, essentially, is what that is. So. But yeah, famous TikToker is kind of an interesting. Jubilee is the worst. Yeah. Well, one thing I try to tell people is when you're doing the social media stuff, make sure that you're going in and you have to understand that there are certain bubbles. Okay. You have your TikTok. I'm giving y'all free advice, by the way. If you're a streamer, you should definitely take this advice. You have your TikTok bubbles. You have your Twitter bubbles. You have your Blue Sky bubbles. You have your Twitch bubbles, and you have your YouTube bubbles. Okay. All of these bubbles into one. And speaking of which, I just realized I'm on Kick, but I can't see my Kick chat. So I hope nobody's watching me on Kick, because if they are, I'm not gonna be able to see them. 1 second. It's kind of like super last minute now as I'm doing this. All right, there we go. Well, I don't know. Anyways, but you have to kind of stay within these bubbles. A lot of times what will happen is people will go and run from Twitch and go to Twitter and carry those same bubbles with them to Twitter. Well, you're not breaking outside of that bubble. So you want to kind of stay in those own ecosystems. One of the reasons why you guys won't see me on X debating people from Twitch is because I don't want to debate people on X to begin with. And second, I don't want to carry my Twitch bubble into Twitter. By the way, free advice. Anyways, let's continue.
Said that, but I also want to make the point that I think that Shanken, the gentleman from Fox News, is right when it comes to the economy. I think we were not great when it came to messaging on the economy. The benefit that Trump had is that he could put his slogan on a yard sign. He could say, Kamala Harris, Democrats, high prices, Trump and Vance, low prices. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, was tasked with explaining, okay, here's why inflation went up. Obviously, it's not Joe Biden and me. It's because of external factors. Here's why gas prices went up. Obviously, it's not me. It's external factors. You know, if you're explaining, you're losing, as the famous saying goes.
Yeah.
So that was the uphill battle that we had. And I think there was kind of a perfect storm that led to Donald Trump being elected. And I think that I disagree with
But you're
Cenk
missing
often.
something else. You're missing something else,
Sure.
which is all the culture war stuff that we kept being assured by the left nobody cared about. No one cares about the trans debates, right? Nobody cares that biological men are wrecking women's sport. Nobody cares that they're invading women's personal spaces, and so on and so on. No one cares that kids are being put through mutilating surgery before puberty. And we kept being told, nobody cares about this. Leave them all alone. It's transphobic. I'm not transphobic. I wanted trans people, as I still do, to have fairness and equality in their lives exactly the same as all of us on this panel. But when you keep telling people it is fair, on the one hand, Democrats said, we protect women's rights on abortion. On the other hand, we're absolutely fine for women's rights in sport to be traduced at this ridiculous altar
Kamala never
of
brought this stuff
biological
up.
men who are now trans women competing against women and beating them. You can't be both. So the public went, this is, and you're shaking your head, but look, the New York Times did a report about that ad, which the Trump campaign did so successfully and repeatedly.
I saw it.
You know, Kamala's for they, them, Trump's for you. They reckon it moved the needle by 2.5 points. It was the most successful and effective 30-second ad in modern political.
Yeah. So once again, like this is the weird thing about it is like every time we get into this conversation about like trans individuals, it's not the left that's bringing it up. It's the right. The right is.
History. So people did care. And the Democrats were just too deluded, it seemed to me, because most of them, you must realize this issue of trans athletes in women's sport is
Exactly,
wrong.
neighborly.
You all know it's wrong. For some reason, you wouldn't get off that train. And that delusion was one of the reasons that you lost so badly, I believe.
Yeah.
But Piers, to Professor Lichtman's point, that ad in and of itself contained misinformation. The ad was saying, oh, Kamala Harris wants to pay for prisoners' transgender
She said
surgeries.
It. All right, she said it a few years ago, but she said it.
But
Donald
wait,
Trump.
Hold on. In the New York Times also reported that this took place under Donald Trump's
Trump
presidency as well, because depriving a trans prisoner the right to get gender-affirming care is, Shank, it's the law, it's the Constitution, is against the Constitution of the United States, preventing cruel and unusual punishment. Because if somebody is deemed medically necessary to receive care, no matter what that care is, and you ban it or say, no, you can't get it, that absolutely falls under cruel and unusual punishment. So Donald Trump did the same thing. And that's an example of the disinformation, or at least the lack of context that Trump's campaign...
This is one thing that's great, man. This man, this kid, whatever you want to call him, gives me hope in the next generation. Okay, that's good. He's smart. A few years ago, Kamala was running on a progressive platform in the primaries. Pierce, that's an absolutely different election. Yeah, right, exactly. Cenk recently sucked up to Musk. Yeah, that's the thing, man. Why I left the left video. This is exactly like his face. He wants to move so far away from the left. And this is kind of the way the corporate media is going, is they realize that there's no money in the left. The money is all on the right. I don't know what's in his head, so I don't pretend to make up conspiracies. No, I got you.
Harry,
No.
do you accept that this...
Yes,
this
Cenk, I'm sorry, yes.
But do you accept the so-called cultural stuff that
Hold
I
on,
would
you don't know
frame
what
as
I'm
a kind
saying.
of very, very far left progressive woke stuff? That I've seen a lot of Democrats in the more center part of the party coming out now and publicly saying what I was saying for a long time. Apparently, Bill Clinton kept warning them internally. David Axelrod has come out and said, we've got to stop this. You know, Joe Scarborough did a big monologue about it on Morning Joe. At some point, you've got to recognize that most average Americans just found all that stuff complete bullshit. And that's one of the reasons you lost. And you've got to move on from it. If you come back with another woke progressive platform in 4 years' time, you will be out of office potentially for 4 more, 8 more, maybe 12 more years. I promise you. Take it to the bank.
So, Pierce, I agree to a degree, but not in the way that you're framing it. I think that we do have to move on from a lot of the cultural
Thanks, Sean. I
stuff,
appreciate it, buddy.
I don't like the word woke, but I understand the context of you using it. I think that, yes, and to some degree we have to move on. But by moving on, we shouldn't throw people under the bus. We shouldn't say, oh, you know, trans people are the reason why, or LGBTQ plus people are the reason why. That's not the reason why. It's just that the culture war stuff came off as very kind of gross to some Americans. They really didn't like it. So I agree to a degree, but not in the way that you're framing.
Okay, let's talk about race, because it seems...
Can I get in here?
Well, one second, Shane.
Because
hang on. Okay. One thing, I'll come to you, Shane. Don't worry. On the issue of race, many people found it extraordinary.
Yeah, shouldn't run it at all.
A guy who a lot of people think is racist beat a black woman.
Well, he's 22, Wes, but he's 22. I'm in my 30s, but I don't know. I call anybody in their 20s kids now. It's kind of weird. Kind of feels like getting older kind of thing.
And a lot of people that helped him win turned out to be a lot more black men voting for him than first time, and a lot more Latinos voting for him than the previous times. How important, if at all, was race in the end? Or was it actually a case of a lot of black and Latino people went, we don't care about all that stuff. What we care about is jobs, cost of living, illegal immigration, and so on?
Well, I think everybody cares about jobs, cost of living, inflation, and so on. And by the way, I don't think you're right about those numbers. I think there were more black men than black women who went towards Trump. But remember, they're still a small segment of the overall electorate. The big shift, actually, as I said, Latino men was a huge shift, and they're also not that big a section of the electorate. The big electorate in this country still is white people, and overwhelmingly white men went for Donald Trump, and white women who I thought, and I think a lot of pollsters thought, given the abortion issue and the success of abortion as an issue that favored Democrats in 2020, but also after the Dobbs decision in 22 and all the referenda, the white women again voted for Trump. But so you talk about, is this a race issue? The race issue may be that white Americans were overwhelmingly in support of Donald Trump. And if you look at black America as overall black America supported Kamala Harris. Overall, Latino America supported Kamala Harris, even Latino men who had that big shift. So to me, race is a part of the story because, in America, the demographics are creating anxiety. And I think the anxiety is most evident in terms of white America seeing that there are more black people, but also Latinos as the second largest group in the country now, and rising number of Asians. It plays out in so many ways. And I think Donald Trump is just expert at exploiting, that racial anxiety to say to people, these Democrats are playing identity politics or whatever. I think the identity politics overwhelmingly is played by Donald Trump with white America.
Yes, that's exactly it. He is spot on there. Is that what it is that Donald Trump is really, really catering to that audience. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to answer my school email here. We got a school project we're working on. That's the weird thing about it, guys. By the way, I see a lot more people are here now. And so I want to mention as well, if you're liking the stream, make sure you hit that like, subscribe, notification bell on YouTube. And if you're watching me on Twitch and you love this content and you want to see more of it, please feel free to throw me some money, okay? Anyways, that's up to you. Just want to do my shill. Sorry, awkward shill. But anyways, let's continue.
Wanted to jump in.
Yeah, so look, I'm going to address what Juan's saying too. But first, Harry, I know that the same policy was under Donald Trump, but that's not disinformation. That's for our candidate to go out there and clarify that and to fight back and to make her case. But she refused to make her case. She barely did any interviews. They were all incredibly structured to protect her fragile ego. All she did was talking points. Donald Trump's out there, sometimes like a maniac, but a lot of times looking like a real person at McDonald's and with a garbage truck. And our side goes, oh, that's terrible. No, it's not.
What? Looking like a real... Wait. I know Cenk did not just say that. Hold on.
A real person at McDonald's and with a garbage truck.
What? I don't know if you guys have seen Donald Trump in the garbage truck. How does he look like a real person? How? One more time for the people
on our side, but a lot of times looking like a real person at McDonald's and with a garbage truck. And our side goes, oh, that's terrible. No, it's not terrible. Those are great photo ops.
It was brilliant.
When our guy...
Cenk has officially left the left. In the arms of an angel. He's now on the right. That is insane. What? I can't believe Cenk would go and say that. Yeah, they're low tier. They're like low tier. And it was cringe. What do you say? Miss it? Let's play it one more time. One more time for the people in the back.
Oh, that's terrible. Looking like a real person. Donald Trump's out there.
Here you go. One more time.
Sometimes like a maniac, but a lot of times looking like a real person at McDonald's and with a garbage truck. And our side goes, oh, that's terrible. No, it's not terrible. Those are great photo ops.
It was brilliant.
When our guy is a corporate talking robot, that is not helpful. We are misdiagnosing the case here. So when on these
let me
identity
jump
issues,
in here.
the Republicans set traps. No, hold on. The Republicans set traps for us. So the great majority of the country is in favor of trans rights, and I'm 100% in favor of trans rights, and I bet you that the entire panel, including Pierce, says that as well.
Yeah.
But when you go beyond rights and you say, hey, they dug and dug, they tried to find, hey, how about banning them from the military? Trump tried that in the beginning. It wasn't popular. Banning them from bathrooms, not popular. But they dug until they got to sports, and that was winning ground for them. And what I said is, guys, get out of there. It's a trap. You don't have to fight on that. You're falling into their trap. And what happened, as Pierce can attest to, is everyone else on the left screamed, transphobe, fascist, Nazi. Let's dig in on our least popular position. That was terrible politics.
Totally agree with that.
And Juan, I love you, brother, but it ain't about race. It ain't about race.
You know what?
I think is it safe to assume that Cenk got is Cenk buying another MAGA hat soon? I think Cenk's gonna get another MAGA hat soon. From tells of it.
Latino men didn't vote for. Hold on. Latino men didn't vote for Donald Trump because all of a sudden they like white people or orange people. They voted for him based on economic issues. Democrats only think in terms of identity, but that's not working anymore. The number one identity people care about is not Latino, black, or white. It's class. Are you going to do something for the average man, or are you going to sit there and play identity politics so you avoid the more important questions that your donors don't want to talk about that actually helps the average guy, like paid family leave and higher wages?
Okay, Professor.
She never talked about all this stuff that he's like freaking out about. This is so far from the truth. Kamala Harris, yeah, like she didn't talk about all of this like woke politics and everything else like that. She focused on these issues about paid family leave and all this other. I mean, maybe not paid family leave, but she did talk about no taxes on what was it, tips or whatever. She talked about some of these issues.
I don't get it, Cenk. I don't get it. The reality is like Bill Clinton, Bernie Sanders, Barack Obama. They stood up for Obamacare. They stood up for fair pay. These are populist issues at the heart of the Democratic Party. You go after the Democratic Party donors and the establishment Democrats stood for those issues, brought them to the table, and won. And Democrats, if you look at what Joe Biden did in terms of bailing people out during the virus and saying that we have to have infrastructure and building, that helped working people in this country. But a lot of lies were told about that history.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, Professor, I know you got to leave us, so you wanted to jump in there.
Yeah. First of all, let me add a quick fact. There was no massive switch of black voters to Donald Trump. Donald Trump got 13% of the black vote.
Correct.
11% the last time. That's 2% of a very small segment of voters. So that's one of the big myths of this election.
And that's a very important thing to note. So 2% of a very, very small percentage already. Keep that in mind. Okay, so this is the problem when we deal with like these percentages, is they can kind of sometimes be misleading, right? You'll think that 2% is a large chunk, but in reality, it's actually not incredibly that large. I don't know how much. Well, we'd have to look at exit polling and stuff like that. But yeah, it was very, 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 very small.
Second big myth is that hindsight is 20/20. We have a lot of Monday morning quarterbacks who, after the fact, are telling us what Harris should and should not have done. And half of them are saying she lost because she was too progressive. She was too open to the charge of being a radical, a socialist. The other half have said, of course, she lost because she wasn't progressive enough. We heard that from Cenk today. It's all sports talk radio without the entertainment. There is no way to know after the fact what she should or should not have done. If she had only done this or that, it would have made a difference. That's just hot air with absolutely no proof. The difference that I bring to the table is a track record of successful prediction based upon how American presidential elections have previously worked as pragmatic decision-making on whether or not the White House party has governed well enough. And then my analysis is based upon what's changed. What's shattered the pattern of 160 years of history? So I have a base for my analysis. I'm not just doing Monday morning quarterbacking. Jank, you need to learn some manners. Your act is getting really thin.
I mean, brother, I said what was going to go wrong. It did go wrong. I was right. You were wrong in this election spectacularly so with your so-called keys. And now you come and tell us not the Monday
and
morning
unlike you, I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong.
Are you ever going to learn the lesson?
Yeah, I mean, you're right on that point, Wes, is, oh, no way, after the fact, let's not talk about it or find any reasons. Let's just shrug our shoulders and run it again in 28 because Kamala was fine. The voters are to blame. Yeah, it's... The thing is that, like, what Alan's saying, I disagree with a little bit, right? Is you can't just sit there and continuously say, oh, well, we did some things bad, we did some things good. You can't ride the middle in this. We have to acknowwledge when things went wrong.
Can I just ask, hang on. Just ask, for those who have no idea what the key thing is all about, why are you flashing keys?
I'm going to say it. It's about the keys, Lichtman's keys that he has. It's the 13 keys, right? Yeah, the 13 keys to the White House. And that's what he's about to say, which was a really low blow. Shank is just being...
Okay, because this brother said that he had these keys and they were going to determine the outcome of the election, and all the keys were rigged in favor of incumbents. And I tried to explain to him, no, there are things outside of the keys. We literally had a debate, and I asked him, what if Joe Biden, this was back when he was defending Joe Biden, which now seems unconscionable, that what if Biden came and punched a baby every single day? Would your keys still hold? And he said yes. Okay, well, then you're an unreasonable person.
I was right.
But what I'm most worried about is not the past,
Let me
it's the
explain
future.
why. I was right.
I mean, listen to him.
About
I mean,
Biden.
You have no idea how absurd you sound. Okay, but guys, the most important thing is not between me and Professor Lichtman. God bless you, brother. I know you did a lifetime's worth of work, and I feel a little bit bad about it. The reason I'm saying it is not to rub it in now. It's because I'm worried that in the next primary, you're going to tell people to vote for the establishment Democrat. That all of you on this panel are going to go, oh, no, vote for the corporate robot, vote for the corporate robot. And that's going to destroy this party. That's why I'm fighting back so aggressively.
Give me a name.
No, vote for the populist left.
Give me a name.
Well, in the old days, it easily would have been Bernie Sanders.
Who is it now?
He's too old. So, look, I would start considering Sean Fain, head of the UAW, Sean O'Brien, head of the Teamsters, John.
He wants a populist candidate. Listen, maybe I'm not a leftist. Maybe I don't know. Maybe. I don't even know any of those people he just named. I don't. You're like, oh, he's a UAW candidate. I don't know that name. No, but Wes, that's the problem. He's like, I want populist candidates. Populist infers popular, right? I mean, I don't recognize them.
Go outside of politics. Almost everyone in politics is already corrupted. Find someone who is.
All right.
I mean, Harry,
for the average man.
Harry, you're shaking your head, but I mean, Jon Stewart, if he could be persuaded, I would imagine could be very good as a candidate, couldn't he?
Wait, did he say Jon Stewart? I thought I heard him say something about wait. I thought I heard him say something about the president of the UAW.
Jon Stewart, go on.
Oh,
Fain,
Jon
head of the
Stewart.
UAW.
Okay, John Fain. I didn't pick up on it. I'm sorry. Okay. I didn't hear him say Jon Stewart. I heard him say John Fain. I didn't know who that was, but I know who Jon Stewart is.
Sean
Okay.
O'Brien, head of the team.
Sean O'Brien.
Jon
Okay,
Stewart.
it slipped right over me.
Outside of politics, almost everyone in politics is already corrupted. Find someone who is not corrupted and who's for the average man.
Harry, you're shaking your head, but I mean, Jon Stewart, if he could be persuaded, I would imagine could be very good as a candidate, couldn't he?
No, I don't take objection to Jon Stewart. I just think we have some people in the Democratic Party who are very talented right now who could be the Democratic nominee. Governor Shapiro won Pennsylvania by like 20 points. Governor Wes Moore in Maryland.
I think Shapiro is too refined. I don't really like Shapiro. He's very charismatic, gives me a lot of Obama vibes, but he's a little too refined for me. Just a little too refined. I want someone a little more rough around the edges. Hot take, the left needs a Donald Trump. Okay? A little bit abrasive, a little bit of punchiness to him, right?
How much more connected to people do you need other than like Wes Moore, who's great? Raphael Warnock from Georgia won a swing state and is a senator from a swing state. Gretchen Whitmer, who had a trifecta in Michigan for the first time in a long time.
I would not run Whitmer That's a no-go. Don't run Whitmer. That's a bad one. I would not run Whitmer, personally. Walz would be very interesting. I don't know if Walz would be able to run through the presidency, but I don't know. I kind of like that. Yeah, we need somebody with at least 3 credible
talented people in the Democratic Party who are elected officials right now, and Schenck can shake his head all he'd like, but these people are winning in swing states overwhelmingly.
Relatable, still appealing to traditional masculinity, but progressive. Yeah, I just don't know. Walz is great. I love Walz personally.
Who would you like to see, Harry?
I think any of the people I just mentioned, I'd love to see. I'd love, and there's plenty more, but I think we're going to have a great primary.
I'm pretty sure I would lay good
people.
money now that J.D. Vance will be the Republican nominee in
I'd say it's probably a good bet.
Because I think he's actually...
Can't get someone like Bernie, someone like Walz would be a decent compromise. I just don't know. I think Walz is too soft. And I mean that in a nice way, like not in a rude way or anything like that. I don't know, man. And what I mean by soft, so people don't freak out on me and go, "Oh, Doghouse, you called him soft." No. What I mean by that is like, in other words, he doesn't seem like someone who would get up on the stage and just demand the stage, is what I'm saying. I think he's pretty masculine in some of the regards of what he does. But anyways, let's go back to this. So JD Vance being the nominee, I'm mixed on this. I think it's going to be between JD Vance and Don Jr. I think that Don Jr. is the best option that they have. Yeah, JD Vance has been kind of quiet now that you mention it, neighborly. He's been really quiet lately. I think if Trump never entered politics, the wins and losses would have all been the same. Yeah. But the problem is I don't think JD Vance would win. I think Don Jr. can carry the MAGA base. He carries the Trump name. And I think it makes the most sense. I think he can. I think Don Jr. is prepping himself for a run.
Direct contrast to Mr. Waltz, who I thought was a total disaster. I thought JD Vance started with a lot of negativity, but became a real force for Trump.
Yeah, exactly, Wes.
Young men to come out and vote for him. So I suspect he'll be the nominee, but we'll see. Professor Lippman.
It's just the economy that's going to determine the next president. It absolutely will, right? If we're in hard times, guess who's going to win? The person who's not the incumbent, right? Or the person who doesn't hold on to the incumbent's values.
We're going to say goodbye to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I appreciate it. In a moment, though, we're now going to be joined by, to add to our panel,
I do want to watch.
The Kyle Kulinski
Let's watch this Kyle Kulinski part.
Show Kyle Kulinski. Well, Kyle, welcome to Uncensored. We're trying to get you for a long time. Let's have a little chat with you before we get reaction from the panel. But why did the Democrats blow it so badly, and what do they do to avoid this happening again in 4 years?
I mean, the simple answer is that Kamala Harris kind of codes as a technocratic status quo manager, and Trump codes as a change agent. And so, I mean, to sum it up as simply as possible, voters just thought he's going to deliver more change, she's more of the same, and they broke for him.
Who would you like to see run the party now? I mean, what's the future of the Democrats looking like to you?
Jon Stewart. I've been pushing that since the day Trump won this time around, because what we need is, honestly, a controversial, charismatic celebrity might make all of the difference, but it's...
I might be getting on the Jon Stewart train. Not gonna lie to you. I think I'm getting on that train. Compared to her Biden or Kamala, she is prepping. The only thing is does Jon Stewart have a political background? That's my only concern about Jon Stewart. Yeah, exactly. Sheep poster. That's my whole thing. Is like I don't know if Stewart would actually want to run, and furthermore, I don't know if he has the wherewithal to it. But then again, Donald Trump. No political background, managed to do it. So
that mixed with Bernie Sanders' policies of actually delivering social democracy for people, raising their pay, getting them health care.
You know what? That's a dang good point, Redtron. That's a really good point. Jon Stewart did push through that 9/11 health care bill. That is true. He did rally that. I forgot about that. Yes. No. Thank you, Wes. I appreciate it. I forgot all about that. That is true. He does have a little bit of political savvy there.
I think that's the magic stew. And honestly, I think it's a shame that more people aren't talking about the controversial, charismatic celebrity portion of Trump being so successful, is that you can't keep the cameras off him. He's entertaining. Love him or hate him, you can't stop watching him. And so we need to sort of mirror that on the left. And I think the way of doing that is Jon Stewart.
But I would add to that what Bill Maher's been warning for a long time to liberals, speaking as a liberal himself. And I'm pretty much where he is politically, I think. I feel the same way. And I know you've been keen to say, look, Kamala didn't mention any of these woke issues or whatever, but she's very much associated with a lot of those woke issues. She's certainly voted in line with a lot of the more progressive stuff, like allowing transgender athletes in women's sport and so on. So she's seen to be a progressive who then moved rapidly to the centre when she got the nomination, and it was all too much of a screech for people, probably on both sides. But this whole woke ideology, I don't mean the original woke ideology of raising awareness for racial and social injustice. I mean the way it's become a kind of new form of fascism, where the far left just basically want to cancel, shame, and humiliate absolutely anybody who disagrees with them about anything. Do you accept that has become a problem, a stick to beat the party with, which actually really damages them electorally?
No, I think Kamala ran basically the platonic ideal of a non-woke Democratic campaign. She never mentioned race. She never mentioned gender. She never mentioned trans people. She never mentioned pronouns or Latinx or cancel culture. She repeatedly stressed that she was going to represent all Americans. She ran to the right on the issue of the border. She talked about owning a gun. She ran on freedom and patriotism. And so when you put all that stuff together, I simply don't know what people are talking about when they say she's
they're
too
talking
woke.
about
She
her
didn't mention
record.
those things at
Well,
all.
hang on. They're talking about her record as vice president of the Biden administration, where they never stopped talking about this stuff for nearly 4 years. So you could
When was the last time she talked about it during the Biden presidency? Seriously.
pretend when you get the nomination, whoa, I'm a centrist and I'm a gun.
What's up, Randy Weaver? Trump won, America won? I don't know about that. Trump won, sure, but did America win? No, I think America lost on this one.
Toting Rambo, by the way, as well, to all you Second Amendment people. But actually, if you judge her on what she said and did in 4 years, she was a progressive left person. And to pretend otherwise is to just ignore what went on in that period.
The reason why is because number one is on day one, Donald Trump wants to implement up to 10 to 50. He can implement up to 15% tariffs, and by all estimations, prices will increase dramatically from day one if he implements it immediately. In fact, many companies are already preparing by stocking up on inventory. They're already preparing by doing price hikes and things of that nature. We can also look at mass deportations. I think it's going to be a sad day in our country when we see all that go through.
Period.
What I'm much more concerned about is not Democrats being woke or Democrats censoring speech. I'm much more concerned about Trump's record on those things. So, for example, Trump said he wants to punish flag burning with a year in jail. That's against the First Amendment. He sued CNN for $475 million for calling election denialism the big lie. Before he was president, he sued Bill Maher for $5 million over a joke. He said he wants to open up the libel laws. He called for jailing journalists who report on the Supreme Court abortion ruling early.
Don't forget that he also went after CNN and MSNBC, saying they should lose their licensing. William Taft limited tariffs and brought in so much money into the economy they didn't know what to do with it. How much were those tariffs on William Taft? Let's see. William Taft tariff percentage. And I think that was a totally different time. I think that was offset, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was 1909. Let's see. And I think at the time we were importing, I think we also taxed imports, if I'm not mistaken. So you agree burning a flag? No. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, the American flag being burned is a constitutionally protected form of free speech. So in order for him to then try to punish people for that, he would have to get that ruling overturned in the Supreme Court, which means that he would just inherently be against that free speech. So yes, he is anti-free speech, given the fact that he has a stance on a constitutionally protected form of free speech. Do I think that people should go around burning flags? No, they probably shouldn't. It wouldn't be probably wise, but they are constitutionally protected to do so. All right.
Early before the decision.
How many of those things did he do in his first term?
Pro-Palestine protesters.
How many of those things did he actually do in his first term? Because it seems to me another problem, and he does this brilliantly, by the way, with the left. He sucks you in. Because he just shoots from the hip and he says stuff that crosses his mind or whatever. And rather than pick him off on stuff he actually does, you all go completely nuts every time he opens his mouth and says something a bit crazy. And if I was advising the Democrats, I'd be like, stop stop doing this. You're literally playing into his trap every time you do this. Just pick him off.
If you want
pick him off on the stuff he actually does. Then you got a better chance.
All right, I'll do that. Here, ready? He gag ordered the EPA from telling the truth on climate change. That's deeply anti-free speech. He arrested and charged 6 journalists with felony rioting. He did not pardon Assange. He did not pardon Snowden. He did not pardon Daniel Hale. He wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy the U.S. To deploy our own troops against George Floyd protesters.
He should absolutely undo all policies Democrats passed. Like what?
These are all things that are actually on the record, things he actually did. And the thing that I find incredibly frustrating is that nobody talks about it. Trump magically gets a pass for things he actually did.
He doesn't get
Democrats
a pass.
Get held to a super high standard.
Come on, he doesn't get a pass.
How many times have you heard people say those things I just told you?
Trump has had.
Wait.
Hang on. Let me answer you.
When was the last time you heard
Trump
that?
has had the most unrelentingly hostile media from a mainstream media that is largely staffed by liberals. We know this because the way they all go nuts when their paper wouldn't come out and endorse Kamala and all resign, so they reveal their true colours. Cable news the same, MSNBC, CNN, you can fire a harpoon around their newsrooms and you wouldn't hit a conservative, right? So let's just get real about the way mainstream media is made up. I've worked in it. And there are very few conservatives. And that is part of the problem as well. And I just think that ultimately, if the Democrats are going to try and make themselves electable, they've got to move wholesale on now to a far more effective way of campaigning. And it can't just be every time Donald Trump speaks, mass hysteria, shaving your head, going on TikTok and posting videos of yourself screaming and saying you'll never have sex with a Trump supporter again. All this stuff.
Absolutely, George Floyd, writers destroy. I don't know what you're talking about.
He's insane.
How about just telling the truth? Wait. How about just telling the truth? That's a radical idea, right? When was the last time you heard that Trump arrested and charged 6 journalists with felony rioting? Who talked about that? Did CNN talk about that? Did MSNBC talk about that? Did you talk about that? Nobody talks about it. And the fact of the matter is Trump attacks Democrats 4 times as hard as they attack him.
Yeah.
So if anything, the lesson to take away is the opposite. Democrats should get more arrogant. They should get more aggressive. And they should tell the truth more.
Yes. Let's go. Kyle Kalinske knows what I'm talking about. They need to just clamp down on it.
Come on, Kyle. You know that would be utter suicide.
That's the truth.
You know what? You wouldn't be as good at it as he is because he does it with humor. You lot all do it with these incredibly straight-faced, virtue signaling, I'm outraged by absolutely everything faces. And it's like, if you all just chilled out a bit, have a bit of Kool-Aid, have a bit of a laugh.
That's why I said John Stewart.
Death by mockery. Well, actually, you're right. John Stewart gets exactly the right tone. On that, I agree with you.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
we agree. Yeah.
I agree. Let's bring in Nina Turner and the rest of the panel. Nina, you floated that Rahm Emanuel as a new DNC chair would be a good signal that the Democrat Party is only there for the donor class. Many other people would say that Rahm Emanuel's a very effective political operator. But actually, the Democrats need a bit of that muscle now.
It appears very effective at a cover-up. As we know, as mayor of the city of Chicago, he covered up the police murder of Laquan McDonald. He closed many schools in the black community, certain segments of the black community.
Wes, as soon as I saw Nina Turner on here, I think it's Nina Turner, I knew you were like, I knew you were going to be excited about that one.
Outraged by him. He is more of the same and should be as far away from the DNC as possible. Now, if the Democrats want to lose again and get handed again like they just did in 2024, then go ahead and have Rahm Emanuel there. But if they want to do a new thing and answer to the working class people of this country from all backgrounds, then they need to have somebody there, primarily who's going to say no more dark money in Democratic primaries. Rahm Emanuel is an absolute no. We know that the Chicago Teachers Union feels the same way, and many others will come out against him if he decides to run for that.
Okay. Juan, let me bring you back in, because MSNBC is now at war, which is always entertaining to watch, because Joe Amica from The Morning Show went off, and they revealed this morning, to go and see Trump in secret at the end of last week after bombarding him with abuse for years and years and years, having originally been great friends of his. But another MSNBC presenter, Katie Fang, has now tweeted, normalizing Trump is a bad idea, period. So clearly there is an...
Well, we got some breaking news. 28 minutes ago, or actually 2 hours ago, Y'all won't believe what just took place. I'm going to actually break out of this and we'll watch more of this in just a second. Let me shift over here to one cam. We have a new Trump nominee to add to our list. Let's go ahead and bring that over here for a second. All right. Trying to make sure. Okay. All right. Here we go. New nominee is up. That's not what I'm looking for. Hold on. All righty. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Trump picks TV personality and former Senate candidate Mahatma Oz to run Medicare and Medicaid agency. Yay! Can this get any bit weirder? Oh my gosh. First RFK Jr. and now Dr. Oz. Oh boy. Still believe the rush. No, I don't. Oh well, I don't know where I stand on it, but for you to conclusively say one way or another that I do is interesting. Anyways, let's get back to the show.
An internal fracturing going on, which I suspect is going on in the Democrat Party at large, because I would urge them to be more collegiate with Trump. I've always felt that he's one of those guys, he's a natural pugilist. If you read his book, The Art of the Deal, he says, if you punch me, I'll punch you 10 times back. Actually, if you go and hang out with Trump, and I've criticized him as much as I've praised him, he can take criticism if he feels like you're not just unrelentingly abusive. So I actually thought that Joe and Mika, we'll play a clip from what they said this morning, but I thought this was a good move on their part. Let's take a look.
Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President
So I just did a video on this incident. Let's listen and finish this up real quick.
elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
Now, we talked about a lot of issues, including abortion, mass deportation, threats of political retribution against political opponents, and media outlets. We talked about that a good bit. And it's going to come as no surprise to anybody who watches this show, has watched it over the past year or over the past decade, that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, and we told him so.
What we did agree on
Randy, chill out, please. Chill out a little bit. Tron, go ahead and ban Weaver, Randy, if he doesn't chill out.
was to restart communications.
Well, what do you make of that? I mean, you know, I actually feel America's been so toxic in the way it's become so tribal, and they've been part of that, no question, on one side, and Fox have done it, I guess, on the other.
So one of the things that I want to cover on this topic when it comes to Mika and Joe Scarborough, let's take a look at what Steve Bannon had to say. Well, I don't know if I'm able to cover it, but I'm going to do it anyways. Steve Bannon, MSNBC. I covered this. So they made this announcement 3 days later. Here is what he had to say about this. Let me get this over here. I want to show you guys this. Let's see. So here is what he had to say about this. This was about a few days ago, prior to Mika and Movement. I didn't even see you pop in, buddy. Yeah. Oh yeah, Mary. Yeah, thank you, Wes. Here's what Steve Bannon had to say about MSNBC.
The American people weighed and measured, and you were inundated for years. Weissman, you were on TV with MSNBC and all the producers of MSNBC. Preserve your documents. Ari Melbourne, all you hosts, preserve your documents. All of it. You better be worried. You better lawyer up. Some of you young producers better call mom and dad tonight. Hey, mom and dad, you know a good lawyer? Lawyer up. Lawyer up. You tried to destroy Trump. You tried to imprison Trump. You tried to break Trump. He's not breakable. You couldn't destroy him.
So this is one of the things. And then we had I think it's morning. Where is it? Hold on, I have it pulled up here. 1 second. Yeah, that's it. Then this came out with Mika and Joe Scarborough. I have to use him. Okay, yeah, that's going to be a minute. Hold on. Where is it? So, oh man, it was a couple of days ago. So like November 18th or something along those lines. Joe Scarborough ended up coming out saying that they're doing that. So that video clip we just watched, that is from that. And then there are now rumors that Joe Scarborough and Mika are doing this not as a way to say like, hey, we need to be friendly with the left or the right. What they're trying to say is, hey, we're worried that there's going to be governmental or legal consequences. So that's what the rumor mill is right now.
On.
Yeah, the optics aren't great for a large swath of people, Mark. That's okay.
Should we encourage both sides to come together a bit more, like they used to in the old days?
Exactly, Neighborly. They're not trying to say that his views are right. What they're trying to say is that we don't want to basically get in trouble, which is terrifying. The fact that our press should be able to operate without fear of political retribution, but it seems like they're going to be handled that way.
Sure. I mean, look, I'm all for people working together, building bridges, kumbaya. I'm all for it because I think, you know what? If you look at the Congress of the United States, totally polarized, they're also totally paralyzed. They're not getting anything done.
Yeah.
We need to get things done.
Exactly,
and on the world stage, I could go on and on. But I think that with Joe and Mika, and I watched that show, so I'm no critic of it in that sense because I subscribe, if you will. But let me just tell you, it looked to me like their ratings have gone through the floor.
They have, yeah.
And I think that when people talk about Trump, you talk about Trump, he's a celebrity. People have said you can't take the camera off him. I think for them, it's like, you know what? This is a way to get back in the media ratings game. You know, the idea that we're connected to Trump. People like to advertise on shows they know the president might be watching. They would love to get Trump to, instead of watching Fox and Friends, to watch some of Joe and Mika, Morning Joe. But, you know, to me, that's it really calls into question, have they been authentic when they were saying that this guy is so harsh when it comes to women, so harsh and racist when it comes to blacks and Latinos, and has an authoritarian, even, as we were saying, fascist streak. So were they sincere about that, or are they now falling in line with others who find, you know what, I want to get on the bandwagon because Trump has just been reelected and won the popular vote?
Yeah.
To my mind, you got to be straight about your authentic sense so that the audience can trust you, and I think they put that at risk today.
Well, it's interesting, Cenk, because the journalism professor and author Jeff Jarvis has accused them, Joe and Mika, of inflicting a, quote, betrayal on their colleagues, democracy, and us all. He tweeted, it's a disgusting show of obeisance in advance.
Yeah. So I have a different opinion than everybody here. My first question would be, what are we agreeing on? So if you want to go to Trump to get him to agree on things that we agree with, like an anti-war position, fantastic. Of course we should be open-minded to that. You'd be nuts not to be open-minded to that, right? If he were to actually do anti-corruption, which he always promises but never does, right? And you can get him to be open to that, fantastic. But why are Mika and Joe going there? To push for, the public option? No, they're going over there to get access. And so they seem like utter frauds. Like, if they could show me policies that they care about that Donald Trump agrees to, or they have a strategy to get Donald Trump to do good and decent things, great. I'm super open to it. Look, I would want to do that. I got no problems with me meeting with Donald Trump, Elon Musk, or anything else along those lines. But what I'm not going to do is compromise my principles and my ideas just to get access.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, I mean, see the Democratic Party instantly going in the wrong direction. Rahm Emanuel is the biggest dog for corporate donors. Picking him could be the worst possible thing you could do. Do you know that Rahm Emanuel lost 1,000 seats on his watch when he was at the DNC nationwide for the Democrats? There isn't a bigger loser in the Democratic Party. So look, we need a populist like Jon Stewart, which I actually, if you remember, Piers, I tried to get him into this race.
Yeah.
But John, call me. This guy never wants to, he doesn't realize how intensely popular he could be. By the way, another candidate for president could be Nina Turner, a person who actually fights for the average person, has always been right about the populist left, and going for class instead of always being worried about identity politics. So there's so many options here.
Yeah. Kyle, a lot of people now say, including John Fetterman, that Nancy Pelosi should go.
I don't know if he knows that Nina Turner's down here. I don't know. I just think it's kind of funny.
She's the godmother, the enforcer. Now she's blaming Biden. You can't have it both ways. I think it's really ironic. You have a woman of age 84 and she's still hanging on. Why not give a younger generation opportunity to occupy that seat? I mean, Nancy Pelosi, it does seem to me they've got to move on. Haven't they? Get somebody younger, fresher, new ideas?
I mean, I'm totally in favor of cleaning house, but at the same time, that 100% would include the genocidal maniac that is John Fetterman. So he's part of the problem that he thinks he's calling out here. He's one of the worst of the worst. So, but on the broader point of just bringing in new leadership, bringing in fresh ideas, bringing in people who believe in social democracy and Bernie Sanders' agenda, and they're willing to fight, 100% on board for that.
Harry, celebrities like Oprah Winfrey, where it's now been revealed that she and her company got paid closer to $2.5 million rather than the original $1 million as thought for the event they put on with Kamala Harris. Now, every single time out comes Oprah putting her arm around whoever the Democrat candidate is. Then you see Beyonce. Then you see they all come out. I feel that's over.
While they've got Elon Musk. They're allowed to have Elon Musk. The right is allowed to have Elon Musk, but no celebrities on the left.
Trump has barreled his way through that. And his people like Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, and others, they're not really.
You know, that's a good question. Do you think Joe Rogan would be on any of Trump's cabinets? If Dr. Oz, think about this. If Dr. Oz can be in a Trump cabinet, why can't Joe Rogan?
Conventional celebrities.
I'm just saying.
They're tech people in a tech world, really, or interviewers or journalists. Do you think this idea of the Democrats constantly being associated with super rich celebrities?
Right, like Joe Rogan, the minister of truth? Oh, is that too? That's too, okay.
Singers, pop stars, actors, and so on. Is that over now? Because it seems to have backfired this time.
No, I don't think so. I think like the people you're describing, like Joe Rogan, are celebrities in their own right. Joe Rogan, his base of viewers just happen to be the people that Donald Trump wanted to get out to vote. The people who watch Oprah, the people that listen to Taylor Swift, happen to be the Kamala Harris's.
But they didn't get their people out to vote. Women did not go out in the numbers that people expected when Taylor Swift.
Well, women still voted for Kamala Harris overwhelmingly.
Yeah, but I love Taylor Swift, for example. But everyone thought that would really change the needle. 500,000 people apparently registered to vote extra in 24 hours when she made her endorsement. But none of that was reflected in the polls.
See, this is the problem I have, is that Piers Morgan right now is doing this thing where like, well, this celebrity didn't actually like win the election. Well, no, because like he just said, it may have only, like, in the grand scheme of things, Kamala Harris got 74 million votes. And to me, it's really interesting that he's like, well, Taylor Swift got 500,000 people to vote. Yeah, that's not going to move. Yeah, 74 versus. that 500,000 isn't going to move the needle, but it'll help. It'll help. It's not going to win the election. This is the problem, is like every time that Pierce Morgan's like, it was supposed to do this, it was supposed to move the needle. It's like, was it? Was it though? It's to bring more people out, sure. But like 500,000? That's like a fraction. So anyways.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't effective. Who's to say that
Exactly.
it didn't actually get out more people to vote? And that possibly the loss would have been worse if Taylor Swift and folks like Oprah weren't working with Kamala Harris. These people have, you know, they're famous. They have a lot of notoriety. So when they're doing something with a candidate, that speaks to people who are low propensity voters, people who don't pay attention to politics like everybody else does here, right? We want to get those people out to vote. And a lot of those people align with Kamala Harris. And if they see Oprah standing next to Kamala Harris, they're like, oh yeah, that looks cool to me. So I don't think that was a mistake. I don't think it like quote unquote backfired. Maybe there's a way to do it more strategically in the future. But to say that, oh yeah, no, we shouldn't work with Taylor Swift.
If Swift can get some of those to vote, it's not a lose situation. Exactly. Any vote counts. This is that whole idea. Every vote counts. And I tried saying this in Texas. It doesn't matter if you were in a red state or a blue state. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. And I was confident. I thought Texas was going to go purple. Boy, was I wrong.
The biggest pop star on earth. I think that's foolish.
You know what, Harry?
Nobody cares, Harry.
You're
Nobody
both
cares
right
about
and wrong.
celebrity endorsements.
I don't think they do.
Yeah, nobody.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, nobody cares about celebrity endorsements. Here, let me give you one example. If Democrats, for example, passed Build Back Better, the original Build Back Better that Biden and Bernie were trying to get through, that included paid family leave, childcare, universal pre-K.
I don't know about getting a fine if you don't vote.
Free community college, expanding Medicare, higher minimum wage, lowering all prescription drug prices, expanded child tax credit. If you got that through, I think this election very well may have been different and Democrats would have won. And I don't think dragging out, Taylor Swift or Beyonce or whoever else is going to make much of a difference because people like them for what they like them for. They like them for the singing. They like them for the dances. They don't really want to hear their thoughts on the marginal tax rate.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I definitely agree.
Let me bring, I want to bring.
Compulsory voting is a horrible idea. Yeah, right.
I want to bring Nina back in.
I agree with Kyle on that, and I want to say, Jane, thank you for that presidential endorsement. Who knows what 2020 will hold? But they overplayed their hand with celebrities. It's not that you don't want celebrities, but celebrities motivate the base that you already have.
But that's the issue. That's the issue. That's the issue. We didn't rally the base. The base was not rallied. This is something that drives me nuts. That was the issue. Democrats know that they can get 80 million votes because they did it in 2020. We came up 6 million short.
This campaign did is they put too much stock in those celebrities. Those celebrities, just like my colleagues on this panel, just like myself, they only have one vote to give. Yes, they have influence, but you know who could have been a better influence on that race is everyday working class people standing by her side. Everyday working class people talking about how under the Harris Waltz.
Okay, you know what? I commend her for this because I see what she's trying to say is, look, it's great. You got these celebrities, but you didn't bring up, like, for example, Donald Trump would bring up, a union worker or a union president or something, right? She could have done more to bring up the average person, right? The average mom who's struggling to get by and could have done that. But she didn't. So I'll give Nina credit for that because that's actually a good point.
Presidency, things would be different for them, that the minimum wage would be increased, et cetera, et cetera. That did not happen. So although Taylor Swift is popular, obviously she's not that popular because she absolutely did not move the needle. And this is no shade to her. It is just celebrities are good for the base. They are not necessarily good to move those undecided.
But you need the base. What's up, Travis Durham? Welcome back, by the way, buddy. President Trump's administration is looking awesome. It's so great. I'm gonna go watch. Okay, well, you go do that. But I can promise you right now, it is an absolute disaster. I don't know if you heard, but Dr. Oz even got a place in his administration.
I mean, the other thing, Nina, the other thing I would say.
The way they did it, too.
The other thing I would say.
It's the way they did it.
Yeah,
it was a very elitist way.
Oh, we got a new, was it 6 hours old? But I want to talk about this one. Walmart has announced that they may have to raise some prices due to Donald Trump's tariffs. Oh, look at that.
No, it was the way they did it.
No,
too.
I agree with you. I just there's a different issue with Trump's picks, nominee picks for the cabinet. I think I see a consistent pattern here. The one running theme of all of them is they're all good on television. Trump understands the power of television like no political candidate I've ever seen. He absolutely gets it because he's a TV guy. I did his celebrity apprentice.
Wait, how old is Nina Turner? Wait, she's 56? No way. No way. Hold on. Dang. I wouldn't have guessed a day over like 45 if I'm being like overly generous, like overestimating. I would have guessed no older than 45. Wow. 56 years old. That is wild.
Show. I saw him at first.
Okay, Wes.
He
Calm
loves the
down
camera,
now,
the
Wes.
camera
Calm
loves him,
down.
and he's great at the power of television. If you look at RFK Jr., you look at Tulsi Gabbard, you look at Marco Rubio, you look at even Matt Gaetz, look at all these people. What's the common theme?
Don't look
They're
at
all
Matt
good
Gaetz.
talkers, and they're good on telly.
Unqualified.
Whereas if I
Go Harry. Unqualified. Absolutely.
Everyone can have their view about that.
It might happen. All right.
Politics, but they are good performers on television. If I try and think of a lot of Democrats in that camp who are good at articulating policy.
Wes, he's live. He gets live on TikTok. You might have to download TikTok. He does a lot of lives on there. Yeah, it's pretty great.
On television, I start to really struggle. I do. I think it's important.
But why are we giving Trump credit for optics right now, Piers? Piers, the thing about all of his picks is that they're virulent neocons. He picked Mike Huckabee, who's an end times fundamentalist Christian, to be ambassador to Israel. This guy thinks the rapture is going to happen and Jesus is going to come back in his lifetime.
You know why he picked
Brian
him?
Hook.
You know why
for
he
State
picked him?
Department.
He picked him because
Trump's a neocon. That's why he picked him.
He picked him because he can. Because he has such a thumping mandate on November the 5th. But
do you criticize that? But wait, do you criticize?
The popular vote. Here we go. He's doing the mandate. He was given a mandate on November 5th. No, he wasn't.
That though? Are you against the
I don't think it's any surprise. It's no. Well, it may
He
be a
does
surprise.
not have a mandate.
It may
This
be
is the
a
craziest
surprise.
talking point I've heard.
Well, hang on. Hang on. My point is the Democrats had such a terrible campaign with a terrible candidate. You reap what you sow. You know, you've allowed Trump to do what he wants, right? So I'm afraid.
Do you criticize his neocon picks? Do you criticize?
Here's what I think.
Against the
It doesn't
neocons?
matter what I think because the truth.
Oh, I hate when Pierce does this so much. He will sit there and go, look, this is on, he goes and he sits there and he's like, oh, I think that it should be this. I don't think that, Trump was given, he made an affirmative claim that Trump was given a mandate. And then now he's like, well, I don't want to talk about my politics or anything. That's not what I'm hearing.
Truth is,
it does. Yes,
Trump,
it does.
Trump was very pro-Israel the first time round. He was always going to be very pro-Israel this time round. And you guys have allowed him to win with a thumping mandate. So the real point of this
panel... He does not have a thumping mandate.
The real point of this blue on blue panel has been for you to show some self-awareness that you've allowed all this to happen. I mean, Nina, I want to come back to you just briefly.
What self-awareness? He is picking neocons. Are you going to criticize
He's
for
picking
it?
because he's allowed
Criticize him for
to.
it or not?
He can pick.
He's allowed to, but are you against it? Are you against it?
I'm against some of it, yeah.
You have nothing but criticism for Democrats, and you have no...
RFK and Tulsi would have been top runners on the Democrat ticket if they actually held a Dem primary. No, they would not have. RFK and Tulsi would not have been on the top pick at all. RFK and Tulsi, by all accounts, hold on one second. Try to do something real quick. Let's see. Yeah, they would not have won a ticket. I don't know where I was lost. I got lost on my train of thought. I was trying to Sorry, I had to do my thing there. They would not have. Absolutely not. Let's see. Is Menard talking again? Dems don't like our. No, it's Bubs in YouTube chat. Like neither of these people are winning for Dems. All right, let's continue this. We're gonna finish this
No
video.
smoke for Trump, apparently.
Listen, I regularly criticize Trump.
Two things.
Don't
say the New York Times are bad right
Come
now.
on,
Do it,
brother.
I would not.
They're bad right now.
Let me answer the question. I would personally not have picked Matt Gaetz to be the Attorney General pick. I think it's ridiculous. Right? I wouldn't.
And the funny thing about that, and that's what I was replying to, Donald Trump was just asked, are you reconsidering the nomination of Matt Gaetz? And he said no. So he's keeping that Matt Gaetz. He's going to go through with it. Really silly move.
But I do things.
You should call him up and tell him that. I know you guys talk on the phone.
He won.
I said,
so to the victor,
sorry.
to the victor goes the spoils.
Yes.
We all can agree with that.
Yes.
The man won. The Democrats left the door, the windows open. They
Everything
even opened
open.
the door.
Come in,
he has
burglars.
won. However, there is a however to this. Yes, he does get to nominate whoever he wants to nominate in his cabinet. If the Senate is so upset with any of those nominees, then they can reject those nominees. That is likely not going to happen. The other side of
That's me agreeing with Piers a few times today.
this is true that some of the people that he is picking, and let's use Congressman Matt Gaetz for the prime example, he wants a yes man in the Attorney General's office. That is it, because Congressman Matt Gaetz has shown clearly that he will do every single thing that President-elect Donald J. Trump tells him to do.
You know what, Nina? I have one question about that.
Regardless.
Okay, I have one question about
Regardless of whether it's right or wrong.
Here's my point about that. Trump's being attacked for choosing loyalists, to which my response would be, should he have actively chosen disloyal people? I mean,
No,
seriously.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not
No, he shouldn't have chosen disloyal people, but he shouldn't have chosen yes men.
attacking him.
Who
What
wouldn't,
I
if
am
you're
saying-
president,
No, wait,
pick people that might be loyal
I'm not
to you?
attacking him. What
No,
I am
I can
saying is
answer
that
that.
we got to call this what it is.
Come on, Piers.
I feel like I just lit a
That's
tinder
not why we're
box.
attacking.
Not attacking
That's
him.
not why we're
I
attacking.
said he has every right to pick these people, and
All
we
right,
have
can I-
every right to weigh in on his picks.
Yeah.
But the Senate has the final
That is true.
say.
That is true. We've got to leave it there. Brilliant panel.
That was a great video. I actually enjoyed that one. But yeah, so, oh man. Yeah, this idea that we need to move to the to the right, as Cenk was doing, not the way to go about it. I don't think that's the way to go about it whatsoever. So that's what I think. Guys, can you believe we're at 5:34? We started streaming. How many hours are we on streaming? We've been streaming for 5 hours, almost 6 hours. Told y'all. Yes, please listen. I'm gonna start wrapping things up by telling you guys, listen, if you're on YouTube, please hit that like, subscribe, notification bell. We will be live again tomorrow. We will probably be going in around, I'll probably be starting around 11 as well. I need to talk with the wife. We're going to iron out a better schedule and try to figure out how we're going to do things moving forward. But I want you to know we are going to continue covering these things. Tomorrow, we're going to pick up looking at some of these nominations, including Dr. Oz. What in the heck kind of world are we living in? And yeah, so make sure you follow me. If you're not following me, make sure we're doing all that. Anyways, yeah, guys, y'all have a great night. I will see you guys tomorrow, and we'll keep hustling, y'all. Keep it good. Keep it